Sounds of battle ceased. Apart from Shiyun, still venting her wrath. The scene fell eerily silent, save for the swarm busily transporting the corpses. A crimson dog approached Li Ji, reporting, "Li Ji, it's done. Then finish moving the bodies and advance. The master has decreed that if we do not seize the Fire Sprite Empire within a month, we shall be fed to the Cockroach King." Understood. The crimson dog departed, drooling. There was no way around it. Shiyun's scene was utterly tantalizing, or rather, it was overwhelmingly enticing. Li Ji, witnessing the pitiful sprite reduced to mere pulp, helplessly exclaimed, "Sister Shiyun, do not be vexed, we must take our leave. Ahead lies the town of the fire sprites." Humph. Shiyun brandished her spear and slowly trailed behind the swarm of insects. Li Ji sighed deeply and gradually followed suit. Meanwhile, directly ahead of the insect horde, a small town nestled on a hillside was surrounded by hastily constructed walls. Report. The frontline outpost has lost contact. It has been confirmed that it has fallen to the calamity. The commander, wearing a frown, rubbed his face and ordered, "Deploy unmanned reconnaissance drones to ascertain the calamity's advance route." Yes. Observing the sprites busily reinforcing the walls with steel plates, the man's expression grew even more troubled. "Damn it, this calamity. I was quite comfortable here, living the good life. What brings it here?" His tone was laced with deep resentment, as if he believed the insect race had betrayed him. Warning. The calamity has appeared 40 kilometers to the south. Curse it, they're arriving swiftly. All units, increase your speed. The calamity approaches. The mechs hastily discarded the steel plates they had been carrying and armed themselves, taking positions atop the walls, ready for battle. The commander donned his own specialized mech and ascended the walls, peering out with a hint of trepidation. Though the entire town was positioned on a hillside, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault, he still felt uncertain. The calamity was too formidable. The morale of the fire sprites had long since been shattered days prior. Even the Imperial fleet had nearly been obliterated, let alone their humble contingent. Boom, boom. In the distance, clouds of dust billowed, and countless birds took flight, as if a terrifying entity was in pursuit. "It's here. Activate the shield." A transparent barrier enveloped the town, perfectly seamless with no gaps. Roar. Though its form remained unseen, the sound of the insect's roar echoed throughout the town. Corrosive bile. Positioned at a height, the moment the corrosive bile released by the destroyer ascended, it was detected by the fire sprites. The commander calmly instructed, "Activate the automatic anti-air magic towers." Received. The ground suddenly split open, revealing towering structures rising to a height of 10 meters. At that moment, the corrosive bile had reached its zenith and began to descend upon the town. The crystals atop the anti-air towers began to emit blinding light. Just as the corrosive bile was about to crash against the shield, the towers instantaneously fired slender beams of light, striking the bile with precision. The corrosive bile exploded with a thunderous sound, its toxic liquid splattering against the shield, accompanied by a persistent hissing noise. "Splendid," the commander shouted with excitement. And the surrounding sprites displayed expressions of elation, their morale soaring in an instant. However, the commander understood that this was merely an appetizer sent forth by the calamity, intended solely to intimidate them. Finally, hordes of jumping insects leapt from the ground, their jaws menacingly aimed at the town on the hillside. Open fire. In an instant, the leading swarm of jump bugs was decimated. Although they were all first-tier, level 5 creatures, how could they possibly withstand the onslaught of over 10,000 magical attacks? A thunderous roar reverberated from the rear, and without a moment's hesitation, the surviving jump bugs retreated, dragging the corpses of their fallen comrades with them. They fled. Splendidly executed. The soldiers erupted in cheers, taunting the retreating horde. The commander gazed at this group of fools in silent disbelief, unsure of what had elicited their joy. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. Morale was essential for victory. Meanwhile, his expression turned grave as he fixated on the foot of the mountain. A deafening roar erupted from below, sending shivers down spines. Enough with the foolish celebrations. Focus. With a resounding crash, a colossal figure suddenly ascended, then landed heavily at the mountain's base. Standing over 70 meters tall, even the mechs were dwarfed, unable to reach its knees. Where on earth did this creature come from? Why had there been no intelligence regarding this calamity? The commander was momentarily stunned, desperately rummaging through his memories, ultimately confirming that no such information had been available. Gazing at its thick legs and the razor-sharp blades protruding from the front, a mournful tune echoed in his heart. Thunderous rumblings accompanied the charge of the thunder beast, causing the very ground beneath to tremble as if an earthquake were unfolding. When did this behemoth appear? It looks incredibly formidable. Li Ji stood atop the thunder beast, surveying the entire landscape. Suddenly, an explosion jolted him, sending him tumbling onto the beast's back. Who dares to ambush me? Thunder beast. Eliminate them. Infuriated by the incessant missiles raining down upon it, the thunder beast, despite its thick armor, barely felt the impact. It rose to its 1,000 legs, its entire body lifting into the air. With a mighty roar, it unfurled 6 colossal blades, charging directly at the shield. Li Ji was flung off, staring in bewilderment at the creature. This giant was quite volatile, reminiscent of a certain maniac. With a crunch, the thunder beast withstood the barrage of artillery, crashing directly into the shield. The screech of its claws against the glass echoed painfully, causing the shield to flicker. The fire spirits could only watch in stunned silence as the magical energy of the shield plummeted, with crates of magical crystals hastily being fed into it, only to be instantly drained. With a fierce roar, the thunder beast reared up once more before crashing down with a powerful thrust. Instantly, black smoke billowed from the shield generator as the protective barrier vanished, leaving the fire spirits in a state of shock. This must be a trick. I must be dreaming. Yet, what answered him was the merciless stomp of the thunder beast, its robust front legs descending with devastating force, leaving nothing but a shattered wall in their wake. Seeing this, the swarm surged forward, a tide of insects rushing up the slope towards the town. Hold the line. Reinforcements are on their way. We must endure. The commander's voice echoed persistently above the town, rousing the still-dazed spirits. Open fire. Leave the larger matters to the Inferno Cannon. Upon hearing the name, all the elves' eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Activating the Inferno Cannon requires command authority. Confirmed. Shall we initiate the Inferno Cannon? Affirmative. Initiating now. The Thunder Beast, which had been demolishing the walls, seemed to sense something, turning its massive head towards the center of the town. There, a colossal artillery piece emerged, its futuristic surface crackling with arcs of electricity. Roar. The sight of this artillery instilled a profound sense of threat in the Thunder Beast, prompting it to bellow and charge toward the cannon. Too late. Perish. Fire. The cannon's mouth split open, a swirling orb of crimson light forming at its core. Buzz. Roar. The Thunder Beast was already halfway there, poised to obliterate this source of its dread. Boom. The red sphere, spinning relentlessly, whipped up a tempest as it hurtled towards the beast. Roar. Roar. With a piercing sound, the orb penetrated the Thunder Beast's entire body, creating a gaping wound from its head to its rear. Thunderous. The Thunder Beast collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Oh. It's dead. The calamity is vanquished. With the Thunder Beast thoroughly dispatched, the soldiers' spirits soared, relentlessly combating the foes, and the swarm's assault was momentarily halted, stalling at the city walls. Wow, such a formidable weapon. What a pity. Li Ji was taken aback by the Thunder Beast's demise, surprised by the elf's capabilities. However, this weapon must have usage limitations, he mused, grinning slyly. Perhaps they should not expect mercy. Crack, crack. The sound of splintering trees echoed, as something colossal seemed to be moving behind the swarm. Roar, roar. Two identical Thunder Beasts suddenly appeared before the Fire Elves. Despair washed over them, and they contemplated abandoning their weapons and fleeing. Why are there more? Calamity. Li Ji waved his hand emphatically, shouting, charge. Break through them. Suddenly, Li Ji froze, closing his eyes in contemplation. His playful demeanor vanished in an instant. Understood, the sovereign. The entire swarm began to retreat. Move swiftly. Shiyun looked at him in confusion and asked, what is happening? Why the sudden withdrawal? We were on the verge of capturing this town. The sovereign's command, Li Ji replied tersely. Shiyun was taken aback, but quickly comprehended. It was the sovereign communicating with Li Ji moments ago. The swarm retreated rapidly, abandoning even the elves they had caught. At that moment, a series of sonic booms erupted, and the commander looked skyward in bewilderment, spotting several fighter jets streaking past. Reinforcements. Support has arrived. We will survive, ha ha ha. Right under the commander's nose. The jets suddenly released a long, patterned black column that plunged into the ground with a thud. An intense feeling of unease washed over Li Ji. Shiyun, dive. The deeper, the better. Time was of the essence as Li Ji seized Shiyun's hand, swiftly commencing to excavate the ground, their speed akin to that of a pangolin. The swarm of insects, under the frenzied command, relentlessly burrowed deeper into the earth. At that moment, the intricate patterns on the pillar illuminated, causing the entire structure to levitate in midair. Buzz. Chapter 162. Revenge. Cursed be this wretched group of elves. From whence did they procure such a cursed artifact? Far at the boundary, Feng was startled by the system's alarm. Warning. A 6th-tier weapon has emerged from the Fire Elf Empire. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Feng wasted no time and swiftly commanded the swarm to retreat. Yet, it seemed as if it were already too late. Warning. Warning. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng ascended into the sky. From afar, at the horizon where earth met sky, an overwhelming, blinding radiance expanded toward him with the passage of time. Where the light traversed, the ground sank over 10 meters. Who was responsible for this? That scoundrel who provided weapons to the elves. Consumed by rage, Feng comprehended all too well that the elves could never wield such formidable armaments. Attention! An attack is imminent. Please take cover. With no other choice, Feng soared higher, casting his gaze toward the terrifying luminosity. Even from a distance, he could sense the aura of annihilation emanating from the light. Death and terror barely encapsulated the feeling it invoked. Cursed be it. Should I discover who is behind this, I shall ensure you regret your existence in this world. A cascade of numbers surged through his mind, each fluctuation representing the mounting casualties within the swarm. Feng, what is the situation on your end? Why have so many units fallen unexpectedly? Yang Feng's voice echoed within Feng's consciousness. Yang Feng, other civilizations are meddling. The The Fire Elf Empire has unveiled a 6th-tier artifact. A furrow formed on Yang Feng's brow as he accessed the swarm's memories, initiating a playback. Soon, he beheld the so-called artifact, a seemingly ordinary object adorned with blue patterns. System. Are you familiar with this object? Indeed, it is a fragment of the Xel'Naga artifact. However, it is merely a shard, the smallest one, of 6th-tier classification. Originating from Xel'Naga, it is a tool utilized by the Zerg's ancient adversaries, the Protoss, for ascension. A complete Xel'Naga artifact would reveal the location of Ulnar. Though Yang Feng acknowledged the system's accuracy, he remained astounded. A mere fragment wielded such immense power. If it were whole, would this planet not be obliterated in an instant? Fear not. While this shard poses a significant threat to the Zerg in its current state, there is no need for excessive concern. Its energy is nearly depleted after long drifting in the rifts of space. Lacking any means of replenishing its psionic energy, it won't last for many uses. Yang Feng nodded in agreement, stating, I believe we should investigate further. It would be best to seize this object. If we can acquire it, I could trace the aura it emits to locate other scattered fragments. You possess such capabilities? We must infiltrate. Yang Feng, you only know how to talk, damn it. Yang Feng felt an urge to slap himself, but unfortunately, he had no hands. Fine, I shall take a trip to investigate. For now, I'll leave this to Xiao Xing and Abbas. I summoned Abbas and Xiao Xing and briefed them on the situation. Rest assured, Feng, I will accomplish the task. Xiao Xing declared, raising her hand with unwavering confidence. Yang Feng smiled faintly and replied, all right, safety is paramount. I shall take my leave. He had great faith in Xiao Xing, for among the entire insect race, she was second only to him in strength. With a flicker, he initiated the jump, targeting Lingmu's star. In an instant, Yang Feng vanished from the cosmos, reappearing at Lingmu's star. The jump was quite convenient, though the extent of its limits remained uncertain. Not dwelling on this matter further, he summoned his spiritual energy, propelling his enormous form towards Feng. What is the situation? Feng was gazing intently at the direction of the fire spirits, where the radiance had faded, leaving behind an immense crater more than 10 meters below the surface. The edges of the pit extended far beyond sight. The urgency was palpable. Half of the insect swarm heading towards the fire spirits had perished, approximately 500 million, while the other half had burrowed underground, narrowly escaping disaster. Yang Feng's colossal vertical pupils narrowed, exuding an aura of deadly intent. 500 million, impressive indeed. All combat units combined barely reached 2 billion, and this single assault had claimed 500 million lives. It seemed an extraterrestrial civilization had intervened. I am eager to see which reckless entity dares oppose my insect race, Feng coldly mused. Suspended in midair, Yang Feng silently closed his eyes. Let me see who possesses such audacity. A torrent of overwhelming mental energy erupted from within him, sweeping across the fire spirit empire. After his upgrade, not only had his spiritual energy increased, but his mental prowess had nearly doubled, transforming his already vast mental force into an oceanic expanse. Before long, Yang Feng's mental energy reached the location of the divine artifact. He saw hundreds of warships stationed beside it, with a transport vessel hoisting the artifact. The pace was swift. It was too late to intervene now. I must ascertain who is orchestrating this chaos. Suddenly, all fire spirits felt an eerie chill, sensing an invisible, terrifying presence surveilling them from behind. Why do I feel so cold? What is the temperature today? One remarked. Hiss, don't mention it. I too feel a bit chilly today. Meanwhile, 10 minutes had passed, and Feng noticed Yang Feng remained still, thinking perhaps he had not found anything and was about to rouse him. Just then, Yang Feng abruptly opened his eyes, slowly stating, I found you. Whoosh. Yang Feng transformed into a massive shadow, moving with blinding speed, vanishing from Feng's sight in the blink of an eye. What the hell? Why are you running so fast? Wait for me. Feng attempted to catch up to Yang Feng, but alas, his own speed was limited to that of sound, rendering him unable to keep pace. Yang Feng was utterly enraged. 500 million combat units. Just like that, they ceased to exist. Huh. I had no intention of pursuing a ruthless course of action. But since you insist on pushing me, do not accuse me of cruelty. In the small town, all the fire spirits remain in a state of shock. The artifact is a one-sided attack, thus posing no threat to the town. It is precisely for this reason that they clearly witnessed the artifact's formidable power. Goodness. If only you had seen the colossal calamity that was instantly absorbed upon being struck by that attack. Indeed, incredible. One cannot fathom how this artifact was acquired. Fortunately, it is on our side, otherwise, there would be no place left to weep. Hee hee, regardless of its origin, if it can vanquish calamities, let us behold it swiftly. What is that? A guard inadvertently glanced and saw a dark shadow appearing in the distant sky, rapidly approaching the edge of the pit. Yang Feng opened his massive jaws, and a sound reminiscent of a whale's cry from the abyss resonated from his mouth, the tremendous sound forming a wave that enveloped the town. Fire spirits, you shall behold your tree of life. The eye on his forehead opened wide, and the remaining spiritual energy within him surged forth. Chapter 163, The Klitsch of Slapping Faces. Decomposition Ray. Whoosh. A beam of light enveloping the entire mountain erupted forth in a silent spectacle. When Yangfeng ceased, the entire mountain, along with the town, vanished without a trace, leaving only a gaping pit-like cavity. This was merely a demonstration of Yangfeng's insufficient spiritual energy. Otherwise, not only this mountain, but several surrounding ones would have been leveled. This is merely the beginning. Henceforth, I shall entertain you thoroughly. Yangfeng spoke coldly, then turned his indifferent gaze towards the sky, where a satellite was observing him. Shaking his body, swarms of explosive mosquitoes descended. Go, obliterate all satellites for me. Chirp. A multitude of explosive mosquitoes, approximately 5 centimeters in length, coalesced into a massive black dragon, soaring ominously into the sky. As the mosquitoes were released, the ground trembled, and countless insects crawled from the earth, their essence somewhat diminished. Li Ji and Shi Yun had also narrowly escaped calamity, yet they were still slightly affected by the terrifying artifact's aftermath. All insect swarms shall rest for a day, then follow me into battle, utterly flattening this planet. Roar. The sovereign has personally descended. The insect horde, invigorated as if under the influence of a stimulant, radiates an aura of murderous intent. How far is it? I am utterly exhausted. This place is both cold and perilous, gasped Jean Ruira. Enough, let's hasten. The exit is not far ahead, replied Della impatiently. This Jean Ruira truly is a chatterbox, incessantly babbling like a machine gun. The entire windbreak gorge is lengthy, beset by snow and wind, making progress arduous, compounded by the occasional strikes of lightning. After a day's journey, they finally glimpsed the semblance of an exit. Wow, we are finally out, Jean Ruira exclaimed with excitement, quickening her pace as she burst forth from the windbreak gorge. Before her lay a scene of prosperity, with countless exquisitely crafted and orderly houses standing in the distance. Wow, how is this accomplished? Lu Yusi was also exceptionally thrilled. It was quite different from her imagination. The Earth spirits excel in architecture, and constructing a city to accommodate the entire wood spirits is a trivial task for them. Just as several spirits were admiring this picturesque landscape, a squad of mechs swiftly surrounded them. Hands up. The guns were all aimed at the 3 spirits. However, they displayed no signs of fear. Jean Ruira, in particular, gestured animatedly at the mechs. Wow, is this the kingdom's mechs? They look incredibly cool. I wish I could pilot one. Dyla replied with exasperation. Fine, considering you saved me. I'll let you choose one later. Upon hearing Dyla's words, Jean Ruira immediately embraced her in excitement. Really? That's amazing. Lu Yusi also lifted her head, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Sigh, I give up on you too. You're so powerful. Why do you need mechs? You wouldn't understand. That's enough. Who are you? If you don't clarify, we will resort to force. Did these 3 spirits consider us invisible? How dare they disregard us? If not for regulations, I would have already hurled a fireball at them. Dyla suddenly turned around, fixing her gaze on the mech captain who had spoken. You dare threaten us without even knowing who I am? Humph. A wooden stake appeared out of thin air and instantly lunged towards him. Creak. The stake pierced the mech's abdomen, burying itself deep within, accompanied by the sound of mechanical collapse. Watching the stake protrude through the mech's groin, the captain silently swallowed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Impudent. To dare attack the guard troops. Subdue them. The other 4 mechs instantly became enraged. How audacious. Not only were they of unknown origin, but they also dared to assault them. They must be captured without question. Stop. Get lost. Do you want to die? Do you know who she is? Jean Ruira wasted no time, drawing her magic sword and plunging it into the ground, a surge of crimson magical energy erupting skyward. The mech squad immediately took several steps back, their expressions shifting dramatically. Gulp, TSK. Regardless of who you are, daring to attack the guard troops means today you either lay down your weapons and come with us, or we will take you down on the spot. The mech team gulped, struggling to withstand Jean Ruira's imposing presence. Are you certain? I hope you won't regret this. I bear grudges. Dyla spoke coolly, her tone laced with menace. Humph. I said, regardless of who you are, anyone who attacks us must come with us. Very well, we surrender. A smile crept onto Dyla's lips, transforming her demeanor entirely. It is worth noting that before becoming part of the insect race, she was a rebellious girl with a princess complex. Although she now appeared mature and composed, it did not mean her princess complex had vanished. She could easily declare herself a princess, yet she chose not to. It was all just a game. At least you were sensible. Jean Ruira stared at Dyla in disbelief, realizing that her current demeanor was rather intimidating. Is it true, Dara? Are you really going to accompany them? Why not? After all, there is nothing else to do. Dara interrupted her with a nonchalant expression. Meanwhile, the mech captain, still in a state of bewilderment, perked up at the mention of Dara's name. His face transformed with disbelief as he shouted, "What the hell? You little brats, stop it now." The 4 team members turned in confusion towards their captain. Captain, what's wrong? Before they could finish their inquiry, they witnessed their captain kick open the jammed cockpit and hurriedly approach Dara, stopping 10 meters away. He gazed at her cautiously. After a few moments, his throat worked as he swallowed nervously, his face alight with astonishment. Trembling, he knelt before her, exclaiming, "Princess." What? One clueless team member asked his companion. What did the captain just call that suspect? You're doomed. However, his companion, instead of responding, quickly leaped out of the cockpit and knelt behind the captain. This fool. Why shout so loudly? Now look, we're in trouble. What are you all doing? Why are you kneeling before this suspect? Just as Dara was about to express her frustration, the captain stood up, swiftly removed the cockpit door, and yanked the fool down. Princess, please instruct us on how to proceed. Do as you wish. How bothersome. Why do you even know me? Now it's ruined, no fun left. The captain wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of relief. Otherwise, this little demon could have been his undoing. The princess was notorious for instilling fear in elves, often causing the guards to suffer greatly. As for this team member, he could only apologize. After all, he was a fool. The captain contemplated eliminating him, not out of cruelty, but rather as an act of mercy. If higher-ups were to learn of this, losing his head would be his only fate. As he gathered magical energy in his legs, preparing to stomp down, a deep voice boomed, "Stop. What are you doing?" Upon hearing this voice, the captain realized that this young fellow was beyond saving. Lors, noticing the commotion, was extremely displeased. In such times, how dare they fight amongst themselves? Did they wish to incite chaos? Ignoring the dazed fool, the captain saluted Lors. "General, I am executing the princess's orders." As he spoke, he cast frantic glances behind him. Lors was taken aback. "Princess? That princess? I don't recall. Goodness. Princess, you have finally returned. Where have you been all this time? I thought you." Chapter 164, Assault on the Earth Spirits. Dara's expression began to harden. Lors was as straightforward and foolish as ever. Clearing his throat, Lors quickly redirected the conversation. "Princess, how has this lad offended you?" Sensing Dara's displeasure, he hastily sought to avoid further conflict. Before Dara could respond, Jinrula began to babble incessantly. Lors quickly learned the circumstances surrounding the matter. The princess pondered whether to spare the young man, demoting him to a mere private. Given the recent skirmishes with Calamity, with a wave of her hand, Della spoke nonchalantly. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. I have other matters to attend to. Take me to the queen." "Of course, I shall arrange it immediately," he replied, turning to deliver a swift kick to the still kneeling simpleton, urging him to hasten the preparations for the unicorn carriage, as the princess was in urgent need of departure. Yet, the fool remained frozen in place, his gaze vacant. "Get moving, will you?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, the captain swiftly delivered a kick, sending the simpleton rolling away. However, this act jolted him back to reality, and he scrambled towards the city. "Hey there, princess, we shall wait here for a moment. The carriage will arrive shortly," Loris said, his face alight with excitement as he bombarded Della with questions. Annoyed, Della concocted a tale to pacify him. Loris was taken aback by Della's fabricated narrative. "What? You were kidnapped by Calamity? And you managed to escape safely? Truly?" His astonishment was evident from the way his mouth hung open. He was acutely aware of the peril posed by Calamity, and the fact that Her Highness had eluded its grasp while possessing valuable intelligence was nothing short of remarkable. To be honest, it wasn't entirely safe. "Had it not been for Jinrula and Liusi rescuing me, I would have perished in the beastly forest," Della said, pulling the two elves behind her closer. "I am immensely grateful to you both. Had it not been for your intervention, the princess would have been in grave danger. I shall report this to the queen, and you may request any reward you desire." At this point, Loris was utterly convinced, although the holes in Della's story were glaringly obvious to anyone who would ponder it for even a moment. However, Loris, with his mind consumed by brawn, remained oblivious. He then relayed to Della the recent significant events concerning the Wood Elves, and before they knew it, over 10 minutes had passed. Suddenly, a chorus of neighs echoed from above. Looking up, they saw 8 pristine white unicorns drawing an opulent carriage, hurtling towards them. The queen herself was arriving. Loris instantly recognized the royal carriage, a vehicle reserved exclusively for the queen's use. With the driver's command, the carriage descended gracefully before Della and the other elves. "Oh, mother, I missed you so much," Della exclaimed, tears cascading down her cheeks, her expression so poignant it could win first prize at a film festival. In a flurry of movement, she threw herself into the queen's embrace. "It is all right. You are safe now. Let us return home," the queen reassured her. Della nodded while wiping away her tears, her pitiful demeanor tugging at the queen's heartstrings. Alas, I wonder what transpired to cause Della such sorrow. "Let us set forth to the palace," the queen commanded. "Wait, mother. May I bring them along? They saved my life." Dyla could not abandon these two peculiar individuals if they were to be assimilated into the insectoid race. Their disappearance was not an option. Upon hearing this, the queen slightly nodded and said, "Very well, come forth." "Ah, I can truly approach her." Jean Ruira felt an immense pressure. This was the queen, a figure she had only heard of before and had never encountered in person. The sensation of suddenly being able to draw near was overwhelming. In contrast, Luo Yusi was not as apprehensive as Jean Ruira and leapt forward with determination. "Sister Dyla, I wish to sit beside you." Luo Yusi plopped down next to Dyla, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the queen. So beautiful. However, with matters progressing to this stage, Jean Ruira's hesitation seemed rather impolite. Gritting her teeth, she finally climbed onto the carriage. Sitting upright across from the queen, She felt an odd sensation akin to a daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. All right, let us commence our journey. Under the guidance of the coachman, the carriage soared swiftly through the air. As they traveled, they passed by an expanse of residences, which left Jean Riera and the two elves in awe. Soon, the carriage halted before a grand estate. The mansion, resplendent in its golden glory, was adorned with abundant emeralds, and intricate, curvaceous magical runes were etched into the structure, exuding an air of opulence. Dyla, you shall reside here. This estate was constructed by the Earth Elves. Join me tomorrow for the court session, the queen gently remarked, stroking Dyla's head. Certainly, my dear mother. She then tugged at the still astonished Jean Riera and led her into the mansion. Little Luo, hurry up. The queen's gaze remained fixed on the retreating figures entering the estate, her thoughts unknown. Sister Dyla, this place is magnificent, even more so than the palace of the Fire Elves. Indeed, the architectural prowess of the Earth Elves is not to be underestimated. As night fell, after dispersing the two elves, Dyla stealthily exited the mansion and made her way toward the commercial district. First, she needed to acquire a map of the Earth Elf territory and then devise her plans. However, she soon encountered a disheartening reality. To locate the commercial street, she first required a map of the city, and she was utterly lost. Surrounded by chaotic heaps of refuse, it felt as though she had wandered into a dump. Gazing at the signpost before her, Dyla was engulfed by dizziness. Moreover, with the night deepening, there were hardly any passers-by, only a few shadowy figures lurking about, leaving her with no opportunity to ask for directions. This must be the right way. I hope I am not mistaken. As she walked, she sensed that someone was following her. Ah, just when I was worried, you appear. As if a pillow arrives when one feels sleepy. Not far behind Dyla, a few shifty-eyed ruffians were whispering amongst themselves. Hey, brother, this woman looks wealthy. If we rob her, we might strike it rich. Enough chatter, let us hurry and follow her. In the blink of an eye, Dyla turned into a dark alleyway. Hurry, she has entered the alley. Gazing into the darkened passage, they were filled with excitement, for this place was undoubtedly an ideal spot for a robbery. That woman truly had an eye for choosing her paths. Drawing a small knife from his pocket, several mischievous sprites grinned as they ventured inside. Chapter 165, The Deadly Snare Robbery. Gather everything. The leader of the sprites had yet to finish his command when he froze in place. The knife slipping feebly from his grasp. Delara slowly placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. But could he refrain from uttering a sound? Was it even possible? Had he not noticed the monstrous creature before him, clad in menacing armor with a pair of wings sprouting from its back? Quickly, Delara would not allow him to make a sound. With a surge of psychic energy, she conjured a transparent hand that gripped his throat and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. What's wrong, brother? Did that woman escape? After a prolonged silence without hearing his elder brother's voice, the lookout sprite hastily entered the alley. With a sickening thud, the sprite who had spoken moments before lost his head, which rolled across the ground, still bearing a look of bewilderment. Alas, what a nuisance! If not for the unfavorable terrain for the swarm, they would have already launched an attack. Delara utilized her psychic abilities to draw the remaining sprites closer. You are fortunate, she said, producing two larvae and forcing them into the sprites' mouths. She had resolved to incite chaos and facilitate the swarm's advance. Originally, her mission had been to corrode the Tree of Life, but now that the tree could no longer influence the swarm, she felt no need to remain concealed. Damn you! Witch, what have you made us consume? Delara merely shrugged, ignoring their protests, for they would soon transform into dead sprites. With a sudden rupture, a fist-sized hole appeared in one sprite's abdomen. Disgusting purple tendrils emerged from within, flailing wildly in the air. Simultaneously, the sprite's form visibly altered. A large abscess sprouted atop its head, its arms shriveled and dehydrated, resembling mere skin-clad claws. Master, the task is complete. We are ready to strike. Good. The swarm will arrive before dawn. Create as much chaos as you can. Understood. Exiting the psychic network, Delara observed the sprites transformed into infected beings. Go, infect more sprites. A low growl emanated from the infected sprite's throat, akin to a beastly roar. It then lunged towards Delara with its claws. Delara soared into the air, unperturbed. Infected beings were merely lower-tier units. She understood that this was the side effect of infection, mindless monsters driven solely by the desire to kill. Since concealment was no longer necessary, she decided to escalate her actions. Surveying her surroundings, the bright lights indicated that the city center was nearby. Delara flew directly toward the heart of the city. Observing the bustling city center, a peculiar smile crept upon Della's lips. With a sudden flap of her wings, she descended abruptly, plummeting to the street like a cannonball. A tremendous explosion reverberated, momentarily stunning the nearby elves. Upon noticing Della, panic ensued. The calamity has arrived. Run, they cried out in terror. Ah, I thought I wasn't frightening enough. With a deft flick of her wrist, a small, wriggling larva appeared in her palm. Della swung her hand forcefully, and the larvae shot forth like bullets, each one striking an elf with precision. The tiny creatures penetrated the elves' bodies, inducing only a slight sting, akin to a pinprick, unnoticed in their frantic escape. Soon, however, they began to feel discomfort. Their limbs grew weak, their heads throbbed painfully. as if ants were crawling over their bodies, biting with relentless ferocity. Help! Help me! One elf's voice began to rise in a frantic crescendo, his form undergoing a drastic transformation. Chaos erupted around them, vehicles careening out of control, resulting in a flurry of accidents amidst flames and smoke. It's time to leave, Della thought, sensing powerful presences closing in swiftly. They were stronger than her, so prudence dictated her retreat. She gradually shed her armor, blending into the fleeing elves as she made her way home. Meanwhile, within the Windbreak Gorge, a swarm of jumping insects charged forward, carving a bloody path. Have these beasts allied with the elves? Truly reckless. Why not remain in their own territory? The insect race would not obliterate them. Luyu was amidst the swarm of jumping insects, watching in disbelief as the monsters tumbled from the cliffs. A massive, snow-white eagle with formidable claws fixated its gaze on Luyu and dove from the sky. Luyu, noticing the eagle, disdainfully extended a leg toward it. With a furious screech, the eagle prepared to retaliate, but in an instant, Luyu leapt, sinking his venomous fangs into its neck, dragging it down. The eagle, resilient in life, struggled desperately to escape Luyu's grip. Yet, his fangs were uniquely barbed. The more the eagle fought, the tighter they clamped. After mere moments, the venom permeated its very bones, and the eagle fell lifelessly to the ground. Pathetic, you thought you could challenge me? How foolish. A jet of dark poison erupted from Luyu's mouth, igniting into a blazing inferno, leaving nothing of the eagle but ash. Forward, swarm. Charge, Luyu commanded. And the horde accelerated, undeterred by the thick blanket of snow. Dawn was breaking, the sun poised to rise. As they emerged from the exit, Luyu was met with a barrage of heavy artillery. The leading insects were instantly decimated, suffering grievous losses. Damn it, those wretched beasts. Luyu cursed under his breath, then commanded the vanguard to retreat into the Windbreak Gorge. There was no alternative. The exit of the gorge was besieged by the mechanized forces of the Wood Elves. A towering wall, at least 200 meters high, encircled the entire exit, bristling with heavy artillery and shields. There was no way for his solitary vanguard to break through. My lord Della, we are blocked. We cannot advance at this moment. Della, who was within the city releasing toxins, paused her actions. I have already infected approximately 2 million. Soon, they will erupt. The army will surely allocate some forces to support the city. You must lead the swarm into a direct assault. Understood, my lord. A tremendous rumble echoed from behind, as snow cascaded down the cliffs. Luyu had no doubt that an avalanche would ensue. The colossal cockroach king rampaged within the relatively confined Windbreak Gorge, its scythe-like claws carving deep grooves into the cliffs on either side. Charge, leading his subordinates. The cockroach king surged forth, trampling over the jump bugs as it burst from the gorge. Instantly, the sound of heavy artillery erupted in succession, filling the air with explosive din, as the cockroach king was enveloped in a cloud of smoke and dust. Yet, it did not waver. It pressed forward with heavy strides towards the city wall. Chapter 166. The Great Battle gazing at the towering wall ahead. The cockroach king's eyes glinted with ferocity as a low growl emanated from its throat. With a powerful thrust of its legs, it charged fiercely towards the city gate. Thud! The 10-meter-thick gate crumpled inward, creating a deep crater at its center. Damn it, this accursed armor is too resilient. Our weapons cannot penetrate it. The elves atop the wall were filled with despair, watching as the cockroach king loomed, already a quarter the height of the wall. As they clutched their mana weapons, which felt like mere sticks in their trembling hands, they despaired. Roar! The swarm is unstoppable. The cockroach king roared once more, its scythe-like blades transforming into phantoms that relentlessly struck the gate, deepening the craters with each assault. Concentrate the magic missiles on the target. The fleet, witnessing the crumbling gate, was drenched in sweat upon Lord Lor's brow. The warships, engaged in combat with the dragons and corruptors above, abandoned their defenses, channeling all their energy into a launch bay below. As the city gate neared destruction, Lors shouted urgently, "Launch! Now!" Whoosh! One by one, green missiles shot forth, slicing through the air with a melodic whistle. The cockroach king, upon hearing this, lifted its gaze towards the dense swarm of missiles, disdainfully exhaling a puff of white vapor. It then unleashed one final strike against the city gate. With a resounding crash, the gate was sent flying, propelled several dozen meters before crashing to the ground. The missiles descended as anticipated, striking the cockroach king directly. Roar! The immense impact forced the cockroach king to sink, kneeling on one knee. The subsequent shockwave from the explosion of thousands of missiles sent the elves atop the wall tumbling down. With formidable strength, Lors forcibly stabilized his body and eagerly gazed down at the city walls. Beyond a veil of smoke, he beheld nothing. Yet he held little doubt that the cockroach king could have survived. Damn calamity, do you now comprehend our might? Lors seethed, his teeth clenched, feeling that this was still insufficient for his vengeance. He yearned to leap down and dismember the cockroach king. As the smoke dissipated, Lors' expectations were met. The cockroach king was indeed beyond survival. His body was riddled with holes, repulsive innards oozing from the wounds, and his once imposing exoskeleton lay shattered. Roar! Is this your trump card? How disappointing. Amidst the despairing gazes of the elves, the Cockroach King rose like a war deity, supporting himself with his hands. His injuries healed at a visible pace, his insides retracting, and his exoskeleton reformed, as if the previous devastation had never occurred. If this is all you can muster, you shall become fodder for the swarm. Charge! The Cockroach King's voice reverberated throughout the Windbreaker Gorge. The long-awaited swarm surged forth like ants from their nest, fanning out across the battlefield. Defend the line at all costs. All units, attack. Lors witnessed the shield crumble under the Cockroach King's onslaught within mere seconds. His eyes turning crimson. Orders were given, and the sound of artillery thundered through the air, raining down upon the swarm. Instantly, numerous small units fell. Light armored creatures such as jump bugs and stingers disintegrating under the cacophony of explosions. However, for the cockroach and its destroyers, the damage was insufficient, merely scratching the surface. Damn it, the Arcanists are shaping the terrain to impede the Calamity's advance. Understood. A battalion of over 10,000 elves hastened to the city walls, chanting incantations, their staffs emanating a gentle glow. With a sweeping gesture, the battlefield transformed as sturdy tree trunks erupted from the ground, cleaving the swarm asunder. Melee mechs advance. Annihilate the divided calamities. Lors motioned grandly, leading the charge as he piloted his mech off the city wall, plunging fearlessly into the swarm. Ha, scum! You dare to disregard me. The Cockroach King glared at Lors, who had charged into the horde, seething with fury. Lors scoffed, declaring, I have been waiting for you. A radiant beam shot forth from the Tree of Life, entering Lors' being. Chapter 167. The Clash erupts. The Tree of Life, at the cost of Lors' flesh and blood, forcibly augmented his power. The Cockroach King sensed a wave of oppressive force emanating from Lors, a pressure that, while not as terrifying as that of a sovereign, clearly indicated that Lors had surpassed the Cockroach King in strength. Calamity, meet your end. The mech could amplify the strength of elves, but for Lors in his current state, it was merely a burden. The mech erupted with a thunderous blast, and Lors soared forth, charging at the Roach King. In his grasp, the obsidian blade radiated an alarming aura as it cleaved towards the Roach King. A blade of green energy, formed from arcane power, sliced through the ranks of the insectoid horde, heading straight for the Roach King's head. With a resounding roar, the Roach King retaliated, its scythe colliding with the luminous blade, sparks flying from its hardened edge. After being forced back several meters by the energy blade, it finally dissipated into the air. However, the scythe bore 2 deep gashes, perilously close to being severed by the luminous strike. Impressive, but how long can you endure in this state? A mere casual attack could compel the Roach King into such a predicament, revealing the terrifying might Lors currently wielded. Humph, killing you will suffice. Lors scoffed coldly. Yet, his body visibly withered at an alarming rate, and his hair began to turn white. Is that so? The Roach King leaped, swiftly burrowing underground, leaving behind a massive pit on the surface. Lors' current strength was beyond the Roach King's capacity to confront. It could only evade for now. Trying to buy time? Lors' expression darkened as he felt the blood within him draining rapidly, panic rising in his heart. No, I must force it out. I cannot probe this calamity. He turned his gaze to the battlefield, where the elves were engaged in fierce combat with the insect swarm. Although the horde was being cleaved by arcane spells, their formidable numbers still pressed hard against the elves. A thought struck him. If you refuse to emerge, I shall annihilate your kin. Rather than exhaust myself against the Roach King, I would do well to eliminate more of the swarm while the opportunity remains. Magic energy gathered beneath his feet, propelling him skyward. A strand of arcane energy coalesced at the tip of his blade. Strike! 100-meter-long beam of light surged forth from Lors' weapon, hurtling towards the swarming insects with unstoppable momentum. Roar! A few roaches, with their massive forms, positioned themselves at the forefront, attempting to block the luminous blade. Yet, it was no contest. Lors' assault was not so easily thwarted. The blade sliced through, sending the upper halves of the roaches soaring before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In that single strike, thousands of insect units perished instantaneously. Lors glanced at the ground, muttering, Are you not coming out? If so, let the slaughter continue. Waves of luminous blades erupted forth, and within mere minutes, countless insects fell. Splutter. Upon halting, Lors coughed up blood that sprayed several meters away, his body swaying precariously. Damn it, I can barely hold on. Collapsing to the ground, Lors knelt on one knee, his muscles struggling to support him. In a short span, he had transformed from a robust man into a mere skeletal figure. Clatter. A sound of shifting sand and stones broke the silence, and Lors cursed under his breath. Hastily rolling aside, a massive maw suddenly emerged from the ground, sharp teeth grazing perilously close to his arm. Roar! Damn the elves for slaying so many of the swarm. Your demise is imminent. The Cockroach King slashed with its forelimb, and Lors hastily rolled away. Alas, his strength greatly diminished. The Cockroach King severed his arm at the root with a single strike. Even in death, I shall not grant you respite. A resolute glint ignited in Lol's eyes as the magical energy within him surged violently. Sensing the threat of death, the Cockroach King burrowed back underground. Lols. Enough. A surge of magical energy erupted from the battlements and merged with Lol's being. The tumultuous magic within him instantly calmed, and his wounds healed in an instant. Chapter 168. The final assault. The tumult of magical energy within Lol ceased abruptly, leaving him in a state of exhaustion, drenched with sweat upon the ground. Ultimately, who was not afraid of death? He had been on the brink of self-detonation. He gazed up at the towering walls, where the queen adorned with a crown radiated magical energy. Calamity, bear witness to your sins. Forbidden spell, wood burial. As her words fell, a deluge of magical energy condensed from the air, causing the ground to fracture. Enormous wooden spikes exceeding 10 meters burst forth from the depths, transforming the battlefield into a horrific slaughterhouse. Countless insects, as well as elves, perished under the onslaught of the wood burial, without even a moment to react. Roar! Elves, you shall regret this. The Cockroach King, witnessing the devastation, made a hasty retreat into the Windbreak Gorge. Do not think to escape. Lols was determined not to let this menace flee. However, the queen intervened. Enough, let it go. Your Majesty. Before Lols could utter another word, blood trickled from the queen's lips, and she nearly faltered. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The surrounding elves rushed to support her, preventing her from collapsing. It is nothing. She steadied herself against the parapet, gradually regaining her composure as she gazed at the retreating swarm. The reason forbidden spells are termed as such is undoubtedly due to the immense cost they entail. For the coming days, the queen would be unable to wield her power. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed suddenly, startling all the elves upon the walls. Your Majesty, this is dire. An overwhelming calamity has erupted within the city. A soldier, bloodied and staggering, collapsed before the queen. Within the city, explosions resounded everywhere, plumes of smoke rising as if from the depths of hell. What transpired? Speak. I do not know. Numerous civilians have suddenly transformed into monstrosities, their bodies covered in festering boils, resembling the calamity itself. Upon uttering this, the soldier fell to the ground. Lifeless, Lols rushed forward, only to discover the soldier was already deceased. Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Turning to the Windbreak Gorge, the queen hesitated momentarily. After a long pause, she gritted her teeth and declared, Lols, I command you to lead the 3rd Legion to eradicate the calamity. The 3rd Legion, composed of magic users, is agile and far more effective in the confines of the city than cumbersome mechs. Yes, the 3rd Legion stands ready. Follow me. A thunderous roar, reminiscent of a bull, suddenly erupted. Boom. The exit of the Windbreak Gorge shattered violently as a colossal thunder beast forced its way through, carving a path with brute strength. Moo. Did you truly believe my swarm would flee? Such naivety. The Cockroach King followed closely, casting a cold gaze upon the elves atop the city walls. The elves of Lore stared blankly at the thunder beast, which towered over them by mere inches. All troops, prepare for battle. Indeed, while the thunder beast appeared formidable, they were not to be underestimated. Lores continually rallied their spirits. Moo. At that moment, yet another thunder beast burst forth from the Windbreak Gorge, its massive blades carving deep gashes into the mountainside. Just when the elves thought it was over, wave after wave of thunder beasts surged forth from the gorge, their thundering footsteps echoing across the clearing. Finally, 20 thunder beasts stood in an orderly row before the gorge, their breaths heavy and labored. There was no time to delay. Launch the missiles. The queen, no longer hesitating, issued her command. If we wait any longer, our soldiers' morale will dwindle. Thousands of missiles soared into the sky, hurtling towards the distant thunder beasts. Overconfident, the Cockroach King regarded the missiles with disdain. Indeed, as the missiles fell, they detonated above the thunder beasts. When the smoke cleared, the elves discovered not a trace was left upon the beast's armor. Ah, despair now. The warm-up is over. The full assault commences. The thunder beasts moved with the thunderous sound of cracking earth beneath their hooves. Simultaneously, the sky darkened, eclipsing all sunlight. A cacophony of squeaks resonated, akin to countless mice in torment, assaulting the elves' eardrums and inducing headaches. A serpentine red dragon soared from the storm mountains. Moreover, countless corrupted drakes descended from the sky, mingled with a few marching ants. Only a couple of rays of sunlight pierced through the gaps, illuminating the ground. It is finished. We are doomed, remarked one elf, despondently leaning against the wall. The surrounding soldiers fell into a heavy silence. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see that their limbs trembled ever so slightly. Queen, let us fight with all our might. Lors too shook with trepidation, yet as the leader, he could not display fear before his subordinates. Just as the queen pondered, another grim message arrived. This is the command center. This is the command center, calling General Lors. This is Lors. What is the matter? A frantic voice crackled through the communicator. A multitude of calamities has suddenly appeared within the city. They are emerging from the depths. We can barely hold out. Lors' expression darkened immediately. Hold the line. Regardless of the circumstances, we must endure. Understood. Chapter 169. Liu C captured. Why have the Earth spirits not yet arrived? Are we all to perish while they remain unscathed? The queen's heart roared with uncontainable fury. The colossal form of the thunder beast surged forward, its massive steps rendering the wooden stakes utterly ineffective. Within moments, the path was cleared by the giant blades of 20 thunder beasts, wide enough for the swarm to advance. All the mechas, grouped in fives, descended from the city walls to impede the onslaught of calamity. We had no place left to retreat. The queen uttered sorrowfully. All the elves bowed their heads in despondence. Indeed, the entire kingdom had fallen. We had fled here, but must we flee further? Can we even escape? You mongrels! I shall fight you to the death. What is death but a passage to rebirth? And in my next life, I shall remain an elf. One elf leaped onto a mecha and jumped down from the city wall. The surrounding elves suddenly sprang to their feet, shouting in unison, "You're right. Let us fight them." The previously low morale surged abruptly. All the elves, filled with rage and fearlessness, gathered at the base of the city wall, ready to engage in battle. Within the city, the ferocious swarm continued to pour forth from the tunnels, an endless tide that evoked despair. Hurry! The southern front has fallen. We must provide support. Acknowledged. Engaging. Ah! Hiss! Strange sounds echoed through the alley. All elves, remain vigilant. The calamity approaches. As they witnessed the fleeing civilians, the soldiers understood. The calamity was upon them. Help! Save me! With a swift snap, a stinging serpent bit off an elf's head, subsequently lifting its body high. Hiss! Cursed be it! Open fire! Cover the civilians' retreat. Gunfire erupted as the two factions clashed, a chaotic tapestry of blood and flame. Roar! The balance of power teetered until a furious roar shattered the stalemate. Report. A massive local calamity has been detected. Artillery support is requested. Xiao Luo, we cannot wait any longer. We must assist. At the inner city walls, a final legion remained. The last line of defense. Jean Ruila and Luo Yusi watched in anguish as the elves perished before their eyes. Very well, Luo Yusi replied expressionlessly. Jean Ruila was her most trusted and beloved elf. She believed everything Jean Ruila said was right. Crimson Phoenix, arise. Luo Yusi raised her hand, and psychic energy surged forth, conjuring the Crimson Phoenix in the air. Let us go lend our aid. Jean Ruila embraced Luo Yusi and soared onto the back of the Crimson Phoenix. Under the astonished gaze of the Legion, they flew toward the outer city. Over there, from the vantage point atop the Crimson Phoenix, the entire scene unfolded. Witnessing Elvenkin perish tragically beneath the swarm's minions ignited a fierce blaze of wrath within Jean Ruila. The Crimson Phoenix dove down toward a defensive line. Xiao Luo, I will descend. You control the Crimson Phoenix from the air to support the other lines. Jean Ruila gently patted Luo Yusi's head, whispering, prioritize your own safety. If the situation becomes dire, flee. Luo Yusi nodded in understanding. Damn the wretched insects. I have come to exact my vengeance upon you. The enchanted sword burst forth from her body, descending alongside her from the heavens like a celestial being. With a resounding crash, Jean Ruila made her dazzling entrance. A few jumping insects, caught off guard, were instantly crushed to a pulp. Hiss! The surrounding swarm of insects quickly encircled Jean Ruila. Humph! Do you truly believe you can slay me? A sinister crimson energy enveloped her, radiating an aura of deadly intent. Hiss! The jumping insects lunged at her. But in a flash of sword light, several were reduced to mere fragments, tumbling to the ground. The swarm stirred restlessly, and the surrounding insect horde surged forward. Naturally, Jean Ruila would not remain idle. Dark energy surged from her feet, transforming her into a reaper that wove through the throng of insects, leaving a trail of fallen foes in her wake. Her blatant ferocity drew the attention of numerous insects, significantly alleviating the pressure on the defense line. Remarkably, the swarm began to retreat. Hiss! An unusual cry echoed through the air, and under the bewildered gazes of Jean Ruila and the elves, the corpses were dragged backward. Oh, we have repelled the disaster. Brothers, we have triumphed. We have won. Yet, Jean Ruila held a differing opinion. The crimson energy still swirled around her. Her gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead. Indeed, this power is what I coveted. It instills fear within me. The sound of wings slicing through the air announced the arrival of Dyla, who appeared in her line of sight, carrying the unconscious Luo Yusi. Little Luo, princess, what are you doing? Why? A chill coursed through Jean Ruila, causing her to shudder as she beheld Dyla clad in terrifying armor, rendering her momentarily speechless. Do you wish to save her? Then follow me. Dyla ascended into the distance with Luo Yusi in tow. Dyla, put down little Luo. Observing the hopeful gazes of her elven soldiers behind her, Jean Ruila gritted her teeth and pursued Dyla. Chapter 170. The game. Dyla and Jean Ruila locked eyes from afar, with Dyla speaking first. What's the matter? Do you find it strange? Do you think I am the disaster that deceived you? As the armor receded, it revealed a familiar visage from Jean Ruila's memories. Why? Why do this as a disaster? Why betray us? Jean Ruila spat through clenched teeth. Why? Dyla tenderly brushed Luo Yusi's hair and replied slowly, there is no why. I have not betrayed you. I am of the insect tribe. From the moment you saved me to the time I followed you, it has all been my design. Jean Ruila's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, yet a hint of confusion lingered. How will you release little Luo? This child, Luo Yusi, is exceptionally precious to the insect tribe. To take her, you must defeat me. However, should you lose, you will return with me to the insect tribe. Is this a wager? Dyla glanced at Jean Ruilla and responded, "You could interpret it that way." With a determined grip, Jean Ruilla drew the enchanted sword, slowly pointing it at Dyla. "Then let it begin." A monstrous creature approached Dyla with deliberate slowness, extending its tendrils to envelop Lucy within its maw. "It seems you must hasten," Dyla remarked succinctly, casting a fleeting glance at the ground below. A multitude of infected civilians surged violently against the defenses, their festering forms evoking a sense of pity in the soldiers. Yet, under the command's orders, they were compelled to direct their weapons towards what were once their own kin. With a snap, Jean Ruilla materialized beside Dyla, her enchanted sword slicing through the air towards Dyla. Too slow, Dyla thought, sidestepping effortlessly as the clumsy attack aimed at a low-tier beast appeared almost comical. A powerful kick landed squarely on Jean Ruilla's abdomen, causing her to cough up a spurt of white blood in shock. Jean Ruilla had not anticipated Dyla's formidable prowess. Despite their equal rank, "Master, do not act recklessly," echoed Xiaoling's voice within her mind. In that instant, a beam of light shot from the enchanted sword, piercing Jean Ruilla's forehead. She felt a surge of clarity, her thoughts sharpening. Once more, gripping the enchanted sword, she charged at Dyla anew. "Why must you persist? Becoming one with the insectoid race is an enviable fate." Dyla mused as a blade of ethereal energy materialized in her grasp, clashing against Jean Ruilla's weapon. The two forces collided and then separated, Jean Ruilla's hands trembling as her palms split open, while Dyla remained unfazed. "Master, this is futile. It transcends mere rank. Her mastery of energy and mental acuity far surpasses your own," cautioned Xiaoling. "Yet, I must rescue little Luo." Dyla's wounds closed instantaneously under the influence of her magical energy as she lunged towards Dyla once more. "Alas, I shall indulge you," Dyla replied, retracting her energy blade and deftly evading Jean Ruilla's attacks. She purposely exposed vulnerabilities, inviting Jean Ruilla to strike, yet each time Dyla eluded capture. The sensation of striking into cotton left Jean Ruilla frustrated and enraged. "Hurry, or those elves will soon perish," Dyla taunted, pinching the enchanted sword and leaning closer to Jean Ruilla's face. "Silence." Jean Ruilla exerted all her strength, but could not dislodge the sword. "Very well. I shall cease this game." Dyla released the enchanted sword. Waves of energy erupted from her being, coalescing into a tempest in the air. "You must intercept this, lest the elves below face certain doom." With a flick of her finger, a surge of energy shot forth towards the ground. Sensing the cataclysmic power within the energy sphere, Jean Ruilla hesitated. "Will you block it, or will you not?" Dyla observed with keen interest. "Master." Boom. Just as Jean Ruilla remained indecisive, the energy erupted violently, unfurling into a vast net of destructive electricity that cascaded downwards. Jean Ruilla no longer hesitated. The magical energy erupted from behind her, propelling her beneath the electric net. The spirits on the ground had long since noticed the two in the sky, particularly as the electric net descended, inciting even greater panic among the already frantic spirits. "Run quickly." Chapter 171, Too Tired to Think. Flash. The demon. A colossal phantom emerged from behind Jean Ruilla. This figure, radiating a fierce aura, grasped an oversized magic sword before its chest. Flash. The voice of the phantom resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. As the magic sword shot forth towards the electric net, Dyla sensed impending danger. With a powerful flap of her wings, she vanished from her location, reappearing in the distance. Impressive indeed. Truly the ancient art of magical energy. However, the cost of unleashing such a spell must be substantial. The intertwining flashes of electricity and crimson light created a blinding spectacle, forcing the spirits to shut their eyes. When they dared to open them again, both the electric net and the phantom had vanished, leaving only Jean Ruilla half kneeling in midair, her magical energy dimmed, feeling as though it could dissipate with the slightest breeze. Remarkable. She managed to withstand the spiritual energy storm. Dyla descended slowly, approaching Jean Ruilla. "Yet, you have already lost." A chain of spiritual energy surged toward Jean Ruilla. Clang. A fireball suddenly appeared, striking the chain and sending it flying. Dyla turned to the direction from which the fireball had come, noticing several spirits glaring at her intently. "How intriguing. Are you here to rescue her?" The leader among them spoke. "Princess, we come at the Queen's command to bring you back." Dyla regarded him with confusion. "Take me away? What gives you the audacity?" "Captain, stop wasting time. Let us swiftly apprehend this traitor." Dyla looked at the spirits in silence. How bothersome. A few first tier, level 5 nuisances dare to speak of capturing her. A blade of spiritual light materialized in her hand, and to the astonishment of the spirits, she vanished from sight, only to reappear behind them. "Watch out." The light blade slashed out, severing one spirit's arm with precision. Damn it. The severed limb bore a clean cut, accompanied by a strange energy that surged continuously. This energy writhed, causing blood to flow from the wound incessantly, like a faucet that could not be turned off. What a bizarre energy. Everyone, be cautious not to get hit. He exerted all his magical energy, barely managing to staunch the wound. The remaining spirits scattered, encircling Dyla. "Princess, do not force our hand. Surrender willingly." "How amusing," Dyla scoffed derisively. "Master, we have arrived at our destination. Shall we commence the assault? Kalia stood respectfully before Yangfeng, slightly bowing her head, unwilling to meet his gaze. Commence the attack, leave no survivors. Yangfeng glanced coldly at the towering city walls in the distance. His tone as frigid as glacial ice. Understood. Hiss. A sharp, terrifying sound erupted from Kalia's lips, reverberating through the swarm of insects. The quiet swarm suddenly erupted in chaos. Akin to a Mentos dropped into a bottle of soda. Exterminate them all. The elves atop the city walls were filled with trepidation, startled by the sudden onslaught of the swarm. Calamity has befallen us. Open fire. This is our final bastion. We must not allow it to fall. Brothers, attack. The fire elves fought with a resolve of certain death, for as the commander proclaimed, this city was indeed our last line of defense. Behind us lies the imperial capital. Should we falter here, the swarm would rampage unabated, as if traversing uninhabited land. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted, accompanied by a resounding crash. As a thunder beast plunged headlong into the city wall, the alloy fortifications, over 10 meters thick, were pierced by the beast's molecular blade, leaving 6 deep gashes. This is dire. The wall has been breached. We must stop it. The commander shouted anxiously, his resonant voice cutting through the stunned elves' ears. Damn it. I will fight you to the end. Take care of my family. A member of the mech squad dropped his weapon and seized a volcanic bomb nearby. His captain, taken aback, watched the departing soldier with tears in his eyes. Such scenes unfolded continuously upon the ramparts, as the thunder beasts were momentarily bewildered by the self-sacrificial assaults of these undaunted elves, ultimately perishing in vain. Who could have anticipated that, aside from the insectoid horde? There existed such merciless beings? Hiss. Yet, the demise of the thunder beast was not without merit. Its colossal form collapsed before the walls, transforming into a massive ladder. The swarm climbed upon its carcass, burrowing into the gaping hole in the wall. Damn it, the sheer number of these calamities is overwhelming. Commander, we can hardly hold on. We must endure, even if it seems impossible. The number of elves dwindled at an alarming rate, as the swarm, shielded by aerial units, reached the base of the walls. Today is a day of mourning. Elder Yuan has passed away. A torrent of emotions surged within, leaving me at a loss for words. Salute to Elder Yuan. Salute to Shinnong. Chapter 172. The arrival of the centipede. The relentless tide of the swarm continued to surge, vast enough to instill despair. Attention, an anomalous fluctuation detected. The system's voice suddenly resonated, capturing Yangfeng's attention. Anomalous fluctuation? Confirmed as a Tier 3 fleet, approaching the swarm. Yangfeng fell into deep contemplation. A Tier 3 fleet? How could such a fleet exist? With elven technology, it is impossible to possess a Tier 3 fleet. Could it be? Indeed, this fleet does not belong to the elves. It hails from another civilization. Yangfeng felt a sense of clarity, remarking, as I suspected, this divine artifact must have been brought by this civilization. To think other civilizations have arrived so swiftly. Yangfeng remained unfazed. It was merely a Tier 3 fleet, and given the current strength of the swarm, they posed no real threat. Suddenly, a fleet emerged above the walls, entering the battlefield with overwhelming might, instantly disrupting the swarm's offensive. The battleships unleashed a relentless barrage of particle cannon fire, subtly beginning to turn the tide against the insects. However, the fleet abruptly ceased its assault. Enough. We only need to temporarily repel these creatures. We are merchants and must not interfere in the conflicts between civilizations. Once we have transported those elven slaves onto the ship, we shall promptly depart. Understood. Indeed, this fleet belongs to the civilization of the cunning Klus. His intentions in sending the fleet are not altruistic. He seeks merely to hinder the swarm that has begun to disrupt his trade. However, his arrival has seemingly intensified the atmosphere on the battlefield. The swarm has fallen silent, standing still before the city walls, locking eyes with the elves. Ah, this is more like it. I shall wait here for a while to finish loading the cargo. And then we will leave. Ha ha ha. Plus grins insidiously. But are the swarm truly intimidated by him? Hiss. The voice of Kaliana resonates once more within the minds of the swarm units. Hiss. The swarm responds to Kaliana. A number of shielded creatures swiftly enter the fray, positioning themselves at the forefront with their massive shields, causing a wave of unease to wash over both the elves and the Klus. Warning. Warning. An unknown colossal entity is approaching. Warning. Warning. The urgent alarms blare throughout the warship, catching all the Klus off guard. Captain. The radar indicates a multitude of unidentified creatures rapidly approaching from the clouds, classified as Tier 2. The radar is awash with a dense array of red dots, hurtling towards them at an alarming speed. Even more terrifying is the fact that these red dots consist almost entirely of Tier 2 creatures, outnumbering them by several dozen times. Even a Tier 3 warship would struggle to withstand such overwhelming numbers for long. Above, the already dark clouds shift ominously, deepening into a more foreboding hue, as if night had fallen abruptly. Creak. A somewhat flattened, snow-white head suddenly emerges from the clouds, its massive mandibles opening and closing relentlessly. Following this, a multitude of centipede heads burst forth from the clouds, darting towards the warship. Their elongated bodies are lined with sharp, serrated limbs that gleam ominously even in the dim light. This sight not only terrifies the elves atop the walls, but also sends a shiver down the spines of the class. Can you imagine the horror of monstrous centipedes suddenly emerging from the stormy clouds? Damn it, what kind of monstrosity is this? Activate high-energy lasers to bring down these creatures. Acknowledged, charging for launch. Beams of compressed high-energy lasers shoot forth from the forefront of the warship, aimed at the centipedes. Chapter 173. The centipedes' mighty display. The high-energy lasers arrive in an instant, with hundreds of beams piercing through the bodies of the centipedes, slicing through the dark clouds. Warning! Warning! Target not eliminated. What? Cluss exclaims in terror, gazing at the centipede. The lasers have indeed struck the creature, leaving a gaping wound across its entire segment. Only the fringes of flesh dangled precariously, oozing a copious amount of verdant liquid from the gaping wounds. However, under the horrified gazes of all the elves and the Canis star beings, the severed section of the centipede began to writhe, as muscles coalesced into a grotesque head. The analysis of the target concluded, revealing an astonishing regenerative capacity, attributed to the formidable and terrifying viruses within its being. Unless the entire body could be annihilated instantaneously, or its energy fully depleted, it would merely split into two separate entities. Cluss's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Activate the hybrid engine. Retreat. Acknowledged. Under the intimidation of the centipede, the Canis star beings instantaneously lost their will to fight. After all, they were not soldiers or pirates, but mere merchants. Yet, would Yang Feng allow them to depart unscathed? You wish to leave? After slaughtering so many of my units, you think you can simply walk away as if nothing happened? Yang Feng resolved that he would not permit these arrogant fleets to leave without consequence. The rear of the Canis star fleet erupted with crimson-blue flames as they swiftly turned to flee. Their speed was impressive, but it paled in comparison to Yang Feng's. Initiate a level 50 psionic storm to suppress their engines, he commanded, as the psionic energy materialized into a beam, hurtling towards the center of the fleet. He too began to advance towards the battlefield. Warning. Severe energy attack detected. Warning. Detection buzzing. Before they could react, an arc-laden beam pierced through a warship, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. The beam then reached the heart of the fleet, detonating in a tempest of psionic energy that engulfed the entire formation. The engines of the warships sputtered to a halt, and various systems suffered varying degrees of damage, with some even emitting wisps of black smoke. Warning. Energy chamber damage at 56. Before the intelligent system could finish, it succumbed to a complete shutdown, leaving the Canis star beings in a state of bewilderment. Although the central fleet was rendered combat ineffective, the peripheral damage from the psionic storm was not severe. However, they soon found themselves encircled by the relentless centipede. Hiss! The centipede, resembling a white cord, attacked en masse, creaking as it entwined around the warships. Its sharp, pointed legs grazed the vessels, leaving behind a trail of sparks. Hiss! The centipede sank its mandibles into a warship, releasing a noxious green mist, which swiftly transformed the Canis star beings engulfed in its toxic vapors into puddles of putrid sludge, barely allowing a scream to escape their lips. Flee! Jump down! The emergency escape hatch opened, and the Canis star beings scrambled to leap through. Squeak! A swarm of flying dragons passed by, their razor-sharp mandibles slicing through their bodies, reducing the Canis star beings to mere fragments that cascaded down from the sky. The system has been restored, and the weapon systems are initializing. At long last, through the tireless efforts of the jackal-like beings, the warship has regained functionality, and the effects of the psychic storm have been minimized. However, before they could revel in their triumph, an ancient roar reverberated through the heavens. Alas, it has arrived. We are doomed. Chapter 174. The dwarfs beyond the city walls. The sky was shrouded in darkness. A colossal figure emerged, blotting out the sunlight. What manner of civilization is this? Though classified as a level 3 civilization, their combat prowess is alarmingly feeble, yielding effortlessly to the onslaught of a 1,000-legged centipede. According to the system's database, these creatures appear to be the jackal-like beings, possessing robust physiques, yet lacking in martial skill. All of them are interstellar merchants. Suddenly, the inconspicuous Gamera spoke up. Jackal-like beings? If they excel in commerce, they must be quite wealthy. I shall remember to visit their star system when the opportunity arises. Gamera was at a loss for words. Is that a mere visit you speak of? That is nothing short of coveting their forms. How base of you. Yang Feng, however, had no time to dally with these inept creatures. Hundreds of spines erupted, each piercing the hull of a warship. The spines, akin to flexible tubes, surged forth from Yang Feng's body into the interior of the vessel. As the cavernous spines emerged, Cluss trembled as he stood. What is this? Scanning. Cluss seized the communicator and shouted, all combat squads, don your mechs. Protect me. Swiftly, a cadre of slaves, marked by their brands, donned their mechs and gathered in the command room. You useless lot, remain here. With that, he turned and fled, scrambling towards the escape pod like a dog seeking refuge. As for the slaves, they were left to await their demise. I am Cluss, a being of great civilization. There is no way I shall perish here. I must flee. Warning. Warning. Multiple life signals are approaching. The shrill alarm pierced the nerves of the slaves, causing them to tremble, for they had witnessed the terror of the swarm. Yet, escape was not an option. Plus could entrust these slaves with piloting Mech precisely because they were implanted with intelligence chips. They were compelled to obey Kluss's orders unconditionally. Resistance would render their brains as mere pulp. Hiss. Before their spirits could shatter completely, the swarm arrived. The outcome was inevitable. Their cheap interstellar mechs would be reduced to mere flesh beneath the jaws and claws of the insectoid horde. However, one diminutive yet remarkably robust creature caught Yangfeng's attention. Beneath the thin armor of its mech, this being wielded a forging hammer, relentlessly repelling the jumping insects. The jumping insect struck by that colossal hammer staggered. Its exoskeleton caved in, and bones shattered, a steady stream of green blood flowing from its wounds. Quite intriguing. It appears to be a member of the dwarven race. How peculiar, for the dwarves are a dominant force in the galaxy. Why, then, are there dwarven slaves? Gamera's face was etched with confusion. Is there a problem? Yang Fengjian inquired, his expression mirroring her bewilderment. Gamera elucidated. The dwarves are masterful blacksmiths. The metals they forge are remarkably resilient and possess unparalleled toughness. Arguably the strongest known in the galaxy. To construct formidable starships, their metals and forging techniques are indispensable. Thus, across the cosmos, all civilizations grant the dwarves a modicum of respect. Moreover, the dwarven race is classified as a level 6 civilization. Hence, I cannot comprehend why there are dwarven slaves. It is truly baffling. Chapter 175, Assimilation, Dwarves. Do all dwarves possess the ability to create such metals? Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The database holds no record. Gamera replied candidly. No matter, a simple inquiry will suffice. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes, extending his mental energy, commanding the swarm to circumvent this particular dwarf. The dwarven warrior, amidst the chaos of battle, was astonished to see the swarm suddenly divert away from him, attacking the other slaves behind him. Huh, you miserable wretches. Have you learned to fear? A deep voice rumbled from his lips, reminiscent of a great bell. With a thud, the heavy iron hammer struck the ground, and he leaned against the handle, drinking from a jug while surveying the swarm. You appear quite exhilarated. What is the matter? A voice unexpectedly resonated within his mind as the dwarf, jug in hand, froze mid-motion, liquid spilling from the vessel. His face, adorned with a thick beard, was suffused with a look of tension. Gradually, he tightened his grip on the hammer's handle, discarding the jug aside. Who dares approach? I, Dilu, fear no one. Unbeknownst to him, the surrounding swarm had vanished, leaving only warm corpses in their wake. Are you searching for me? The voice echoed again in his mind. Dilu gazed ahead as a vast, abyss-like eye suddenly appeared outside the viewport, coldly scrutinizing him. You are a dwarf? Yang Feng inquired nonchalantly. Dilu, his expression fraught with anxiety, remained silent. Yang Feng, undeterred, pressed on. Then, can you forge metal? He fixed his gaze upon him unwaveringly. No sooner had the words left Yang Feng's lips than Dilu abruptly knelt, an invisible force pressing down upon him. His bones creaked, and his face turned a deep shade of purple. He knew well what Yang Feng was asking. As a dwarf, he was indeed capable of crafting such resilient metals, even forging even stronger alloys. Yet, as a dwarf, he held a sense of pride. How could he divulge the essence of his people's wisdom? Krus, that diminutive figure, has long sought to extract the secret of metal forging from his lips. However, Krus remained steadfast, for Dilu understands that Krus would not slay him. Yet now I shall. With a breath of force dissipating, he exhaled deeply. Alas, his legs had been injured under the immense weight, rendering him unable to rise. He chose instead to remain kneeling on the ground. Excellent. I appreciate your candor. Yang Feng was satisfied. It seemed there were no beings unafraid of death. Join the swarm, and I shall grant you freedom. A jest indeed. Once joined with the swarm, Dilu would possess no freedom whatsoever. But did he truly have a choice? I am willing to join the swarm and dedicate everything. Upon hearing of the swarm, a shudder coursed through him. This race bore a reputation of grand proportions, forever etched in the memories of civilizations. On the first day of calamity, the swarm, a violet-green orb rolled from the spines to his feet. Swallow it, and you shall be one with the swarm. Understood. Dilu struggled to bend down and retrieve the grotesque viral entity. After several failed attempts to place it in his mouth, he finally, under Yang Feng's impatient gaze, gritted his teeth and swallowed it whole. Yang Feng sensed Dilu's presence, like the other members of the swarm. With the slightest thought, Dilu's demise would be assured. He turned to depart, mindful that the swarm was still besieging the city. As for Dilu, upon completion of his assimilation, he would naturally return to the swarm. A barrage of shells soared through the air, striking Yang Feng's carapace and erupting in clouds of smoke. Before his colossal form, they merely sounded like firecrackers. Chapter 176, The Guma clan surrenders? We are doomed, utterly doomed. The fire spirits had completely collapsed, weapons in hand yet devoid of any intent to resist. Vacantly, they gazed at the terrifying figure above, before collapsing in a heap. It is time to conclude this. The battle has endured far too long. A calm voice resonated from Yang Feng. The spine swung through the air, and with a lightning-quick thrust, one struck the city wall. This battle had reached its definitive end. The The swarm surged hungrily into the city, mercilessly tearing apart every elf in their path. B. The swarm is ready. Though an unforeseen development has arisen, Xiaoxing's voice suddenly broke the tension as Yang Feng halted his assault. Oh, what of the Guma clan's combat prowess? Their strength is formidable. The entire star system is filled with Guma warriors, and there are quite a few of those black creatures. However, the Guma clan does not wish to fight. Their king seeks to ally with us. Xiaoxing's face was filled with helplessness. She had anticipated a fierce battle. Yet these Guma had cowered at their first encounter, refusing to retaliate or even utter a curse. Yang Feng was at a loss for words, never expecting such an outcome. Well then, Xiaoxing, please wait a moment. All right, B, Xiaoxing replied, her enthusiasm noticeably lacking. Yang Feng severed the connection with Xiaoxing and turned to Chimera, inquiring, Chimera, what is your perspective on this? Could it possibly be a trap set by the Guma tribe? Chimera, resting her head on the table constructed from mental energy, replied drowsily, do not worry, they lack the audacity. The database records indicated that the Guma tribe was once an advanced civilization, nearly annihilated millennia ago by the Bug Queen and her swarm. Such terror is ingrained in their very genes. Their diminutive brains cannot comprehend it. With arms crossed, Yang Feng pondered aloud. So, is it feasible to accept them? Indeed, if we can gain a loyal subordinate without engaging in conflict, it would be advantageous. Ultimately, the decision to accept or eliminate lies with you. Was the Guma tribe once part of the coalition against the bugs? Correct. They were a fifth-tier civilization at that time, a significant force within the coalition. Very well, let us accept them. For Yang Feng, the Guma tribe's allegiance, while unexpected, proved immensely beneficial. His original plan was to leverage the resources of the bugs and the technology of Devour to construct a formidable fleet to gather intelligence among various civilizations. However, the arrival of the Guma tribe accelerated this plan significantly. Once a fifth-tier civilization, the Guma tribe, with the assistance of the bugs, could soon reclaim their status as an advanced civilization. Xiaoxing, while the bugs may welcome the Guma tribe, remember that those outside our kin may harbor ulterior motives. Discuss the specifics with Abbas. Please, it's far too dull here. I wish to play on Lingmu Star. This place is perilous. No, do not. The soft, coaxing voice of Xiaoxing echoed, as sweet as flowing water. This woman does not appear to be virtuous, Yang Feng mused, yet he found himself susceptible to her charms. Goosebumps prickling his skin. All right, he conceded, albeit somewhat confused. By the time he realized the implications, it was already too late. Hooray, Yang Feng, resigned, finally said, fine. You may come, but you must ensure that you and Abbas have complete control over the Guma tribe before you arrive. No problem. I guarantee it. Chapter 177, Alliance Conference Buzz. Buzz. Warning, abnormal spatial fluctuations detected. The drowsy captain of the docked ship was abruptly roused by the blaring alarm. What is happening? He pressed the button to silence the flashing yellow alert. A holographic projection materialized before him. Warning, anomalous spatial waves detected. A damaged battleship will arrive at the space station in 2 minutes. The security personnel were momentarily stunned, then sprang into action, hastily seizing their communicators and shouting. Attention all personnel, in 2 minutes, a damaged battleship will arrive. All staff prepare for emergency repairs. Frigates, cruisers, battleships, and carriers, each categorized into small, medium, and large sizes, depending on the level of civilization. A yellow alert signals 2 critical scenarios. 1. An urgent matter requiring passage through a special corridor to the Allied star behind. 2. A severely damaged capital ship is on the brink of arrival, necessitating immediate repairs to prevent a catastrophic explosion on the platform. Suddenly, a biological battleship emerges from the wormhole, its hull marred by a gaping hole. Countless crew members toiled desperately to effect repairs, yet their efforts yield little success. Quickly, all repair ships, commence repairs immediately. We cannot allow this vessel to detonate on the platform. Although it is a biological warship, the immense energy within could obliterate half the space station in an instant should it explode. Lord Baisha, we must descend at once. The remaining matters are best left to these repair personnel. Baisha's expression darkens, as the damage inflicted by Yang Feng's assault is far more extensive than she had anticipated. This third-tier capital ship nearly met its demise under Leviathan's casual strike. Had it not been for the unique qualities of the biological warship, it might well have been annihilated within the wormhole. Let us seek out Zisha. Baisha turned and departed the battleship. Upon locating the supervisor of the docking platform, she inquired, before my battleship's arrival, did a black ship reach here? Although he held the position of supervisor, many were not within his capacity to offend, especially not this formidable individual before him. He replied truthfully, yes, Captain. An hour ago, a Guma warship arrived at the star, citing urgent intelligence. Understood. I entrust my ship to you. You shall receive due compensation. Of course, the supervisor fawned. Salvaging the warship was indeed his duty, and if there were compensation, then, arrange a spacecraft for me. I must proceed to the star. Captain, this way please. In no time, Baisha and the first officer boarded a spacecraft. Arriving at the star, gazing upon the thriving, technologically advanced city, Baisha couldn't help but marvel. Compared to the Guma, this place felt almost like paradise. She withdrew a square crystal from her pocket and pressed it gently. Before long, an image was projected from the crystal, revealing the visage of Zisha, his face resembling a purple yam. Baisha? You. Baisha interrupted coldly. I require a reasonable explanation. Tell me where you currently are. Very well. I am presently at the Guma consulate within the Alliance Conference Center. Come here, and I will explain in person, Zisha replied earnestly, noting Baisha's somber demeanor. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall charge you with desertion. Upon hanging up the square crystal, Zisha shook his head helplessly. He could be considered one of the longest-lived members of the Guma, aside from the Guma King, at 3,000 years of age. Yet, he knew he could not best this woman. This is quite troublesome. I hope the Alliance recognizes the threat posed by the Zerg, or we shall face dire consequences. However, he sensed that the Alliance would not regard this matter with the seriousness it deserved. For within this alliance were the newly ascendant stars of the past 10 millennia, predominantly 3rd and 4th tier civilizations, entirely oblivious to the terror of the Zerg, unaware of the terror posed by the Zerg. How could one truly regard it with the seriousness it warrants? As for how he came to know of it, that was undoubtedly revealed to him by the great Guma King, the first high-ranking Guma spawned 3 millennia ago. At that time, the Guma King had just begun to recover from severe injuries, and he imparted all the knowledge of transformation to him, even transmitting memories from the great battle. The horror of the swarm was inscribed deeply within his very genes and soul. Master Zisha, the envoys from other civilizations have already arrived at the conference hall, announced an octopus-headed being as it pushed open the door. Understood. The squid-like creature, lacking limbs and possessing only repulsive tentacles that left trails of slime on the floor, was a member of the black squid race. True to the name of their planet, it was entirely dark, and without its 2 round, glistening eyes, one could hardly discern its front from its back. Upon entering the conference hall, he found the seats filled with envoys from various civilizations, save for his own presence. By the way, a fellow clansman will arrive shortly. She is pure white in appearance. I would appreciate it if you could attend to her, Zisha instructed the black squid. Certainly, Master Zisha. Nodding, Zisha ascended to the forefront of the podium. This gathering was pivotal, and whether they could stifle the Zerg in its cradle depended solely on his ability to persuade these civilizations. As Zisha took the stage, the diplomats engaged in conversation fell silent. I understand that many of you are puzzled as to what urgent matter compelled me to invoke the Alliance's decree, he began slowly. I shall not waste words, and will convey the message directly. With a wave of his hand, a projection materialized before the table of the assembled civilizations. The foundational unit of the Zerg, along with descriptions of its appearance and abilities, was displayed, prominently marked with a civilization tier of level 8. This revelation sent ripples of anxiety through all present. Master Zisha, could you elaborate further? Inquired the black squid diplomat with a grave demeanor. Indeed, the situation is exceedingly dire. Allow me to tread lightly as I elucidate, Zisha replied. The Zerg are a formidable race, the harbingers of cosmic annihilation. Wherever they tread, civilizations meet their demise. 10,000 years ago, under the dominion of the Zerg's Queen of Blades, they swept through the cosmos, obliterating countless civilizations. At this juncture, the envoys squirmed restlessly, their discomfort palpable. However, under the coordinated efforts of numerous advanced civilizations, the Queen of Blades was defeated, and the Zerg were eradicated completely. My Guma race was among those affected, suffering grievous losses, only beginning to recover 3 millennia later. Just when I believed the Zerg had vanished from this universe, I encountered them once more. What? The Zerg? Zisha coughed a few times, signaling for silence. I know that the army is understandably fearful, yet, we still possess a chance. The current Zerg are but helpless infants in swaddling. They have yet to mature. If we wish to survive, we must eradicate them while they are still in their infancy. Chapter 178. Did you ever expect this? I have surrendered. Well, Lord Zisha, despite your assertions, we remain somewhat skeptical. Indeed, as anticipated, an individual of limited intellect has emerged. The speaker hails from a civilization known as Nashixing, a race endowed with the formidable ability to command storms, capable of conjuring tempests from the void of space that do not dissipate. While their prowess is undeniably impressive, their mental faculties leave much to be desired. Moreover, the relationship between this civilization and the Guma tribe is far from amicable, given that the Guma once invaded Nashixing, ultimately failing. Which explains why this dim-witted individual dares to speak. But is Zisha truly so astute? Although his intellect is considered sharp among the Guma, it pales in comparison to that of other commanding species. Thus, without hesitation, Zisha retorted vehemently, I couldn't care less if you believe me or not. If it comes to that, I shall flee to another star system and let you elemental beings face your deity. I apologize to those who dislike coarse language, yet I find this more expressive. The Nashixing's expression shifted dramatically, embodying the very essence of storm and cloud. For they are composed of wind elements and lack a fixed form. Enough of this bickering, a tall, verdant orc interjected. Only then did the two cease their quarrel. The orc's authority was palpable. Despite the many factions within Orcish society, They unite in the face of invasion or calamity. Zisha, temper your ire. We still place our trust in you. After all, the Guma were once a high-level civilization, and you would not fabricate such grave matters. The surrounding civilizations nodded in agreement, signaling their concurrence. Humph, foolish one, may I never cross paths with you again. Should I shall deliver a beating each time. Zisha, yielding to the orc's presence, concluded his threats against the Nashixing. The latter appeared disgruntled, longing to retaliate, yet feeling as if a weight of composite steel rested heavily within, causing great discomfort. Very well. Since we all grasp the gravity of the situation, let us commence discussing our strategies. With Zisha's insights on the insectoid menace, all present should now be well informed, necessitating a united front from our civilizations to launch an offensive. This assembly, under the collective deliberation of all civilizations, culminated in a plan precisely one day later. During the campaign against the insectoids, no civilization shall engage in warfare amongst themselves, and mutual assistance is imperative. Apart from the requisite defensive fleets, all available combat forces shall be mobilized. Numerous additional details were established, though I shall refrain from enumerating them all. Zisha exhaled a sigh of relief, and, upon exiting the conference room, was promptly accosted by Baisha. Faced with Baisha, who gripped his collar, Zisha bore an expression of resignation. Baisha, you must be aware of the developments by now. Baisha, his demeanor shadowed, gradually released his grip and remarked, the king has surrendered. The violet-hued shaman's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently inquired, are you saying that the king has surrendered? How is that even conceivable? The king's wisdom and valor would never permit such an act. You must be deceiving me, am I not correct? The white shaman, equally disheartened, replied, I am not deceiving you. The king has allied himself with the Zerg. Only a few hours ago. Instantly, the color of shaman's face darkened from violet to black, causing him to stagger back several steps. Bowing his head, he murmured to himself, what then was the purpose of all my endeavors? Is the Zerg truly so formidable that even you? He had always perceived the king as a genuine powerhouse, a true sovereign who, a millennium ago, faced the 8th-tier Zerg and fought valiantly until only he remained, never yielding an inch. Everything he had done was aimed at ensuring the king could eradicate the Zerg, obliterating the shadows of his memories, the nightmares. Yet, he never anticipated that the king would. Shaman, what shall we do next? Shall we continue assisting the alliance against the Zerg? The shaman remained silent, his countenance heavy with exhaustion, not merely physical fatigue, but a profound spiritual weariness. He felt his faith teetering on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and spoke solemnly. No, we shall return to Gumastar. I must ascertain the king's true intentions. Why, a millennium ago, did he refuse to retreat against the Zerg, yet now he allies with former foes? The white shaman inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, turning to depart. He understood that the shaman had made up his mind and could not be swayed. Master, the fire spirits have been defeated. Shall we advance? Yang Feng remained impassive. Responding coolly, pressed forward, leaving no survivors. He had not forgotten the two great spirit empires still in play. As for the earth spirits, they were on the brink of collapse under the relentless assault of the Cockroach King and Dara. Chapter 179. The Earth Star. Meanwhile, in the Earth Spirit Empire, following Dara's annihilation of the Queen's Guard, chaos had ensued. Swarms of Zerg continued to pour forth from the Windward Gorge. The civilian wood spirits were utterly incapable of withstanding the ferocity of the Zerg horde. Under Dara's command, the majority of the wood spirits were transformed into nourishment, giving rise to towering Zerg structures. The remaining spirits toiled like slaves, clearing the waste produced by the Zerg. The entire city had transformed into a Zerg nest. Dara had contemplated further assaults, but the Earth spirits had retreated underground. The Earth spirits possessed a profound affinity with the Earth element, significantly enhancing their combat prowess below the surface. An uncalculated intrusion by the Zerg into their subterranean domain could result in catastrophic losses. Lady Dara, what shall we do next? Should we inform the master? Dara waved her hand dismissively, stating, there is no need for concern. They will emerge eventually. Under the fungal blanket, all nutrients and minerals will be absorbed. Hiding underground is merely a means of prolonging their existence. Everything the Zerg touched was malevolent, and the fungal tumors were no exception. The fungal blanket generated by these tumors not only possessed formidable digestive capabilities, but also harbored potent viruses, gradually infiltrating the depths. The Zerg would effortlessly dismantle the Earth spirits without incurring any losses. Understood. The Master's intent is to continue forward. Our target lies with the golden spirits in the west. Indeed, Dara nodded. I shall take my leave for now. The insect lord retreated with its sharp four limbs, and only after it had departed did Della's expression gradually calm. However, her emotions remained tumultuous. Jean Ruila had fled during her battle with the Queen's Guard. Moreover, she had escaped with something of great significance, the Earth Star. The very object the Sovereign had commanded to be found was taken right from under her nose by Jean Ruila. It was hardly surprising, considering Jean Ruila was already injured. Even if she managed to escape, she could not have gone far. Thus, during the skirmish with the Guard, Della had scarcely paid her any heed. It was not until the arrival of support from the Cockroach King, when the battle was nearing its conclusion, that an unexpected turn of events occurred. A yellow-brown orb of light suddenly erupted from the ground and flew directly into Jean Ruila's body. Instantly, the wounded Jean Ruila was healed, and her level surged rapidly, reaching the second tier, nearly equal to Della's own. Although their strengths were now comparable, knowing she was outmatched, Jean Ruila turned to flee, disappearing into the depths of the earth. Is this the consciousness of the planet? Della sighed deeply. She understood that it was the consciousness of Lingmu Star that had intervened. Yet, she could not fathom why the planetary consciousness chose to save Jean Ruila. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for that little creature was still in her grasp. A rare smile graced Della's face as she glanced at the entrapped Liusi. Liusi wore a displeased expression, unable to comprehend why Della had confined her. As she attempted to speak, a stream of nutrient solution gurgled into her mouth. She could not even summon her manifestation, Yaya, and could only glare at Della in frustration. Do not worry, I shall not harm you. On the contrary, I can make you stronger. I can help you unleash even greater power. After the insect lord's examination, it was revealed that Liusi was akin to a human-shaped nuclear bomb, her spiritual energy seemingly boundless. However, Liusi had no idea how to control this energy, even Yaya. The manifested life was merely a serendipitous discovery. Sovereign, I must report an important matter, Della stated. I have discovered a powerful spirit. Intriguing. Yang Feng felt a flicker of curiosity upon hearing Della's words. Chapter 180. Assimilating Lizzie, bring her to me yourself. There must be no mistakes. Understood. Della replied with a solemn expression. Yang Feng was quite pleased, as he had not expected such a discovery on this second-tier literary planet. This endeavor was commendable. Liusi's value was immensely significant to the insect race. Coincidentally, I have an opportunity for evolution here. Once you deliver Liusi, prepare for her evolution. Yes. Della's face shone with excitement, her eyes brimming with eagerness. In merely half a day's time, Della arrived by Yang Feng's side, cradling the wrapped Liusi. Go ahead and evolve. There is no rush for the offensive, as they cannot escape. Understood. After Della departed, Yang Feng turned his gaze to the white-haired little girl. Liusi's eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement. However, soon, a visage of agony and ferocity marred her countenance. Yet, a radiant light erupted from her chest, restoring her expression to a state of tranquility. A peculiar organism was detected, with its species, rank, and abilities remaining unknown, and a threat level of 0 was assigned. Assimilation was recommended. Beep. Task issued. Assimilate Liusi. Task description. Liusi possesses an extraordinarily formidable power, yet remains oblivious to its utilization. She lacks the discernment of good and evil. Upon assimilation, her bloodline can be fully activated. Reward. Evolution Chamber Level 2, 20 planetary points, 1 lottery chance, and 1 special evolution opportunity exclusive to Liusi. Caution. Liusi's abilities are potent and may lead to a loss of control. Preparedness is advised. Yang Feng, within the confines of the mental realm, gazed at the task interface, his brows furrowing. He inquired, System, what does a potential loss of control imply? The psychic energy within Liusi currently exists in a state of equilibrium, continuously circulating within her. However, the intrusion of the Zerg virus into her body could likely disrupt this cycle, resulting in chaos. Rest assured, even if chaos does ensue, it will not last long. Once the Zerg virus has fully integrated into her system, the state of chaos will be alleviated. Yang Feng remained silent, sensing an unsettling disquiet. What would happen in the event of chaos? Well, it's not a significant concern. Within 1,000 miles of Liusi, everything would be obliterated. Yang Feng mused. Not a big deal, just a tad terrifying. Surely, there would be no issues in space. After all, that would be the safest approach. Commotion in the vastness of space would pose little threat. Thus, he resolved to proceed. The spiked appendages coiled around the orb encasing Liusi, propelling it toward the cosmos. What are you? So immense. Liusi exclaimed in her elfin tongue. Yang Feng, unable to comprehend her words, recognized that all Zerg possessed a unique organ capable of absorbing the mental fluctuations of other beings. This organ allowed them to communicate by converting these fluctuations into their own language. Hence, not everyone in the universe converses in Mandarin. Yang Feng regarded the bewildered little creature, uncertain of how to respond. Ultimately, under her hopeful gaze, he slowly declared, I am Leviathan, the sovereign of the Zerg. I see. You are the progenitor of those monsters? No wonder you are so powerful. I could hardly comprehend it, nearly causing my head to burst. Yang Feng appeared dazed. Progenitor? That sounded somewhat peculiar, yet it seemed accurate. Reflecting on the current swarm, which indeed originated from the primary hive within him, calling him a progenitor seemed justifiable. By the way, what did the child mean by comprehend? What do you mean by comprehend? Liusi, looking troubled, twirled her fingers nervously and hesitantly replied, Grandpa doesn't allow me to say, but I feel like I should. Then just say it. I won't tell anyone, Yang Feng casually remarked. To his surprise, Liusi genuinely believed him, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, Really? How splendid. Allow me to recount this child, who always seems to lack a certain connection. No, she resembles a mere youngling. However, her words undeniably astonished him. Upon their initial encounter, She utilized her psychic abilities to analyze his bodily structure. Should her analysis succeed, she could manifest a Leviathan identical to Yang Feng. Yet, as Yang Feng observed, her countenance was marred by anguish, nearly overwhelmed by the colossal and intricately precise data. Fortuitously, the necklace gifted by the elderly gentleman she mentioned forcibly interrupted the analysis. Nonetheless, this ability was sufficient to leave Yang Feng utterly astonished. Chapter 181. Successful assimilation. Upon arriving in the vastness of space, the darkness of the universe remained unyielding. Even with the presence of the sun, Yang Feng selected a suitable location, an expanse devoid of obstructions, ideal for the assimilation of Luo Yushi. He hoped for the absence of unforeseen complications. A mass of viral particles coalesced above her spine, suspended before her inquisitive gaze. Consume it, once ingested. You shall grow stronger, the demon's whispers echoed incessantly in her mind, inducing a state of disorientation. Despite her reluctance, her hand instinctively reached for the viral particles. The particles, seemingly imbued with life, glided slowly toward her palm. Luo Yushi cradled the particles before placing them into her mouth. The entire process unfolded unexpectedly smoothly, prompting a sigh of relief from Yang Feng. Now came the most crucial moment. From a distance of 1,000 miles, Yang Feng observed Luo Yushi intently. The instant the viral particles entered her mouth, they transformed into a stream that flowed into her stomach. In that moment, Luo Yushi's expression contorted in agony, her body trembling uncontrollably as if enduring the utmost torment. How excruciating! She groaned repeatedly, as her insides churned violently. The virus coursed through her veins, causing grotesque purple-green veins to protrude upon her skin, presenting a horrifying sight. Suddenly, a surge of potent psychic energy erupted from within her. Trouble! Host, flee! The psychic energy within Luo Yushi has gone awry. Its power exceeds my predictions significantly, Yang Feng exclaimed, turning to escape, for the frenzied psychic energy spread with alarming rapidity, almost reaching his position in mere seconds. Damn it, you wretched system, you nearly led to my demise. Yang Feng felt the overwhelming force of that psychic energy up close, his entire being trembling. How outrageous. I would not doubt that such power could obliterate a small planet. Yang Feng swallowed hard, gazing at Luo Yushi in the distance. At long last, after a full hour, Luo Yushi emerged from her state of chaos. Exhausted, she resembled a lifeless doll, curled up in a faint amidst the cosmos. Yang Feng prepared to approach and lift Luo Yushi when a figure suddenly appeared nearby. Xiao Xing had just leaped over and was greeted by the immense form of Yang Feng. Her eyes brimmed with confusion, seemingly questioning Yang Feng's actions. As the explanation unfolded, Xiao Xing finally grasped what Yang Feng was engaged in. She swiftly flew forward, positioning herself in front of Yang Feng and approaching Lu Yusi. Adorable, like a doll. Xiao Xing's maternal instincts surged forth, and she gently embraced Lu Yusi with her not-so-long arms. Though Lu Yusi initially frowned, her expression soon transformed into one of comfort as she nestled into Xiao Xing's embrace, continuing her slumber. How delightful! Yang Feng hesitated, uncertain about allowing such a potentially destructive being to remain close to Xiao Xing. Host, Lu Yusi is quite safe. She is akin to an infant who requires a nurturing mother figure. Xiao Xing indeed qualifies as a fitting choice, the system stated. Yang Feng was aware that Lu Yusi had been confined within the royal castle by the fire elemental king, devoid of emotions or desires, knowing little beyond the realm of sustenance. Therefore, he finally conceded. All right, but you must prioritize your own safety. Lu Yusi possesses formidable abilities. Lu Yusi nodded enthusiastically, resembling an exuberant rooster. Ding. Task completion rewards. Evolution Chamber Level 2, 20 planet points, 1 lottery chance, 1 special evolution opportunity, exclusive to Lu Yusi. Evolution Chamber Level 2 further unlocks the armor level of the swarm and certain branches. Oh, and there are task rewards as well. I nearly forgot without your reminder. Let's proceed with the lottery first. As for the special evolution opportunity, we'll reserve it for after Lu Yusi has spent some time learning from Xiao Xing. Acknowledged. Initiating the lottery spin. The familiar display of fireworks erupted, accompanied by the shimmering golden light. Yet, Yang Feng could not help but feel a surge of restlessness. This sensation was exhilarating. Bang! Congratulations! You have obtained Scorpion. Provided by book friend Nyo. Scorpion, 0-5 planet points level 2, grade 3, heavy armored ground unit. Height, 39 meters, body length, 30 meters, tail length, 40 meters. Abilities, psionic plasma. Designed similarly to the plasma insect, the scorpion's tail can emit a powerful psionic plasma, delivering immense strength but lacking in melee combat. However, this weapon can also serve as anti-air. Giant claws, a pair of enormous, powerful pincers, akin to a colossal guillotine. Those ensnared within face inevitable dismemberment. Energy-conducting exoskeleton. The Scorpion-S exoskeleton shares similarities with that of a soldier ant, capable of conducting various forms of energy and subsequently dispersing it. Self-amputation. Shearing off its own tail induces a berserk state, significantly enhancing speed, though it results in inevitable demise shortly thereafter. Description. Psionic plasma serves as a dual-mode weapon. On the ground, it manifests as a potent psionic plasma sphere, while in the air, it becomes a dispersive plasma airburst. Drawbacks: its massive size results in sluggish movement, and plasma cannot be utilized for close-range attacks, rendering it vulnerable in close quarters with significant blind spots. Chapter 182, Alliance. While Yang Feng was still engaged in his slaughter on Lingmu's star, the stars, a fleet, composed of 23 civilizations, is currently assembling. With 100,000 Guardian ships, 10,000 destroyers, 5,000 battleships, and 23 aircraft carrier command ships, this formidable force would be more than sufficient to confront a fifth-tier civilization. However, its efficacy against the insectoid race remains uncertain. The vast fleet collectively initiates its transition, embarking towards the coordinates provided by Zisha. On Gummer Star, a colossal Gummer creature, occupying 1/3 of the planet's volume, is resting with its eyes closed. This is the Gummer King, an ancient being who has existed for over 100,000 years. Yet, the might of the insectoids has shattered the will of this venerable life form. Once hailed as the god of war, he is now transformed into a figure of excess, his form bloated and unkempt. "You have returned, Zisha," he murmurs, slowly opening his eyes to gaze ahead. Within his violet irises lingers an indomitable spirit. "Indeed, my king," Zisha replies, kneeling with reverence. "It is well that you have returned. We have now allied with the insectoids and need not flee any longer." "My king." Zisha cannot suppress his urge to question his sovereign. However, the Gummer King raises a hand slowly and states, "I know you wish to inquire why we have allied with the insectoids." He exhales deeply, his voice resonating with gravity. "Do you understand why I fled to this resource-scarce planet?" Zisha is momentarily taken aback. "Fled? Hasn't the Gummer race always existed here?" His tone brims with curiosity. Alas, how could a barren planet allow the Gummer race to ascend to a fifth-tier civilization? To comprehend this, we must turn back the clock to millennia past. Indeed, the Gummer race suffered greatly due to the insectoids, yet my presence ensured that we would not descend to our current plight. After that catastrophic battle, I was grievously wounded, but those self-righteous alliance members ambushed me, fearing that the Gummer race might threaten their standing. They relentlessly pursued me, with no other recourse. I crossed the Dark Zone to escape to this place. However, in crossing the Dark Zone, I was assailed by mysterious creatures, reducing my power to the 3rd tier. Do you understand now? Only by allying with the insectoids can we reclaim our former glory and exact our vengeance. Zisha stands frozen, overwhelmed. It is the first time he has heard such profound secrets. "I understand, my king. That is good. You may leave now. From this point onward, we shall serve the insectoids. After all, our mode of existence is quite similar to theirs. We are both entities deemed intolerable by the cosmos." Zisha rises slowly and exits the subterranean palace. Observing the swarming insects above, a spark ignites in his eyes. Resolutely, he turns once more towards the warships. "Oh, has the news of the insectoids spread already?" "Yes, sovereign," replies Yang Feng, contemplatively regarding Zisha, the Gummer. "Do you know the extent of their strength?" "Approximately 150,000 warships, composed of 23 civilizations." Yang Feng slowly closes his eyes, pondering the strategy. 150,000. For a swarm of billions, this is woefully inadequate. However, according to Zisha, a 4th-tier civilization possesses the capability to annihilate a small planet. This poses a significant dilemma for the swarm. It is time for your Guma clan to take action. The insectoid race has no need for the ineffective. You shall merge the Guma fleet with the Alliance fleet and keep me informed at all times. Understood. Grasping the larva attached to the Yang Bee's stinger, he turned and hastened towards the warship. As far as he knew, the Alliance fleet was already on the move during this period. At that moment, Kallian appeared before Yang Bee out of thin air. "Master, what shall we do about Blue Star? Our conflict with the Alliance will surely impact the 4-armed apes there. Bring them to Spirit Wood Star and establish a colony to continue supplying energy points for the swarm," Yang Bee replied calmly. Kallian nodded. "Understood, Master." The Alliance fleet's transition is not as swift as that of the insectoid race. It will take 2 months to arrive. Ding, mission annihilation triggered. Mission objective, destroy the Alliance fleet. Reward, 50 planet points, 3 evolution opportunities. Evolution 1, mutated flying dragon, system level 1. What a bountiful reward. Yang Bee couldn't help but marvel. The more substantial the rewards from the system's tasks, the greater the challenges. It seems this Alliance army is formidable. Ding, evolution chamber has completed its evolution. Finally, the evolution is complete. The evolution chamber will be the key to overcoming the Alliance fleet. Opening the evolution chamber. Insectoid armor, level 1, grade 5. To advance a tier requires 10 planet points. Insectoid weapon, level 1, grade 5. To advance a tier requires 15 planet points. The evolution chamber not only enhances various armors of the swarm, but also unlocks diverse abilities, such as the underground charge of the Thunder Beast and the tendon augmentation of the Stinger Serpent. These abilities significantly bolster the insectoid units. Of course, they come at a steep price. Yang Bee currently possesses only 60 planet points, which were accrued from the slaughter of the firewood races and task rewards. However, Upon observing the points required for evolution, he felt a wave of frustration. Alas, these planet points were originally meant for acquiring hero-level units, and now, they are insufficient. Let us first max out the armor points, and then the ranged attack points. Thus, after a series of expenditures, Yangbi was left with a mere 3 points. How infuriating. The planet points are far too scarce. Just as he depleted all his planet points, a tremendous transformation occurred among all insectoid units. Particularly, those below hero level experienced a steep ascent in levels, reaching Tier 2, Grade 5. Phew, this should suffice. Yangbi nodded in satisfaction. Lightly tapping the shell of the thunder beast with his stinger, it produced a dull thud without any scratches. Not bad. It is at least 5 times stronger than before evolution. At that moment, a shockwave formed from psychic energy radiated outward. What is happening? Yangbi flew towards the center. Just as I encountered the small fortune who had activated her combat mode, I found myself choking on the overwhelming force of her presence. A smoke ring escaped her lips, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. What on earth was happening? Why such disarray? Well, I had instructed Liu Si to simulate a nuclear explosion, and then it detonated. Yang Feng, taken aback, quickly inquired, "Are you alright? A psychic simulation of a nuclear bomb? What an absurd notion. A nuclear explosion is the result of reactions among different elements, unleashing tremendous power. Although psychic energy is formidable, it cannot substitute for these elemental reactions. I'm fine. The force was slightly less than that of a real nuclear bomb. But if there were ample psychic energy, the power would be incalculable." Chapter 183. Leviathan. Yang Feng's expression darkened as he admonished, "How can you say that? Next time you conduct an experiment, do not stand so close, understood?" Lowering her head, Xiaoxing murmured, "Wu, I want to stand so close again. Please don't be angry." Feng. Yang Feng, feeling exasperated, found it difficult to remain upset. "Never mind, as long as you're unharmed. Let us check on Liu Si." Upon returning to the ground, a massive crater had formed in the center of the fungal blanket, resembling the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. Residual juices from the fungal blanket were scattered everywhere. Yang Feng couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. "Where are you?" Xiaoxing quickly spotted Liu Si, squatting at the bottom of the pit, her face filled with distress. She rushed over and enveloped Liu Si's petite form in her embrace. Looking around with concern, she asked, "Little Luo, are you hurt? Is there anywhere that aches?" "Wu, Sister Xiaoxing. Did I cause trouble?" As she spoke, Liu Si began to sob sorrowfully. Hey, why are you crying? It's not your fault. It's my sister's fault for asking you to manifest a nuclear bomb. It's all right, dear, don't cry." Experiencing care for the first time, Liu Si's sobs grew louder as she clung to Xiaoxing, weeping heartily. Xiaoxing held her tightly, offering continuous comfort. Yang Feng felt like an outsider, discreetly stepping away. "Master, the swarm has reached the borders of the water sprite kingdom, but we are obstructed by waves." Just as Yang Feng was about to let his mind wander into a state of relaxation, Kaliana roused him from his reverie. "Waves. Establish a nest here and rest. I will go investigate." Understood. Yang Feng soared from the main nest towards the front lines of the swarm. Soon, he arrived at the seashore where the swarm was located. The water sprites thrived within the ocean, creating a veritable paradise for them, teeming with water elements. Yet, contrary to the idyllic image of sunny skies and sandy beaches, monstrous waves surged continuously, crashing against the rocks, reducing them to mere ash, which was then whisked away by the tides. System, initiate a scan. Ding. Water sprite magical energy technique. Tidal wave. Level 2, a magical technique executed collectively by 100 million water sprites. What a grand endeavor. Now, 2 challenges lay before Yang Feng. One was the colossal waves ahead. In the water, the swarm would struggle to gain leverage, merely at the mercy of the relentless tides. The Zerg race lacks any units capable of swimming. Although they do not require respiration, maneuvering freely in deep water proves to be a formidable challenge, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Alas, is there any solution? Ding. The evolution chamber can bestow swimming abilities upon the swarm for merely 3 star points. Yang Feng. He was utterly convinced that such an evolutionary option did not exist within the evolution chamber, having meticulously examined all possible evolutionary paths. It was evident that the system had arbitrarily inserted this feature, merely to exploit his remaining 3 star points. Truly, the system is cunning in its attempts to extract every last star point from me. Well, what choice do I have but to evolve? This is the system's grand design. One cannot help but fall for it. The evolution commenced, deducting 3 star points. A grand timeline materialized before his eyes, illustrating the duration required for the evolution process. Taking the jumpers as an example, a thin membrane began to form between their toes, reminiscent of a duck's webbed feet. As for the pressure issue, it was inconsequential. The Zerg could survive in the vacuum of space, let alone the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, a resounding whale call echoed from ahead. Yang Feng could discern that it emanated from the tumultuous waves. Raising his gaze, he beheld a colossal machine emerging atop the water's surface, impervious to the surging tides. This behemoth was several sizes larger than Yang Feng, constructed from an unknown metal, and bore a striking resemblance to a blue whale. Save for the imposing mechanical horn atop its head. While he was observing, A glimmering light abruptly appeared upon his horn. This is bad. All units, submerge. Whoosh. A laser sliced through the coast like a cutting machine, stripping away a layer and exposing the hard rock beneath. A small portion of the swarm was caught in the laser's path, disintegrating into thin air. Damn, what is this creature? System scan initiated. Leviathan type, rank 2, a heavy war machine, armed with weapons throughout its entirety, capable of relentless assaults as long as sufficient energy is available. Abilities, high energy laser. Rank 2, the horn serves as a massive laser emitter, compressing energy into a highly penetrating and destructive beam. Missile silos. Rank 2, the torso is filled with formidable missile silos, which, once fired, will inflict significant damage upon the swarm. By heavens, this must be the pinnacle of technology on Lingmu's star. It is beyond human comprehension. Yang Feng regarded this namesake of his with trepidation. Caution, host. This is merely a model. There are variants of the Leviathan. The model Leviathan is a mass-produced war machine, while the Alpha is an elite variant. It seems the water spirit is indeed the most formidable entity on Lingmu's star, a truly tough adversary. TCH. I shall deploy the Infector's virus to transform this ocean into a source of contagion. Originally intending for a swift and decisive victory, Yang Feng now found himself forced to adopt a more insidious approach, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Hiss. A corpulent infectee crawled from the ground, making its way toward the coast. Buzz. The Leviathan detected the presence of the infectee and prepared to unleash its high-energy laser once more, intent on delivering a severe blow to the swarm. Such tactics shall not be repeated. I shall not allow it. With a surge of psychic energy manifesting upon the spines of the Yangbi, a beam of ethereal light sliced through the towering waves, sweeping across the Leviathan's horn. Crackle. Sparks erupted as the horn plummeted into the sea, claiming the lives of countless marine creatures. Humph, you escaped swiftly. Just as the Yangbi prepared to strike again, the behemoth had already submerged, vanishing from sight. Beneath it, the infectee had released the virus into the ocean. In the span of a mere breath, the virus swiftly spread, devouring all nutrients and life within the sea, dividing, consuming, dividing. Before long, the once vibrant ocean had surrendered its colors, replaced by a profound shade of purplish black. Within the sea, cities encased in luminous shields were engulfed in panic. The once crystal-clear waters had suddenly turned murky. Any creature that encountered even a drop of seawater was transformed from a normal spirit into a horrific monstrosity, covered in repulsive tentacles. Curse it, monsters! Where's the guard? Where are the sentinels? Quickly, eliminate these abominations. Soon, the guard arrived, dispatching all infectees and sealing them away in flames. Still uneasy, they proceeded to disinfect the entire kilometer surrounding the site of infection. Chapter 184. Infection Sire. The infection virus has simultaneously erupted across all cities, yet the guard acted swiftly, eradicating all infectants. Indeed, increase the patrols, spare not a single infectee. Understood. The general nodded, gradually retreating to join the ranks of high officials. Sire, due to the guard's actions against the infected civilians, the families of these individuals are now in an uproar, parading in protest, reported an official. The king snorted, visibly irate. A bunch of unruly rabble. They must be well-fed and idle. Issue a decree. Should they dare to cause disturbances during the military lockdown, they shall face lethal consequences. This is understood. The official wished to say more, but faltered under the king's gaze. With no further matters to discuss, the meeting was adjourned. As the officials gathered in small clusters, discussions erupted. Alas, what shall we do? If the civilians truly revolt, the impact would be immense. The towering waves rely heavily on the support of the populace. What can we do but comply and hope for the best? The following day, an event occurred that ignited the fury of all civilians. The parade was met with gunfire from the guard, resulting in numerous civilian casualties. This act ignited the collective wrath of the populace, compelling all spirits to emerge from their homes and join the procession. Avenge! Avenge! Witnessing the frenzied crowd before the palace, the king roared in anger. Unruly rabble! Unruly rabble! However, he found solace in the fact that the spirits maintaining the colossal waves ahead remained unaffected, steadfastly upholding the grand formation. Within the sewers, a swarm of larvae fervently swam, akin to an ant colony in transit, while above them, a crowd paraded. These larvae, birthed from Terra, were significantly smaller than ordinary ones, often overlooked by standard instruments despite their lethal potential. Hiss! Their destination was at hand. The larvae raised their heads, gazing up at the manhole cover. Whoosh! One by one, the larvae surged forth from the manhole's openings, seizing control of a spirit just as it let out a cry of despair. Amidst the cacophony of the spirited throng, this sound stirred not a ripple. The larvae sought their hosts, silently commandeering their thoughts, and thereby bolstering their ranks. The army ahead had no time to concern themselves with the unfolding events behind them, for the swarm had arrived. Cloaked in darkness, the swarm approached the army like the harbinger of death, stealthily drawing near. Hiss! The sound of Cariana's assault was instantly detected, and alarms blared within the shield. Countless spirits poured out from their dwellings. Yet, it was too late. Accompanied by a dull explosion, the shield was breached. creating a gaping hole through which the swarm surged. Crack! The claws of the jumping insects clashed against the giant sword of the mech, igniting a myriad of sparks. Hiss! A spiny projectile shot forth from the shadows, piercing the driver's skull. The entire swarm moved with rapid efficiency, leaving the water spirit's forces utterly incapable of resistance. Activate the defensive matrix. Clack, clack, clack. All the buildings suddenly shifted, continuously rearranging like building blocks, ultimately forming an odd matrix. Zing, zing, zing. Beams of laser erupted from the blue gems atop the arrow towers, inflicting heavy casualties upon the swarm. Roar! Ion orbs pierced directly from outside the shield, bombarding the arrow towers. However, a flash of blue light flickered, and the ion orbs mysteriously vanished into thin air. Quite intriguing. I wonder if there is an absorption limit. Yang Feng mused quietly. This blue light bore an uncanny resemblance to the exoskeleton of the marching ants, capable of harnessing various energies for its own use. Cockroaches. Burrow into the ground and topple those towers. Shield bugs. Move forward to intercept the attacks. Under Yang Feng's command, the swarm operated with remarkable order. With 1 or 2 destructors housed within each shield bug, these branches of cockroaches, true to their name, possessed formidable destructive capabilities. Stinging serpents wove through the swarm, poised to deliver fatal strikes at the first sign of weakness from the enemy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The drone squad had arrived and engaged the target. Fist-sized energy bombs were hurled, once again scattering the meticulously arranged swarm. Yang Feng, with a scornful expression, slowly declared, "The red bats may enter. Bring down this refuse." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The raucous sound of the red bats echoed in Yang Feng's mind, causing his expression to darken gradually. The response of these sprites is remarkably swift. The red bat, submerged in water, is engaged in a fierce battle with the mechanical forces of the sprites. Although its movements in the water are hindered, its offensive capabilities have significantly increased, as sound travels through water at several times the speed it does in air. The crimson blood of the bat mingles with the water, while various bionic machines explode in response to the bat's ultrasonic waves. The intriguing part is about to unfold. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a colossal horn emerged from the dark depths of the sea. Yang Feng instantly recognized it as the one he had severed the horn from that day, though the water sprites had restored it to its former glory atop its head. Nonetheless, the mark of the injury remained conspicuously visible. Buzz. The seawater began to boil, bubbles rising in tumult. Intense energy fluctuations materialized within Yang Feng's field of vision. Who, I wonder, bestowed upon you the audacity to appear before me so brazenly? For spines, each 100 meters in diameter, thrust forth, piercing the Leviathan's torso. A mournful cry echoed as the Leviathan exploded in a shower of flames, the energy waves of the horn dissipating due to the severed supply. With a splatter, a copious amount of corrosive liquid flowed along the spines into the Leviathan's body, thick smoke billowing forth, forming massive bubbles that surfaced. Roar! Yang Feng opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of disintegration that sliced through the water, penetrating the Leviathan's mouth. Utterly feeble. The spines retracted as the Leviathan began its descent, plummeting toward the ocean floor. Yang Feng turned away. He could no longer afford to delay. The battle must conclude swiftly. He had merely intended to test the prowess of the evolved swarm, and now that the experiment was complete, there was no need to spare these sprites. In the water, Yang Feng's enormous form was unaffected, gliding effortlessly and even swifter than before. Bang! To the horror of the sprites, a massive shadow collided with the shield, its abyssal eyes gazing down upon them. A sinister voice resonated within the minds of each sprite. Sizzle! The spines embedded themselves into the shield, barbs securing their grip. Then, with a mournful wail, the shield was entirely uprooted, torrents of seawater cascading downwards, crushing all the sprites under immense pressure, as if they were mere tin cans. Help! Ow! In the end, these sprites are nothing more than a feeble bunch, devoid of technology, easily slaughtered by the swarm. Chapter 185. The chaotic palace ahead, battles raged ceaselessly. While behind, public sentiment wavered, leaving the water sprite empire on the brink of collapse. The wastewater treatment station had transformed into a veritable hellscape. This locale, isolated from the city yet still connected to it, provided the most suitable cover for concealment, allowing the swarm to seize complete control. The guard squad, having sensed the life fluctuations emanating from this place, approached to investigate. However, they were thwarted by sprites under the control of the larvae, and the guards, disinterested in this foul and filthy area, promptly departed. Within the factory, the purification machines lay empty, save for a vast incubation chamber. Under the diligent efforts of the queen insect, the hopping worms and leaping insects began to emerge. Meanwhile, Luyu remained in a corner, eyes closed, lost in thought. It had begun. We too must spring into action. A hoarse voice echoed throughout the factory, causing the few sprites in the corner to tremble. Let us depart. 6 slender, sharp spider legs moved incessantly, skirting along the walls and into a drainage pipe. The leaping and hopping insects quickly followed, advancing toward the capital of the water sprites. Buzz! Was that a flicker from the life detector? A soldier scrutinized the device in his hand, A look of bewilderment etched across his face. Another soldier accessed the device's records, inspecting it for a moment before declaring, "No, look, nothing is displayed on the records. Ah, it seems I was mistaken. Let us continue our patrol. You must have overindulged last night. I've told you repeatedly to abstain from alcohol, yet you persist. Fine, fine, no more drinking." The two sprites gradually receded, while pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the alley behind them. Hiss, continue forward. Lu Yu stealthily navigated past several soldiers, finally reaching their destination, the palace. His mission was to sow chaos throughout the capital, instilling a sense of impending danger among all water sprite officials. Hours later, a piercing scream rang out, drawing all officials to the scene. What is this? A sprite, charred to the bone, lay on the ground, surrounded by several female sprites. You, speak. What transpired? The captain of the palace guard demanded sternly. We saw a gigantic spider, pitch black, spewing a dark liquid that incinerated Minister Chai to this state. Upon hearing this, panic swept through the sprites. A great spider? How could such a creature be within the palace? Damn it, hurry and search. That spider cannot have escaped the palace. It may continue its slaughter. Do not let it flee. Yes. The guards dispersed, diligently scouring the vast palace for any trace of the creature. High atop the bell tower, Lu Yu hung inverted beneath the roof, his black exoskeleton blending seamlessly with the shadows. Observing the guards as they searched for him, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Report, Captain, nothing found in the east. Report, Captain, nothing found in the south. As night descended, no further incidents occurred, and the guards uncovered no signs. Just as the captain prepared to call an end to the search, another blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the palace. Damn it! Let us see what has happened. Although he already had an inkling of the answer, when they arrived at the scene, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A shattered sprite, its innards scattered around, was affixed to the wall as though it had been violently smashed against it. Damn it, which official resides here? Captain. It is the Minister of Statistics. The captain, with a grim expression, realized that under his watch, 2 ministers had perished in succession. His position was undoubtedly at risk. Immediately, go find that monster. Yes. Suddenly, his gaze brightened as he spotted a dagger stained with a dark liquid on the ground. The dagger lay directly beneath the corpse, seemingly having fallen from the minister's grasp. He donned gloves and placed the dagger into a transparent evidence bag. Someone, take this for analysis and determine the nature of the liquid. A soldier entered, took the evidence bag, and hurried toward the laboratory. Do not let me catch you, or you shall meet a dreadful end, the captain warned ominously. Whoosh. A beam of black light sliced through the darkness, aimed straight at his neck. Huh, who? As the captain of the palace guard, he was no fool. He was a second-tier mage. His keen senses detected the incoming attack, and he rolled forward just in time, the light grazing his crown. Looking up, he found himself staring into 3 chilling pairs of compound eyes. Finally, I have found my opportunity. With a swift motion, a web shot forth, too fast for him to react. Do not underestimate me. Drawing his slender sword, he unleashed a dazzling flurry of swordplay, shattering the web into fragments. Impressive, but not sufficient. Transforming into a spider, Lu Yu's speech became slightly slurred, yet it only intensified the sense of dread, resembling a mechanical being. Whoosh. Lu Yu suddenly vanished from the captain's view, a gust of wind heralding his appearance behind him. Such speed. Clang. A massive gash appeared on the slender sword, his pupils constricting with cold sweat. I need to call for reinforcements. He swiftly retrieved his communicator from his waist, but Lu Yu was faster. The shadow flickered away. With a sickening sound, his entire hand fell neatly to the ground, blood gushing forth, splattering his face. Ah, cursed be this. I shall fight you. You have no right. With a sharp stroke of his spider leg, the slender sword was sent flying, followed by another leg piercing through his chest. Gasp. Monster, if I die, you shall not escape unscathed. He pulled the safety pin from his magical grenade and clung tightly to Lu Yu's spider leg. The grim reality unfolded. Lu Yu effortlessly yanked, slicing his hands off at the elbow, then withdrew. Boom. Objects around the vicinity were drawn toward him, followed by a violent explosion that shattered his body into pieces. Outside, the soldiers were engaged in combat with the suddenly appearing jumping and leaping insects. Even if they noticed the commotion, they had no heart to rush to aid. After all, their own lives were in jeopardy. The entire palace descended into chaos. Lu Yu understood that he could not linger, transforming into a streak of black lightning. He raced towards the palace exit. Just as he departed, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground and forming a deep crater. It was the king, who cast a disdainful glance at the shattered captain and coldly remarked, "What a useless wretch, unable to defeat even a single Zerg." Had the deceased captain been able to hear these words, he would have surely perished on the spot without Lu Yu lifting a finger. How dare you belittle the Zerg, which happens to be a level 2, rank 5 special unit. Whether you could defeat it is another matter entirely. Chapter 186. Leviathan. Under the command of the Water Sprite King, the remaining jumpers and leapers were swiftly encircled and annihilated. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had already escaped the palace and returned to the wastewater treatment center. Help! Help! The city suddenly erupted into chaos. with the parade turning into a tumultuous frenzy and stampedes occurring frequently. The water sprites, controlled by larvae, were akin to those infected by a virus. Yet they exhibited greater intelligence. These infected beings seized weapons, slaughtered guards, and commandeered mechs and their armaments. The infected gunmen, unlike ordinary infected entities, were now clad in armor and possessed the ability to wield weapons. Soon, the city center devolved into pandemonium, with the sounds of gunfire echoing as infected entities clashed with the guards. Bring all the swarms into the city. Understood. Under the leadership of the Queen of Insects, a vast horde surged towards the city's entrance. Beep, beep, detecting a large number of unknown biological life signals. Warning, warning. What? The guards, who were suppressing the infected entities, glanced fearfully towards the direction of the wastewater treatment station. The detection device was ablaze with crimson dots racing toward the city. Captain, what should we do? You must take half the personnel and block the bridge. Do not allow the calamity to enter the city. The captain gritted his teeth. And what about you? If we withdraw half our forces from here, we won't be able to maintain control. You know nothing. Hurry. Yes. The captain would not undertake a task without assurance. As the capital, how could this place possess such scant defensive power? The formation that had appeared at the front lines re-emerged. This time, even more formidable. Massive beams of light shot from the top of the buildings, transforming into countless smaller beams that precisely penetrated the heads of the infected entities. The guards struggled to suppress the infected, only to be met with instant annihilation. Let us go. Follow me to the bridge. Yes. Along the way, panicked crowds obstructed the guards' path. All civilians, return to your homes. Do not venture outside. All sprites, evacuate in an orderly fashion, away from the main roads. Under the forceful urging, the pathways were quickly cleared. At last, when the captain reached the bridge, he was utterly taken aback. The area was filled with smoke, severed limbs, and shattered mechs. Damn calamity. Meanwhile, as Yang Feng prepared to advance, an unexpected event unfolded. The military encampment, which had been stationary, suddenly stirred. The seafloor trembled, resembling an underwater earthquake. Ding! Leviathan detected. The seabed rocks fractured, giving rise to swirling vortices of water. Yang Feng then noticed the stark contrast between the hues of this area and the surrounding stones, revealing something hidden beneath the surface. His spines extended, striking forcefully against Leviathan's back, producing a cascade of sparks. The hardness of this metal was several times greater than that of Leviathan. Indeed, this metal appeared to be a blend of arcane steel and other high-strength alloys. A beam of light emanated from Gamera's eyes, scanning Leviathan from head to tail. Within its maw lay a Kank water missile, a weapon akin to those of Xuanmu and Lihua. Gamera spoke with caution. Yang Feng's emotions fluctuated visibly. Such a weapon was utterly terrifying. Had he not evolved, he would have undoubtedly fled without a second thought. However, now, he might be able to withstand it directly. Yet, uncertainty lingered. He was unsure if he could truly endure. Its weakness lay in its abdomen, the most vulnerable area of its armor. A single decomposition ray could bring it down. It was a daunting task, as Leviathan showed no inclination to leave the seabed. As he had predicted, Leviathan remained tightly pressed against the ocean floor, showing no sign of exposing its belly. I'm coming. A voice resonated in Yang Feng's mind. Xiaoxing, your timing is impeccable. Xiaoxing appeared above him, accompanied by Luo Yusi. Wow, it looks formidable. Indeed, Leviathan's appearance was quite imposing, exuding a sense of advanced technology and metallic essence, with intimidating cannon mouths on either side. Their purpose unknown. Xiaoxing, I'll engage this behemoth head-on. You take the opportunity to strike its abdomen. Understood. Their exchanges were brief, forged by years of marriage and mutual trust. Can I assist? Yang Feng hesitated before responding. All right, you create a distraction from the side. But don't get too close, it's perilous. Luo Yusi nodded excitedly, manifesting a monstrous fish and swimming towards Leviathan's rear. The moment had begun. The duration of their communication was short-lived, as Leviathan had just emerged from the ground. Biomass plasma surged forth. Green orbs crackling with electricity flew towards Leviathan. Before they could reach, a transparent shield materialized, causing the biomass plasma spheres to collide with it, generating ripples. We must shatter this protective shell, otherwise, Xiaoxing cannot approach. Gamera conveyed in Yang Feng's mind. Got it. Yang Feng unleashed a torrent of biomass plasma spheres, relentlessly assaulting it. Roar. The cannon mouths on either side of Leviathan suddenly illuminated, and Yang Feng felt a sharp sting coursing through his body. He swiftly maneuvered to Leviathan's flank. At that moment, a massive sphere of light, several hundred meters in diameter, was fired from the cannon, narrowly grazing Yang Feng's spines as it shot into the distance. Boom. An explosive sound erupted, revealing a vacuum zone spanning a kilometer before Yang Feng's eyes. What on earth is this? The power is astonishing. Camilla gazed at Leviathan and remarked. This is an enhanced water magic cannon, compressing magical energy to its utmost limit before launching it. Such technology is exclusive to fifth-tier civilizations. Why would the water spirits possess it? Were it not for the fact that magical energy is a lower-grade energy, the power of this shot could be far greater. Oh, are you suggesting that the water spirits have the backing of another civilization? Yang Feng inquired, evading yet another barrage of torpedoes. There is a possibility, though I believe they have inherited relics. Lingmu Star may have once harbored a 5th-tier civilization. Damn it, not again. After deflecting a beam of high-energy laser with his spines, Yang Feng noticed the water magic cannon on Leviathan's left side lighting up, bubbles rising ominously. Upward. Yang Feng realized an opportunity had presented itself. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the water magic cannon had cooled for too long. Noticing Yang Feng swimming upwards, Leviathan's body tilted as well, exposing its vulnerable underbelly. Spirit Energy Storm. A 3rd-tier Spirit Energy Storm erupted suddenly. Leviathan, merely a 2nd-tier level 5 mechanical entity, had its shield shattered in an instant. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, Spirit Energy lightning crackled and fizzled ominously. Although Leviathan was not completely dismantled, the Spirit Energy Storm caused a brief short circuit, causing it to convulse mid-air. An opportunity. The long-hidden Xiaoxing seized the moment, her vertical pupil on her forehead widening as a disintegration ray pierced through Leviathan's defenses, penetrating deep within its body. Roar, roar, roar. Chapter 187. Once again bombarded, not good. It's not dead yet. Get out of the way. Just as Yang Feng exhaled in relief, Camilla suddenly shouted. A deep blue missile shot forth from Leviathan's maw, hurtling directly towards Yang Feng. Before he could evade, the missile collided with him. Damn! The spirit energy shield shattered instantly, leaving Yang Feng ensconced in the remaining magical energy. Buzz! Damn you, you behemoth, perish! A torrent of spirit energy transformed into a beam, surging into Leviathan's underbelly. Meanwhile, Liu Yusi manifested a fire-seeking missile, which the monstrous fish swallowed before charging into the breach. Oh no, too much spirit energy input. Liu Yusi panicked, hastily pulling Xiaoxing away to escape to safety. Boom. The fate of Leviathan was all but sealed. A cacophony of violent explosions resonated as its massive form disintegrated into shrapnel. Countless sharp metallic shards shooting in all directions. Just in time, Liu Yusi conjured a shield, blocking a deluge of flying debris. On the other side, Yang Feng opened his eyes, scanning his body with mental energy. His fragile spines were reduced to the thickest 4, and extensive wounds marred his form, exposing tender flesh beneath. Phew, thankfully. It's merely superficial injuries. I should recover in a short while. The viruses within the surrounding seawater responded to Yang Feng's summons, steadily converging towards him. The spines, resembling those produced by a 3D printer, rapidly grew anew. Alas, this water missile is far superior to the firewood missile. Had I not evolved, I would likely have been vaporized instantly, deprived of even the chance to initiate life dormancy. I am determined to shatter you into fragments. Otherwise, my heart's resentment shall remain unsated. Dispelling the murky waters before me, I beheld an unforgettable sight. Goodness, where is Leviathan? A vast pit had formed at Leviathan's location, with only its skull remaining at the bottom of the abyss. Surrounding it lay clumps of solidified molten iron, reminiscent of an underwater volcanic eruption. Hey, are you alright? Little Xing exclaimed, diving headfirst onto Yang Feng's head, her face etched with concern. I'm fine. What about that Leviathan? Although Yang Feng had an inkling of the answer, he could not help but inquire. Dead, obliterated by Xiao Luo, Little Xing replied, still shaken. Its power far surpasses that of the water missile launched by Leviathan. By the way, Xiao Luo, how did you manage that? You're incredible. Luo Yusi, feeling bashful, responded. I analyzed the missile's structure and manifested it. Who knew it would possess such formidable power? Little Xing embraced her joyfully, exclaiming, you're amazing. Just as I expected from Xiao Luo. I almost hurt Sister Little Xing, Luo Yusi said, her fingers nervously poking each other. Relax, it's all good. Yang Feng sighed in relief. It's astonishing that the technology of these water spirits has advanced so far. Ding. You have obtained a fragment of the Heart of Water. As Yang Feng approached the skull of Leviathan, the system's notification suddenly rang out. Fragments of the Heart of Water? The water spirits have divided the Heart of Water into numerous pieces to serve as Leviathan's power source. So, I must slay all Leviathans to synthesize the Heart of Water? Ugh, I despise fragment synthesis. Tired of those deceptive online games, Yang Feng recalled the days when unscrupulous developers exploited players for profit upon seeing the fragments. This matter shall take time, he resolved, pocketing the fragment and pressing onward with the swarm. The Alliance fleet is now imminent. If we cannot swiftly seize Spiritwood Star to claim the rewards, annihilating the Alliance fleet will prove exceedingly difficult for the swarm. In the capital of the water spirits, patrols were ubiquitous, armed with instruments in search of traces of the insect race. Occasionally, a scream would pierce the air, and by the time the patrol guards arrived, only a lifeless body remained. Ah, feel the fear, Liu Yu quietly observed, savoring the dread emanating from their demise. The more you fear, the stronger I become. This was Liu Yu's newly acquired ability, the collection of negative emotions. By gathering various negative sentiments, he could augment his power. Once he amassed sufficient negative spiritual energy, he could evolve directly. A formidable opponent approaches. He turned his gaze toward a male elf clad in exoskeletal armor emerging from the shadows. I am the commander of the water spirits, Ursi. You are surrounded. A glint of malice flickered in Liu Yu's eyes as he coldly replied, Earwax? Quite an odd name. Do you truly believe you can kill me? The male elf possesses a power that is not particularly formidable, merely at the second tier and third level, trailing behind Lu Yu by 3 levels. However, once clad in that armor, his strength becomes comparable to Lu Yu's. Cursed Calamity, do not be so arrogant. He brandished his great sword, bringing it down toward Lu Yu's head. A resounding clang echoed as Lu Yu's sharp foot firmly intercepted the blow. In a flash, his other foot sliced through the air, leaving a deep gash on the armor. Such swiftness. With a sudden exertion of force, Ursi repelled Lu Yu and began to retreat. I am not foolish enough to allow you to stall until reinforcements arrive. Farewell. Lu Yu expelled a jet of black liquid, which ignited upon contact with the air. Then, with a graceful leap, he vanished from sight. Cursed be you. Next time, I shall not let you escape. He swung his great sword, dispersing the fireball. Yet Lu Yu had already disappeared, leaving him powerless to pursue. Chapter 188. The Golden Elf, Danger. Rustling, rustling. What sound is that? A golden elf suddenly heard an unusual noise and moved toward its source. In an alley? Should we venture in? His companion inquired. Perhaps it would be best not to enter. It feels rather eerie. After some deliberation, the 2 elves could not suppress their curiosity and cautiously stepped into the shadowy alley. There appeared to be a glimmer of light ahead. Let us investigate. The 2 elves discovered an object on the ground that emitted a faint glow. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a holographic projection watch, comparable in value on Spirit would star to the 8848 phone on Earth. The 8848 phone costs 10,000. Wow. A projection watch. I have always wanted one, but lacked the funds. To stumble upon such a treasure is sheer fortune, exclaimed the golden elf with excitement. The other golden elf, surveying their surroundings with trepidation, urged him. Let us leave. This place feels unsettling. Oh, you are such a coward. What is there to fear with me here? Allow me to see if there are any other valuable items nearby. He swiftly unlocked the holographic watch. Let me see. Where's the flashlight function? Ah, found it. Click. The light flickered on. The sight before the 2 elves elicited a blood-curdling scream. Ah, help, a dead elf. In a frenzy, they scrambled out of the alley, colliding with 2 guards who were approaching. What transpired? They helped the terrified elf who lay on the ground and inquired. Gulp, there's an elf dead inside. Yes. Soon, the guard team commenced an investigation. The deceased was a newly appointed lieutenant colonel, sent to this border fortress to command. Who could have anticipated that on his very first day, he would meet such a gruesome fate? He perished at the claws of some creature, resembling those of a golden tiger. Impossible. We are under a state of martial law. Not even a bird should be able to enter, let alone a beast as large as a golden tiger. Moreover, we have already forged an agreement with the magical beasts to jointly combat the calamity. As the conversation unfolded, several officers exchanged bewildered glances. Surely, it cannot be. Why are we still lingering? Sound the alarm. Yet, it was too late. With a resounding roar, the cockroach king emerged from the earth, its massive, razor-sharp claws striking the city gate with tremendous force. The gate shattered and was propelled into the bunker, where several elves were instantly obliterated, reduced to mere pulp. Swarm. Attack. This is disastrous. Enemy assault. All troops, don your mechs and ascend the walls. The voice of the temporary commander resonated throughout the fortress, as all elves donned their mechanized suits and charged onto the walls to engage the oncoming horde. Activate the energy shield. Do not allow the swarm to breach the fortress. Understood. A sharp sensation coursed through the shield as a jumping insect made contact, its claws shattering upon impact. A thunderous roar echoed as a thunder beast responded to the call of its kin, barreling forward with a crack. A small fissure appeared in the shield. The swarm erupted in cheers, and the thunder beast redoubled its efforts, its molecular blades slicing through the shield with relentless fervor. With a cacophony of sounds, the shield ultimately crumbled into fragments, scattering upon the ground. With a fierce roar, the thunder beast proclaimed its might. Charge! Dara, stationed at the rear, meticulously coordinated the formation of the swarm. The aberrant dragons advanced to intercept the drones, while the centipedes stealthily maneuvered towards the rear of the fortress, poised to catch the enemy vessels off guard. Chapter 189. Carmi, Kala the centipede writhed its terrifying body, vanishing into the clouds. I wonder how long you can withstand this. Dara mused, gazing at the centipede that had disappeared into the mist. At the city walls, an unrelenting tide of insects surged towards the heights, bolstered by their inherent advantages. The Golden Elves wielded even more formidable melee weapons. Masters of metallurgy, the Golden Elves' mechs were exceptionally resilient, and their cold weapons, razor-sharp. With this amplification of advantages, the Golden Elves surprisingly held their ground against the level 2, rank 5 swarm. Die, insects! Carmi swung his sturdy staff with all his might, bringing it down upon a nearby jumping insect. With a sickening crunch, the insect's head was crushed, its lifeless gaze fixed upon Carmi, filled with unfulfilled rage. Pathetic. He twirled the staff, casting off the blood that clung to it. Get back! A beam of laser narrowly missed Carmi's mech shoulder, followed by a piercing shriek that reached his ears. He turned to find a spiked serpent had stealthily approached from behind, its scythe-like claws raised high. He had no doubt that those claws could sever his mech and send him to the Tree of Life. Fortunately, it had already met its demise. A basketball-sized hole now adorning its head, lifeless and cold. Carmi, do not lose focus. A mech armed with a heavy laser sniper appeared beside him. Kara, how did you come to the city wall? Shouldn't you be supporting from the sniper tower? Chimera pulled Kara to the rear of the front lines. The sniper tower had already been demolished. It was no longer safe to remain there. Kara replied nonchalantly. Chimera looked up and saw the towering sniper tower broken in half, as an incessant barrage of red spheres rained down upon them. Damn it, we can't hold out much longer. The calamity is beyond our resistance, Chimera exclaimed in anger. What should we do next? Enter the city? Suddenly, the wall trembled violently, causing numerous mechs to falter and crash to the ground. Chimera quickly steadied himself against the wall. Glancing upward, the colossal molecular blade of the Thunder Beast had penetrated the city wall, piercing through it. Roar, let's go, to the inner city. No, the inner city is also on the verge of being breached. We are already surrounded, and those in high command have fled, Kara said, observing her anxious brother. What? Those incompetent fools, fleeing at the critical moment. Chimera shouted furiously. Their cries attracted the attention of the jump bugs, which leapt over the battlements and lunged towards them. Kara raised her energy laser, striking the jump bug squarely in the head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. We can't stay here any longer. Follow me. Kara urged as she pressed Chimera's head down, narrowly avoiding a bone spike that flew past and embedded itself halfway into the wall, still swaying slightly. Where to? Chimera gasped, quickly crouching low to follow Kara. Just keep up. I'll explain later. The two of them stealthily navigated through the alleys, evading patrolling swarm bugs, until they finally arrived before a massive pyramid. The atmosphere here was eerie. A golden beam of light shot from the pinnacle of the pyramid into the clouds. The golden light radiated outward, reflecting off the surrounding mirror-like walls and coalescing into smaller beams shooting skyward. Chimera, puzzled, asked, "What are you bringing me here for?" Without a word, Kara approached a manhole cover, shattered it with a single punch, and then climbed down the ladder after exiting her mech. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Kara said impatiently, her brother being good at everything except for being a bit foolish and overly talkative. How has he survived on the battlefield? Chimera shrank his neck and obediently exited his mech, following Kara down. With a series of pops, lights flickered to life, illuminating a long corridor. What is this? Chimera queried, his face filled with questions as he looked at his brother. This is the passage to the interior of the Golden Tower. Huh? Chimera was bewildered. To the Golden Tower? Surely his brother wasn't being foolish. The Golden Tower, while appearing as a structure, was in fact a massive laser weapon capable of unleashing devastating beams and creating a protective shield enveloping the entire fortress. Don't be dazed. I know what you're thinking. The Golden Tower is indeed a colossal weapon, but its interior holds unexpected wonders. As he spoke, he quickened his pace. Hey, don't leave me hanging. Chimera hastened her pace and soon reached his side. Upon arrival, she remarked that explanation would be too cumbersome. Ignoring him, Chimera quickened her speed once more. Breaking into a light jog, time was of the essence. The swarm was rapidly approaching. At last, after a minute, they reached the end of the corridor, where an enormous alloy door loomed before them. Chimera stepped forward and knocked. Aside from the pain in her hand, there was no response. They were at a dead end. Kerala rhythmically tapped on the alloy door for a full 2 minutes. With a sharp crack, an ear-piercing sound echoed as the door began to rise slowly. How did you know how to enter this place? Chimera questioned her brother in confusion. A high-ranking official once brought me here. He assumed the password was intricate, but I could easily memorize it. Impressive, brother. How could you remember such a complex password after just one look? Chimera dismissed his comment and stepped through the door. A sound reverberated as lights illuminated the entire space. To her astonishment, a nearly 100-meter-long spaceship came into view, its sharp prow resembling a lethal weapon, distinctly embodying the style of the Golden Elves. Is this your method? It's incredible, but can you pilot it? I hope it doesn't T-crash. Of course. I taught myself. Besides, do we really have any other options? After pondering, Chimera realized the truth. They could either face the wretched calamities in combat or escape the encirclement aboard this vessel. What about my brother? After contemplating, Chimera looked around, but Kerala was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a humming sound filled the air as the spaceship powered up, its rear ejecting a golden flame. Wait for me, brother. I'm not on board yet. Chimera scrambled onto the ship and made her way to the cockpit, where her brother was diligently operating the controls, executing a flurry of intricate maneuvers as the spaceship began to move slowly. Sword 35 at your service, an AI appeared before Kerala. Engage the engines, seal the hatches, and prepare for takeoff. Acknowledged, Captain. With a series of clicks, externally, the pyramid suddenly split apart, resembling a box, as its apex flipped open. Take off. Boom. The spaceship emitted a thunderous roar and soared out of the golden pyramid. Chapter 190. The Heart of Gold. The commotion from the golden pyramid undoubtedly attracted the attention of the swarm. A multitude of stingers and flying serpents surged toward the pyramid. Captain, a large number of calamity signals detected. Ignore them. Activate the engine booster and escape the fortress immediately. Understood. Engaging engine booster. current power at 50, 120. The flames at the rear of the spaceship suddenly intensified, creating a heat wave that distorted the air around them. Hiss! On the ground, the stingers relentlessly shot out bone spikes. A torrential rain of projectiles aimed at the sword spaceship. Activate the magical energy shield. Kara calmly issued a series of directives, while Kami sat quietly in his seat, unusually silent. He was astonished to discover that his elder brother could indeed pilot a spaceship, and with remarkable proficiency. Outside the viewport, a series of clinks echoed, the sound of the spines of the venomous serpent colliding with the magical energy shield. The ship's speed gradually increased, deftly maneuvering through the air, evading the relentless pursuit of the dragon. The calamity had vanished, making its escape from the fortress. With a long sigh of relief, Kara slumped into his seat, his eyes reflecting gratitude. Finally, they had shaken off this menace and would soon depart from this cursed place. Warning! Warning! Large-scale energy fluctuations from calamity detected. His earlier relaxation vanished, replaced by tension as he straightened up and glanced at the radar. Display the specific details of the calamity. Yes. Centipede. Large aerial calamity. Danger level, extremely high. It is advised to evade. Can we circumvent it? Kami pulled out a map of the fortress, pointing in a direction as he inquired. After calculations, it was determined that this flight path had a success rate of 39 for escaping the fortress. This route, even if inferior, cannot be worse than the previous one. Understood. The spaceship executed a sharp turn to the left. Unrestrained by a seatbelt, Kami was nearly thrown out, colliding headfirst into the alloy panel, a noticeable bump rapidly forming. Ouch! That hurts. Upon opening his eyes, he was confronted by a pair of enormous pincers mere inches away. What the? A ghost? Terrified, Kami stumbled backward, tripping again and collapsing back into his seat. A crack echoed as the intelligence system sounded an alarm. Warning, rear armor damaged by 10. Continue forward. The speed was too great. The centipede, with its massive jaws, narrowly clamped onto a small section of the rear armor, the shield providing no defense whatsoever. That was close. How perilous. Kami, shaken, gazed outside the viewport. The centipede continued its relentless chase but was gradually being outpaced by the sword-class spaceship. Stop dawdling back there. Come help me. I'm on it, brother. What do you need me to do? Kami quickly scrambled from his seat and approached his side. Next, you will operate the weapon systems and unleash a fierce assault, Kara said without turning his head. A display of the operational system appeared before Kami's eyes. High-energy lasers, swarm missiles, sword missiles, an array of weaponry dazzled him. This is my forte. Leave it to me, brother. At last, surrounded by a swarm of dragons, the sword-class spaceship, having sustained a 99 depletion of its shield and 67 armor damage, perilously escaped the fortress and the encirclement of the swarm. Buzz. Initiating emergency fire suppression system. Fire situation resolved. Kara finally relaxed, having been under immense tension for so long. Upon this release, she became acutely aware of her sweat-drenched body, trembling slightly, unable to even stand. Kami, please check the back, she instructed. Kami was also fatigued, but fared far better than Kara. All right, brother, you rest for a moment. Inside the fortress, the situation was dire, and he had not had the opportunity to thoroughly inspect the interior of the vessel. Now, upon closer examination, he was taken aback. It was extravagantly luxurious, crafted entirely from mana steel. No wonder it had withstood the dragon's onslaught for so long. What was this? A booklet hung prominently in view. Saber 35, after 34 experiments. Too lengthy, he chose not to read it. However, he gleaned the origins of this ship. It belonged to a high-ranking official of the Golden Elven Empire, dispatched to guard the fortress, and in the event of an emergency. This ship was his sole means of escape. Besides a few elves privy to this information, no others were aware. Yet, where had this official gone? He was uncertain. That official had perished in that alleyway. Simultaneously, a particular term caught his attention. Heart of gold. Heart of gold? What could that be? Positioned at the center? Following the manual's guidance, he swiftly made his way to the rear of the ship. Upon opening the massive double doors, a sharp aura enveloped him, as if his skin were being scraped. He stepped back and gazed into the interior beyond the threshold. A cylindrical structure stood at the center of the chamber, within which floated a golden orb radiating a golden glow. Tendrils of mana emitted from the orb were absorbed by the apparatus, subsequently disseminating throughout the vessel. Was this the heart of gold? It seemed to be the ship's source of energy. It was best not to disturb it. My lady, the fortress has been overrun by the swarm. All 300 warships have been destroyed. However, an unexpected development has occurred. A ship managed to escape, reported a subordinate. Delara paid little heed, replying, let it go. Organize the swarm and continue the advance. Yes. Observing the retreating swarm, Delara felt an unsettling instinct. A vague discomfort she could not pinpoint. Never mind, she thought. The most pressing matter was to conquer the Golden Elven Empire. The Dominator's progress in that regard was swift, and she could not afford to disappoint him. Shaking her head, she dismissed the troubling thoughts. Meanwhile, after defeating Leviathan, Yang Feng was met with fierce resistance, blocked by a multitude of Leviathans. Damn it, the Water Elves are utterly shameless, employing these bionic machines to launch death charges. Yang Feng could not help but curse. The bionic machine's suicidal assaults were inconsequential, as the enhanced swarm had not suffered significant losses. However, what was outrageous was the water elves' bionic machines, which seemed to be deployed without restraint. After one batch was destroyed, another immediately followed, compounded by the formidable Leviathans, causing relentless obstructions to the swarm's offensive. The Leviathan primarily relies on the energy of the Heart of Water, and with the blessings of the Heart of Water and the Tree of Life, it is undeniably formidable. However, let us not forget that you also possess the Heart of Wood and the Heart of Fire. These two are the nemeses of the Heart of Water. Had you not reminded me, I might have overlooked it. I hope this proves useful, for our time is limited. Rest assured, it will undoubtedly be of great assistance. Gamala replied with unwavering confidence. Chapter 191. The Guardians. Here lies the location on Spiritwood Star that is closest to the planet's core, the deepest strait of Spiritwood Star. It is adorned with robust, intertwining roots, the very roots of the Tree of Life. This is the essence of Spiritwood Star itself. Should any issue arise with these roots, the entire Tree of Life would face grave peril. Yet, in this critical place, only a handful of figures can be seen. They exude an aura of terrifying magical energy, and the surrounding stone walls bear the marks of this overwhelming force. You've arrived. I thought you wouldn't deign to meet us, old relics. The elder at the forefront slowly opened his eyes, a beam of golden light emanating forth, piercing through the darkness of the abyss like a searchlight. How could I? You are all esteemed guardians, and I rely on you to repel the impending calamity, came the reply. Suddenly, the roots emitted a soft, radiant glow, illuminating the entire strait. The planetary consciousness, taking the form of a female elf, materialized at the center of the elders. Only now do you remember us. Is it not too late? Spoke an elf with a statuesque figure, her tone laced with disdain. They ignore us until trouble arises, treating us as mere tools. The planetary consciousness wore a look of deep shame, unsure of how to respond. Enough, Wood Spirit, let us refrain from such remarks, the elder interjected, providing the planetary consciousness with an opportunity to save face. Humph, the Wood Spirit scoffed, turning away in displeasure. The elder shook his head and said, Planetary consciousness, please articulate your intentions. We shall assist if we can. The planetary consciousness, feeling quite awkward, could only say helplessly, it is futile to rely on the elves. Though the water elves possess technology far surpassing that of others, they remain no match for the calamity. Do you wish for us to intervene? The elder interrupted her directly. Yes, I understand this places you in a difficult position, but the planetary consciousness was once more cut off by the elder. He darkened his expression and replied, it is impossible. Acting recklessly would diminish our lifespans, and the calamity does not require our intervention. Even should the elves perish, you may still cultivate new civilizations. Our existence is to safeguard this planet from annihilation. Yet, against the calamity, you need not continue. We shall not act over such trivial matters, he concluded. Humph. Do as you wish, the planetary consciousness declared angrily, leaving in a huff after being interrupted multiple times. Once she departed, the three figures beside her slowly opened their eyes. Old Water, why do you not lend her assistance? It is hardly a monumental task. The elder shook his head and said, we are the Federation's vanguard assigned to safeguard this planet. Our sole mission is to protect it from destruction. The civilization upon it is beyond our purview. Very well. You are of advanced age, and thus your word is final. The young man closed his eyes, dismissing him. This is infuriating. That stubborn old fool. Recreating a civilization is far from a simple endeavor. By refusing to assist me, he is merely clearing the way for future colonizers, all while speaking so piously. If you will not aid me, I shall take matters into my own hands. With a flick of her wrist, a stream of light descended from the Tree of Life, landing upon the ground, precisely within the realm of the Earth Elemental Empire. Jean Riera, engrossed in her blood magic, was awoken by the buzzing vibration of the magic sword. Xiaoling, what is it? Jean Riera opened her eyes, gazing at the trembling sword. Master, I sense the earth vein magic gold. Quickly this way, Xiaoling exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she darted forth, pointing towards a passage. What exactly is earth vein magic gold? Jean Riera asked, bewildered. I'll explain later. It is an exceedingly precious item. Xiaoling's enthusiasm grew as she spoke, and had she not been bound to the magic sword, she would have likely flown away. All right, I understand, no need to get so worked up. Jean Riera sighed, and proceeded in the direction indicated. After navigating countless twists and turns, Jean Riera was on the verge of losing her way when Xiaoling finally halted. It's just ahead. Master, hurry and take a look. She quivered with excitement, appearing as if she might burst. Jean Riera nodded and slowly rounded the final bend, curious about what could evoke such fervor from Xiaoling. Upon entering, a wave of scorching heat enveloped her, invoking memories of a familiar figure. What on earth? She dove to the side, narrowly avoiding a torrent of flames that grazed past her. The fire collided with the cave wall, instantly transforming the hard rock into a pool of molten lava. Goodness! Dragoness breath. Is there a dragon here? She glanced at the exoskeleton that had been scorched, now softened. Had it not been for her experience with dragon blood, her hand would have surely been burned. A massive, four-legged lizard imbued with dark magical energy appeared before her. Wow, a magic dragon. I can't believe one has survived to this day. How remarkable, Xiao Ling exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she pointed animatedly at the dragon. Good heavens, Xiao Ling, stop fooling around. This four-legged lizard will surely slay me. Jean Ruira lamented, her expression one of despair. Elf, you have trespassed into my domain. Prepare to meet your demise. The magic dragon roared, releasing a plume of white smoke from its nostrils. I assure you, I'm merely passing through. Do you believe me? Jean Ruira said with a wry smile. Xiao Ling, indignant, retorted, Master, aren't we here to collect the earth vein magic gold? We are not merely passing through. Jean Ruira was momentarily taken aback, swiftly covering Xiao Ling's mouth. Shoo, be quiet. You are going to get me killed. Xiao Ling gazed at Jean Ruira with innocent eyes, her expression one of perplexity. Elf, you truly have your sights set on the earth vein magic gold. Prepare to meet your demise, the enraged dragon proclaimed, as a beam of black light erupted from its maw. Is there any reason left to discuss? I already stated I was merely passing through. Jean Ruilla lowered her head and rolled away, narrowly evading the onslaught of energy. Upon glancing back, she beheld an unfathomable chasm that had formed on the ground. Goodness, such a lethal strike, right from the outset. Is there no sense of reason left? However, I am no longer the feeble being I once was. At that moment, the magic sword in her hand trembled, and a voice resonated. Master, look at the amulet around his neck. It is indeed the earth vein magic gold. As she raised her gaze, Jean Ruilla confirmed that the dragon wore a dark stone, the size of a head, radiating tendrils of magical energy. This simplifies matters. If I can just seize the earth vein magic gold, I shall make my escape. It is not that I cannot win. Rather, it is a strategic retreat. Yes, a strategic retreat. Most certainly not an admission of defeat. Look, a flying saucer. Jean Ruilla suddenly pointed towards the cave's ceiling and exclaimed. The dragon, resembling a bewildered creature, turned its gaze upwards. Chapter 192. Hill. In that moment, the dragon realized something was amiss. Wait a moment, how could there be a flying saucer underground? As it pivoted back, it caught sight of Jean Ruilla extending her hand, poised to grasp the earth vein magic beast. Huh, so, you are not as foolish as I thought. Jean Ruilla chuckled. With a resounding clang of metal, Jean Ruilla was sent hurtling backward, executing a graceful somersault in midair before landing steadily on the ground. The dragon's claws trembled slightly, revealing a distinct wound. Was it merely a ruse? Must you be so irate? Jean Ruilla remarked coolly. The dragon's blood on the magic sword was gradually absorbed, transforming into a crimson energy that flowed into Jean Ruilla's being. Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Within the Earth Spirit City, a plethora of patients filled the space, each afflicted by the same ailment, an infection from the insectoid virus. They exhibited varying degrees of insectoid characteristics on their bodies, though fortunately, the viral infection was minimal. Hill navigated through the afflicted, continuously casting healing magic. While it could not provide a cure, it offered temporary relief from their suffering. Alas, what am I to do? My magical arts merely address the symptoms, not the root cause. Hill sighed deeply. As the princess of the Earth Spirits, she had traveled to numerous places, including the decayed wood city of the Wood Spirits. Though a princess, she excelled not in defensive alchemy, but rather in the healing arts, which caused her father, the Earth King, much distress. Yet, she was indifferent to his concerns and found joy in her path. Princess, do take a moment to rest. We cannot rush the healing of the patients. A nurse approached gently, urging her. Feeling the weight of fatigue pressing upon her, a sign of mental exhaustion, Hill nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall entrust the next steps to you. As she settled down, she inquired, how goes the development of the healing potions? Alas, progress is slow. The virus of calamity is truly terrifying, the nurse replied candidly. How are you? Is everything all right? Beep, beep, beep. The patient he was tending to suddenly experienced cardiac arrest, a straight line indicating that life had departed. Yet, his expression conveyed a profound sense of unwillingness to succumb. Should I refrain from expressing this? After a moment, Hill departed from the scene. She ventured beyond the city, following the road as it stretched further away. A moment ago, an ethereal voice had resonated in her mind, incessantly urging her toward a certain direction. How peculiar, what could it be? Hill was beset by questions. Nevertheless, her insatiable curiosity compelled her to follow the voice deeper into the unknown. Bang, bang, boom, whoosh. Suddenly, thunderous sounds reverberated throughout the corridor. A wave of heat emanating from ahead. After standing there for a moment, beads of sweat began to form. How strange, why is it so hot? She removed her jacket and pressed onward. Sometimes, curiosity is so overwhelming that it cannot be suppressed. Bang, blast, you colossal lizard. If you dare, engage me in a duel of honor. Not that I misspoke, it's a battle of women. Jean Ruilla spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, challenging the dragon before her. Cunning sprite, do you think I can be easily deceived? The dragon bore numerous sword wounds, a tapestry of scars adorning its body. Jean Ruilla was not faring much better. Her once straight hair had transformed into a wild mane, her face smudged with dark streaks. Hey, bring it on. Jean Rue rose and charged at the dragon. Roar. A jet of flame shot forth, aimed directly at her face. Who do you think you're scaring? You've used that trick several times. It's ineffective now. Jean Rue merely crouched low, executing a swift slide to evade the attack. A piercing scream startled both the dragon and Jean Rue. Glancing back, she saw a beautiful girl standing at the cave's entrance, the dragon's breath hurtling toward her. Danger! Jean Rue hurled her magic sword, which transformed into a streak of light, racing to intercept the dragon's breath. However, without her weapon, how could she hope to withstand the dragon's forceful strike? Seizing the rare opportunity, the dragon swept the ground, delivering a powerful blow to Jean Rue's waist. She coughed blood and was sent flying backward, crashing against the cave wall, debris scattering around her. Cough, cough. You dishonorable lizard. You ambushed me. Jean Rue found herself wedged against the wall, her body protruding outward, appearing quite comical. Are you alright? Hill rushed over, gently pulling her free. I'm fine, I won't perish yet. Jean Rue stood, her bones crackling. Damn, that stings. As she felt the waves of pain coursing through her body, she couldn't help but grimace. I'll assist you. A shimmering light enveloped Jean Rue, covering her entirely. With the naked eye, Genrula's wounds began to heal at a remarkable pace, her exoskeleton appearing clean and orderly. How astonishing! Genrula exclaimed. Suddenly, a black energy sphere hurtled toward her, prompting Genrula to swiftly raise her magic sword to block the attack. Have you forgotten about me? How dare you disregard my presence? Prepare to perish. The magical energy howled in fury. Damn it, you wretched lizard, meet your end. Genrula shouted, charging forward with renewed vigor. In close combat, both sides were evenly matched. However, Genrula had the advantage of a healer, a remarkably powerful one at that. In the blink of an eye, Genrula transitioned from being battered by the dragon to fully rejuvenated, leaving the dragon in despair. Despicable elves, I shall slay you all. A surge of magical energy erupted from the dragon, causing the ground to tremble violently. And both Genrula and Sheer were flung backward, crashing hard onto the ground. This is bad. He has gone berserk, Xiaoling exclaimed anxiously. Huh, did I drive him insane? Genrula asked, bewildered. No, this is the dragon's innate ability. When near death, it can unleash several times its normal strength, but once triggered, the dragon is single-minded. Xiaoling explained swiftly. In any case, we must flee. Genrula paused momentarily before hoisting Sheer and dashing away. What are we waiting for? Let us run. You insect. If you have the guts, don't run. I will kill you. The dragon roared. Then if you have the guts, don't chase me. Genrula retorted, amused. Glancing back, she saw the dragon's massive form crashing against the cave walls, enormous boulders tumbling down and echoing with a thunderous sound. With such force, it would be foolish not to flee. A black beam of light zipped just above her head, slamming into the cave wall. Oh no, that wretched lizard has grown clever. Massive rocks fell, blocking their escape route. No, the heavens would not forsake the path of the elves. She laughed, surprise, four-legged lizard. Just as despair began to settle in, another passage appeared before her, prompting Genrula to sprint forward, leaving the bewildered dragon behind. Chapter 193. The Child of Destiny. This won't do. We must accelerate her escape. The planetary consciousness sat before a desk, quietly observing the computer screen, which displayed the fleeing Genrula and Sheer. Xiaoling, quickly check how much longer he can sustain this. Genrula shouted as she ran. The dragon is formidable. This life-burning ability can last quite a while. Xiaoling pondered thoughtfully. What? Does that mean we are doomed? Suddenly, a fireball exploded beside her, and a beam of light pierced through the opening created by the blast, aimed directly at the dragon. Ah, sacred crystal. Why? Why is there a holy crystal here? Genrula pondered, momentarily halting her steps, her heart racing with joy at the sight of the dragon. Incredible. What is this thing? It's so powerful. Illuminated by the sacred crystal, the demonic dragon's malevolent aura gradually dissipated, its flesh slowly dissolving to reveal a ghastly skeleton. A mournful wail escaped the dragon's lips before it collapsed to the ground, motionless. Jean Rue pondered in disbelief, questioning the reality of the moment. Was it truly dead? Her gaze drifted to the charred hole in the wall, a result of the fireball's impact, where a transparent, luminous crystal was embedded at its center. She reached out, intent on claiming the crystal, but Xiaoling intervened just in time. Master, please don't. Upon hearing this, Jean Rue withdrew her hand. Confusion etched on her face as she turned to Xiaoling. What is the matter? Is there something wrong? Trembling, Xiaoling replied. The sacred crystal can inflict irreparable damage on the demon slayer's sword. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jean Rue understood Xiaoling's fear. Should we just leave it here? It appears quite precious. Seeing that Jean Rue hesitated to take it, Xiaoling sighed in relief and continued. Indeed, the sacred crystal is extremely valuable. Comparable to the earth vein magic gold, formed only once in millennia beneath the earth. However, Xiaoling cautioned, once touched, it would not only harm the demon slayer's sword and me, but also pose a grave threat to you, master, especially given your training in blood magic. With a wistful sigh, Jean Rue lamented the situation. Though precious, the crystal was akin to poison for her. It was then that a voice emerged. reminding her of the presence of the nearby fairy. Oh right, what is your name? I must express my gratitude for your assistance earlier. Had it not been for you, I would have likely perished at the hands of that four-legged lizard. I am Sierra, the princess of the earth fairies, she replied shyly, unable to meet the gaze of the bold girl before her. Wow, princess. You are only the second princess I've encountered. The first, well, let us not dwell on that wretch. Sierra appeared puzzled, unsure of why Jean Ruilla had suddenly become agitated. Oh, by the way, did you call for me for something? Jean Ruilla asked, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. Ah yes, I wanted to say that this item may assist you. Sierra produced a stone, black and white intertwined, seemingly unremarkable, yet exuding a steady flow of magical energy. Upon its appearance, Jean Ruilla sensed a significant increase in the surrounding magical essence. What? The black and white stone. Marvelous. Xiaoling exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. What is this black and white stone? Jean Ruilla found herself bewildered by the sudden influx of valuable items, her knowledge lacking. Master, listen. With the black and white stone, the Demon Slayer sword can simultaneously absorb the sacred crystal and earth vein magic gold. The effects will be exponentially enhanced. Such coincidences made Jean Ruilla feel a twinge of unease. It was as though the universe conspired to provide precisely what was needed at the right moment. Never mind. It must all be mere coincidence, she concluded. Alright, the water missile has been launched, and it has struck its target. Warning. The effects of the Conchue missile have failed to eliminate the target. A cacophony of alarms stirred even the emotionless mechanical creature, Leviathan, into a state of agitation. Meanwhile, Yang Feng, having endured a Conchue missile strike, continued his assault on Leviathan with unwavering composure. I can wear you down. Let us see whether your iron shell is tougher than my psionic destruction. Yang Feng felt exasperated. He could not discern what material this entity was made of, as even the disintegration beam had minimal effect. Upon impact, it merely left a gash of over 10 meters in depth, failing to penetrate Leviathan's interior. Damn it, psionic cube. The spine spread outward, encircling Leviathan. Boom. The seawater erupted as if it were boiling, instantly churning into chaos. A cube formed of psionic rays enveloped Leviathan, with these rays slicing through its armor like a shearer shearing a lamb. Buzz. Crack. Just as Leviathan's magical energy shield was erected, it was shattered by the psionic cube. Roar. Warning. Conchue missile incoming. It will strike the host in 5 seconds. 2 against 1. How vile. Since evasion is futile, I shall endure. Boom. The Conchue missile sliced through the water and struck Yang Feng on his flank. Damn, it hit my belly again. Although devoid of pain, Yang Feng was not impervious to sensation. A significant chunk of flesh vanished, leaving a gaping hole that felt hollow and insecure. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of missiles launched from below, aimed at his eyes. Who were they attempting to ambush? Boldly brazen, interrupted by another Leviathan. Yang Feng failed to eliminate the first one. Now, they seized the opportunity to strike him unawares. Though this damage was akin to a mere tickle for him, it did not quell his anger. Roar. Attack. Wrath of the Swarm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A swarm of explosive mosquitoes was unleashed by Yang Feng, like torpedoes launching a lethal assault on the wounded Leviathan. An individual explosive mosquito may lack substantial lethality, but a multitude of them could instill fear even in a fleet, especially when empowered by the wrath of the swarm. The air was filled with a relentless barrage of explosions, as each explosive mosquito approached the end of its life. Yet Leviathan suffered grievously. Half of its body had vanished, leaving only a segment and its tail fin floating in the water. Roar. This is the fate of those who ambush me. Yang Feng furiously expelled a mass of biological plasma, striking the remaining half of its body. Now it's your turn. Yang Feng slowly turned his gaze toward the other Leviathan. Roar. It is merely a bionic machine, albeit slightly larger than others. This does not imply it possesses wisdom. It merely operates according to its programming. Chapter 194, Afar. Hours later, with a resounding explosion, the remaining Leviathan was finally ground to dust by Yang Feng. As he gazed at the remaining fragments of armor plating, with various circuits exposed, the Leviathan finally provided Yang Feng a moment of respite for his taut nerves. Ding. He had acquired 2 shards of the Heart of Water. Currently, Yang Feng had gathered a total of 17 shards, leaving 33 more to synthesize the Heart of Water. This indicated that 33 Leviathans still remained. The iron shell inflicted minimal damage, yet its resilience was formidable, bordering on the insulting. Yang Feng couldn't help but express his disdain, noting that this particular Leviathan had been ground down to fragments by his own hand. A remarkable feat, indeed. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Discover the child of the planet, Jean Ruilla. Mission issued. Eliminate Jean Ruilla. Reward. 1 lottery chance. 1 random evolution of Zerg unit, 10 planetary points. The mission description revealed that Jean Ruilla was a sprite cultivated by the planet's consciousness to combat the Zerg. Under the guidance of the planetary awareness, she was steadily growing stronger. The unexpected mission caught Yang Feng off guard. A child of the planet? An entity akin to the Child of Destiny? Intriguing indeed. He recalled novels from his previous life, where protagonists effortlessly vanquished foes, pulled off audacious tricks, and yet remained unscathed. It was maddening. Furthermore, one could acquire unparalleled martial arts by merely leaping off a cliff, encounter wise old men when lost, and claim all rewards from dungeons. Speaking of which, I can't help but feel like a protagonist myself, don't you think, dear author? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. I shall strike you down. Cough. Cough. What was happening? Why did Xiaoxing's voice suddenly echo in his mind? Ahead, a swarm of insects was attacking a city inhabited by water sprites. And Xiaoxing along with Luo Yusi had ventured there as well. Given their strength, they should be safe, yet an unsettling feeling gripped Yangfeng. Could something truly be amiss? Suppressing his anxiety, he hastened forward. Kill. Damn calamity. Even in death, I shall take a few of you with me. Boom. Several jumping insects were obliterated in a suicidal explosion by the water sprites, blood splattering in all directions. With a casual strike, Yangfeng decimated a multitude of water sprite forces, his mental energy surging, agile and unpredictable. Drones engaged in aerial combat with flying dragons lost their signal and plummeted, crushing many panicked civilians below. Damn it, where are you, Xiaoxing? Yangfeng's expression grew increasingly frantic, his mental energy spiraling into a tempest. A mental storm unfurled, sweeping through every corner of the city. All water sprites felt a sudden pressure in their minds, their magical energy destabilizing. Some even lost control and self-destructed on the spot. However, none of this seemed to concern Yangfeng, as he suddenly realized he could no longer sense the mental link with Xiaoxing. Damn. With a resounding crash, a storm of psychic energy engulfed the entire city, reducing towering skyscrapers to mere dust scattered in the air. Suddenly, Yangfeng froze. A blue semicircle, resembling an inverted bowl, stood at the heart of the city. Through the transparent shield, Yangfeng observed the intense struggle between Xiaoxing and a male elf, while Luo Yusi and Kaliana lay incapacitated nearby. How dare they target Xiaoxing? A roar, echoing from the abyss, sent shivers through the swarm, causing them to cower in silence. They could not comprehend what had incited such fury in their master. This wrath only fueled the swarm's ferocity and aggression. The spines, like piercing arrows, spanned over 10 kilometers before crashing against the shield. With a resounding crack, the shield shattered. Yet the spines, undeterred, hurtled towards the elf. Oh no, it's coming. The elf sensed the impending doom. Water shield. Layers of shields, resembling tranquil surfaces, formed in its path. Crack, crack, crack. One by one, the shields crumbled under the relentless assault of the spines. Such overwhelming power. The elf gritted his teeth, bloodshot eyes betraying his desperation. Yet it was futile. The spines breached the last layer of the water shield and struck his chest. Thud. Blood sprayed into the air, scattering in all directions. Coughing, he uttered, "We shall meet again. I, afar, will surely kill you. Do you truly believe you have another chance?" Yangfeng's cold voice rang out. A blinding beam of psychic energy pierced through the layers of obstruction, aimed directly at Afar. The speed was astonishing, leaving Afar little time to react. Realizing he could not evade the attack, he leapt into the air, paying the price of having his legs disintegrated into atoms. And in a flash of blue light, Afar vanished from sight. Damn it, that wretch escaped. Yangfeng, filled with rage, placed the fallen Luo Yusi and Kaliana into his internal ecosystem, then hoisted the weary Xiaoxing onto his head. Kill. Annihilate all elves. After seizing the Water Elf Empire, the unit with the most kills shall evolve directly into a heroic unit. Whoever slays Afar will become the new lord of the swarm. Hiss. Roar. The swarm stirred with excitement. Upon Yangfeng's words, their eyes glowed a fierce crimson. With a decisive snap, a destroyer bit off the head of an elf, raising the headless corpse in triumph. Squeak. Xiaoxing, how do you feel? After issuing his commands, Yangfeng finally inquired with concern. Xiaoxing smiled foolishly. Hee. You're so kind to me, B. I'm fine, but Xiao Luo and Kaliana, they nearly got killed protecting me. Yangfeng felt a pang of worry. Xiaoxing and Kaliana were both second-tier, level 5 heroic units, while Luo Yusi was even stronger. How could they be cornered by a mere elf? Fear not. They are safe. I have placed them in the biomass pool. They will recover in a few days. That's a relief. Xiaoxing patted her chest, feeling reassured. Don't think you can gloss over this. Why didn't you call for me this time? Do you know how worried I was? Yangfeng replied, his expression darkening. After listening, Xiaoxing innocently remarked, I called out, but that shield severed my mental connection, rendering it impossible to convey my thoughts. Yangfeng had initially intended to reprimand Xiaoxing further. However, upon hearing her words, the scolding lodged in his throat like a fishbone. I see. That too is incorrect. Why not exercise greater caution? Had you done so, no mishap would have occurred, and you would not have fallen into a trap. Woo, you're scaring me. Woo. I am sorry, my darling. I was in the wrong. Truly, women are creatures devoid of reason, particularly those whom one holds dear, even when one is justified. The tears of a beloved woman render all arguments moot. What a blunder. Chapter 195. The Demon God Sword Report. The energy fluctuations of the ancient artifact Sarnaga have been detected, located approximately 40,000 light years from Ire. Simultaneously, we have recorded peculiar spiritual energy fluctuations. A knight of the sanctuary, clad in purple and adorned with golden armor, addressed the governor before him. The artifact has finally made its appearance. Two beams of white light sparked in the governor's eyes. Shall we retrieve it for ire? Inquired the knight. Yes. Bring back the artifact. Understood. By the way, regarding the spiritual energy fluctuations. Who knows? Perhaps the Human Federation is conducting some form of experimentation. No need to concern ourselves with that. As for the Zerg, they were obliterated by their coalition eons ago. The governor has no faith in the notion of their survival. Deploy the Golden Fleet. The retrieval of the artifact must not falter. The knight nodded in acknowledgement. Gazing at the idyllic surroundings of Ire, the governor reveled in the serenity. Here, the remnants of the Zerg had long since vanished. This was the homeworld of the star spirits. Yet, they had forgotten the terror of being once dominated by the Zerg. The Earth Elf Empire? Leave that matter to Dyla. I have no time to capture a small fish in the Earth Elf Empire. Received. The child of the planet? What harm could a child from a Tier 2 planet inflict upon the Zerg? By the way, how is the production of Yas metal progressing? Yang Feng inquired of Kaliana below. With Dilru's assistance, the brainworm has successfully utilized the Zerg nests to fabricate Yas metal. Excellent. I require Dilru to employ his knowledge to construct a fleet of warships. Warships are not formidable tools against the powerful Zerg. However, the Zerg's form is ill-suited for traversing the cosmos. Utilizing warships, we can gather intelligence valuable to the Zerg, allowing them to be forewarned. Understood. With the resources of the Zerg, a fleet of warships will be produced swiftly. Now, lead the swarm into battle. I shall handle Leviathan. As he observed the Leviathan slowly emerging from the ground, a glint of brilliance flickered in Yang Feng's eyes. The tremendous tremor caused the entire cavern to shake. With debris cascading from the ceiling, Jean Riera raised the magical energy shield, enveloping herself and Sierra within. We have finally succeeded. Haha. Demon Sword, 2nd tier. Level 5. The Demon Sword has successfully evolved into the Demon God Sword by absorbing the essence of the earth, veined demon gold, sacred crystal, and the black and white stones. Slaughter value, 0.10000. 9 slashes of the Demonic Sword, 2nd tier, level 5 divided into 9 slashes, each one more formidable than the last. Activation condition, requires the Demon Slayer Sword. Divine 9 slashes, 2nd tier, level 5, I shall rend asunder. The Demon God Sword splits apart, transforming into the God Slayer Sword and the Demon Slayer Sword. Divine Demonic Slash, 3rd tier, consuming all slaughtering power. It delivers a slash capable of annihilating heaven and earth. The greater the slaughter value, the more powerful the strike. Absorption, for every creature slain, the Demon God Sword absorbs a portion of power, replenishing its master and gaining slaughter value. 1st tier creatures yield 0. 5, 2nd tier creatures 1, and 3rd tier creatures 1. Incredible. I am invincible. Jean Ruilla cheered, embracing her companion Sierra with exuberant kisses. Sierra frowned and kicked her away. Such disrespect. Is this how one treats their elders? Jean Ruilla was taken aback. Elders? Surely not. I am over a century old, and this princess appears to be quite youthful. I am 1,000 years old. There is an issue here. As an elf who has lived for a millennium, she could readily discern Jean Ruilla's thoughts. Impossible. Ultimately, Jean Ruilla reluctantly conceded that Sierra was indeed 9 centuries her senior. With the limitation of the Tree of Life removed, Sierra ascended from the 6th tier to the 2nd tier within 2 months, reaching the pinnacle of this world. In contrast, she had only advanced to the 1st tier, level 9, due to the Demon God Sword. In terms of pure strength, without external assistance, Sierra would utterly overwhelm Jean Ruilla. Sister, how do you maintain your youth? You appear more youthful than a 100-year-old maiden. I am well versed in healing magical techniques and water attribute magic. Naturally, I take excellent care of myself. Oh, what a blow to an elf's pride. The two elves engaged in idle chatter for quite some time. Eventually, Jean Ruilla recalled the matter at hand. As she contemplated the demon's sword, a peculiar figure appeared in her mind, imparting her mission. A lengthy discourse ensued. Very well, that is enough for now. Sister Sierra, I must take my leave. Let us part ways here. Sienna's brow furrowed as she inquired, are you leaving? Not entering the city? It is perilous outside. Although you have reached level 9, you remain vulnerable to the insectoid virus. If infected, it is a path to certain doom. I shall not enter. I must return to the surface. I have a more significant mission to fulfill. A mission? Sierra pondered, her fingertip resting on her chin. Perhaps I too have my own mission. Slowly, she declared, I have decided. I shall accompany you. Jean Ruilla was taken aback, then filled with joy. Really? That is wonderful. However, is it truly without concern? You are a princess. Do you not wish to stabilize the realm of the earth spirits? Not necessary. Those matters are for the king to address. It is not yet my time to inherit the throne. In truth, Sierra had her own considerations. Jean Ruilla's fortune is remarkably extraordinary, or perhaps peculiar. She encounters the earth-veined demon gold, then falls short against the demon dragon, only to subsequently discover the holy crystal, a potent antidote to the demon dragon, and then meets her own self, who possesses the black and white stones. Each of these encounters serves to fortify Jean Ruilla further. Additionally, the incessant whispers echoing in her mind signal her extraordinary destiny. Jean Ruilla must journey to the surface, a realm ravaged by the insectoid species. It is inevitable that she may fall victim to the insect virus. She senses that by following Jean Ruila, she might uncover a remedy for the affliction. Let us depart. However, wait a moment. I must inform them of my departure. Although my absence poses no issue, my sudden disappearance may cause them concern. Furthermore, I need to procure a map. The underground labyrinth is convoluted, and navigating without a map would prove arduous. Jean Ruila nods in agreement. Let us go, and perhaps acquire some provisions. There is little sustenance available above ground. At last, under the guidance of Sierra, Jean Ruila traverses the entire commercial street, her feet nearly giving out. Sierra purchases anything deemed useful, all of which Jean Ruila is tasked with carrying, given her substantial strength. Princess Sief, enough. Do refrain from buying more. I can scarcely manage. Jean Ruila exclaims, nearly exasperated, upon noticing Sierra's intent to continue shopping. Chapter 196. The Tragedy of Afar B. I sense a familiar presence. Xiaoxing furrows her brow, gazing toward the water spirit city ahead. A familiar aura? It must be that sprite named Afar. I shall eliminate him. Yang Feng, without a moment's hesitation, knows precisely who it is. After all, the only sprite whose aura could resonate with Xiaoxing is the one named Afar from just a few days prior. Eliminate. Seek out Afar. Killing Afar will elevate our ranks directly to Insectoid Lord. The buzzing of the jumping insects reverberates, their excitement palpable. Yang Feng senses a subtle shift within the insect swarm. Certain units seem to exhibit a newfound capacity for thought, their actions influenced by emotional states. Perhaps they might evolve cognitive abilities, transcending into sentient beings. For the insect race, this presents both advantages and disadvantages. Without cognition, the units are easier to command and control, as their genetic design dictates. Should they attain intelligence, the insects would resemble primitive aberrations. Nevertheless, why dwell on such matters? Even with intelligence, the insect race shall remain firmly under my dominion. Boom. A resounding explosion erupts as the swarm charging toward the shield is decimated. This sensation is all too familiar to Yang Feng. Is this not the commotion generated by the tank water missile? Yet, there is a slight distinction. Its magical energy content is diminished, rendering it less potent. When did the tank water missile lose its value? Boom. Another thunderous blast follows, creating a vast vacuum where the entire swarm is reduced to a puddle of flesh. Such peculiar weaponry. The water spirits continually astonish me. Yang Feng observed the weapon responsible for the commotion, a mirror-like apparatus, a circular ring adorned with a layer of magical energy. At its center, a blue shard pulsating with a continuous flow of arcane power. Boom, boom. After 2 successive discharges, the weapon seemed to exhaust its energy. Yet, after a brief moment, it revived, glowing once more. The losses among the swarm had become rather severe. It was imperative to act decisively. Yang Feng expelled a torrent of biomass plasma, unleashing a multitude of green electric spheres towards the shield. Buzz. At that moment, the mirror weapon projected a luminous barrier before him. The biomass plasma spheres struck the surface as if thrown into a bottomless abyss, creating not a single ripple. It could generate a shield, quite intriguing. A system scan of the structure commenced. Ding. Water ring, 2nd tier, level 5, harnessing the magical energy of the water heart shard. It launches attacks capable of producing magical fission, simultaneously forming a formidable shield that remains as long as the magical energy persists. Oh, has the shard of Leviathan's water heart been dismantled? No wonder I haven't seen Leviathan. It has been reduced to mere fragments. This contraption is rather troublesome. The might of Yang Feng's spine spikes was indisputable, cleaving through the seawater and forcefully penetrating the shield of the water ring, yet it healed instantaneously. The tips of the spikes were severed, falling to the ground and writhing incessantly. Quickly, throw it away. There's a virus. Hiss, what should be done about this? Just as Yang Feng pondered how to confront the water ring, an elf appeared at the forefront of the battle. Haha, I told you I would return. Catastrophe. Meet your demise. Afar stood boldly before the water ring, mockery in his voice. He assumed the swarm would cower in the face of the water ring's intimidation. However, to his astonishment, as soon as he emerged, the swarm erupted in a frenzy. Their eyes glowed a fierce crimson as they surged toward him. Afar was startled, nearly tumbling to the ground. His aide rushed to support him, only to be brusquely shoved aside. A squad of mechanical limbs rose steadily from the ground. His countenance darkened. As a general of the water elves, having led troops for centuries, he had never known fear until now. What a disgrace. Activate the water ring. Annihilate these vermin. He bellowed, striking the wall before him with fury. Yes. Yang Feng's emotions began to destabilize as he beheld Afar's arrogance, his wrath surging correspondingly. I was just lamenting my inability to find you, and here you are, presenting yourself. He exclaimed. I refuse to believe your magical energy surpasses my spiritual power. With a menacing gaping maw, biomass surged forth, and under the impetus of his spiritual energy, transformed into a barrage of biomass plasma spheres, hurtling towards the enemy. The immense magical eye beneath his belly unveiled its formidable strength. A colossal decomposition ray continuously emitted, disintegrating the surrounding seawater, which then spiraled downwards, forming numerous water tornadoes. A resounding alarm blared. Warning, magical energy insufficient. Warning, magical energy insufficient. Afar's countenance shifted dramatically as he glanced at the water ring behind him, flashing ominously with a dangerous red light. Take me down quickly. Yang Feng would never allow Afar to escape. A storm of spiritual energy surged forth, aimed at the protective shield. With a crash, the spiritual energy storm erupted, engulfing half the city within its chaotic grasp. The front lines fared better, successfully repelling this wave of assault thanks to the support of the water ring. However, a third of the magical energy was instantly depleted. The rear, unfortunately, suffered greatly. The city's protective shield shattered in an explosive burst, and the generator detonated, allowing the spiritual energy storm to flood in, obliterating half the city, reducing it to ruins. Ah, damn calamity. Afar cried out in anguish towards Yang Feng. Yet, Yang Feng regarded him with disdain, coldly stating, "The impotent, raging dog, entering here is your demise. You." The suddenness of this voice instilled a profound fear that pierced his very soul. The water ring's magical energy gradually waned, emitting a sound of unbearable strain. This is bad. Run. The water ring cannot hold. It became evident that not all elves were fearless warriors. Even before the water ring vanished, some began to scatter in panic. Damn it. Who dares to flee? A shot rang from Afar's pistol, and a deserter collapsed to the ground. Help. Run. However, this had no effect. It only drove the deserters further from Afar. Those who had yet to flee wavered under the influence of the fleeing soldiers. Filled with rage, Afar realized it was futile and could only issue a retreat command. Do you think you can leave safely? Last time the Sovereign allowed you to escape, but this time, oomph. As he turned, he was met with the predatory gaze of Kaliana. A defeated foe like you thinks to kill me? Though I have lost my legs, it would be effortless to slay you. He raised his legs, a visage of fury reflecting his deep-seated pain. TCH, I am certainly no match for you. But what of the Sovereign? Suddenly, a wave of heat surged from behind, causing Afar to stiffen. He slowly turned to see Yang Feng's enormous eyes mere meters away, fixated upon him. From here on, you shall live in unbearable agony. Chapter 197. Miaoshui City. Having dealt with Afar, they finally arrived at the last city of the entire Water Elf Empire, Miaoshui City. The city resembled an iron barrel, surrounded by a 50-kilometer radius of bionic machinery. They dispatched mimicry insects to survey and identify the weakest points of the defensive perimeter. As Kaliana waved her hand, a king worm summoned a soft, malleable mimicry insect. After a series of transformations, the mimicry insect successfully morphed into a remarkably lifelike bionic shark. With the motion of its tail fin, the mimicry insect gradually vanished from sight. Yang Feng switched to the mental network, continuing to observe through the perspective of the mimicry insect. To his dismay, there were still 4 Leviathans present. Although the swarm could infiltrate, it would incur significant losses among the insect units. Without necessity, it was prudent to minimize casualties against the Alliance fleet. Alas, what a calamity I face. Yang Feng initially believed the mimicry insect could seamlessly penetrate the defensive perimeter. However, as it approached, the Leviathan's eyes began to flicker with crimson light. Identifying the unregistered bionic entity, they issued an immediate extermination order. With a deafening rush, a multitude of missiles rained down upon the helpless mimicry insect. The aftermath was inevitable. After the explosions, only a mass of flesh floated in the sea. Warning. Traces of disaster detected. All bionic entities activated their weapon systems the moment the mimicry insect was exposed, bracing for confrontation. Though the mimicry insect was obliterated, in the final moment, what I glimpsed was undoubtedly the Ring of Water. How troublesome, not only the Leviathans, but also the formidable Ring of Water as a weapon. Yang Feng felt a wave of frustration and could not resist scratching his head with his spines. System, can the burrowing worms penetrate? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Yang Feng. No, scans revealed a massive array of machinery concealed beneath the seabed. While Yang Feng was in despair, atop the city walls of Miao Water, the Water King surveyed the mechanical army ahead, his face alight with pride. He then turned to a few military elves, fuming. How could you let disaster reach the royal capital? Have you all consumed this year's military budget like gluttons? The generals, witnessing the Water King's fury, felt utterly helpless. They wished to speak, but dared not. Had Alfil been present, he might have offered some rebuttal. Now, with Alfil, humph, a bunch of worthless fools. Fortunately, I had the foresight to establish defensive measures against disaster surrounding the royal capital. Beneath the surface lies a formidable laser matrix. Should disaster enter its domain, it would be instantaneously reduced to mere chunks of flesh. Haha. This was no idle boast. He had conducted experiments, tossing materials used to create Leviathans into the matrix, which were promptly sliced into fragments by the razor-sharp lasers, exceedingly powerful. A terrifying roar reverberated through the waters, reaching the ears of all the elves within Miao Water. They heard it clearly. Disaster was upon them. The keen-eyed elves spotted the boundless swarm of insects. Boom. Bang. Explosions erupted as the swarm pressed forward against the onslaught of bionic machinery. The jump insects, infuriated by the mechanical beings, drew near and swiftly severed their control nodes with a bite. With a crackle, the bionic machinery erupted in electric sparks before descending to the seabed. If the jump insects were this valiant, one could only imagine the ferocity of the other combat units. With each assault, the bionic machines unleashed a dual explosion. Their attacks had a negligible effect on the Zerg units. Buzz, crackle. A beam of light, stretching over 100 meters, carved a path of death through the swarm. Any Zerg unit struck by the beam was instantly reduced to nothingness. The Leviathan had made its move, and it was time for me to act as well. Xiaoxing, please ensure your safety. Xiaoxing chuckled and gestured playfully. Yang Feng, however, was not overly worried. He bestowed the remaining opportunity for evolution upon Xiaoxing. Her strength had now ascended to a formidable level of second tier, 7th rank. At this juncture, Yang Feng remained perplexed as to why the second-tier Aphel could overpower Xiaoxing and the trio of Kalyana. Perhaps I know the reason. Gamera's voice interjected. Damn it. You were eavesdropping on my thoughts. Yang Feng shot a glare at Gamera. Gamera recoiled slightly, explaining, well, I happened to overhear it, cough cough. Nonetheless, let me clarify the situation. The shield that enveloped Xiaoxing and the others last time was a product of 4th-tier civilization, capable of weakening the enemies within its confines. This is why Xiaoxing and her companions were unable to defeat Aphel. After Gamera spoke, she turned her gaze to Yang Feng. Hey, are you even listening? Seeing Yang Feng's dazed expression, Gamera expressed her dissatisfaction. Damn, why didn't you mention it earlier? I smashed that thing, Yang Feng exclaimed, his voice filled with anguish. In his previous fury, he had not considered the implications and had shattered the shield with a single strike. What a loss for such a valuable asset. Fear not, with your current strength, you could not have destroyed a 4th-tier civilization artifact. The transition from 3rd to 4th tier is a significant watershed. Once surpassed, it represents a monumental enhancement. Gamera waved her hand, reassuring Yang Feng. That's a relief. But now we must postpone that matter and focus on the task at hand. Yang Feng squinted, casting his gaze toward the distant Leviathan. 2 Leviathans were ensnared by the swarm, particularly the leap bugs, which ceaselessly burrowed into the crevices of the Leviathan's armor. Although they could not inflict damage, they effectively immobilized the Leviathans by wedging themselves between the scales, hindering their agile movements. The smaller units persistently harassed the Leviathans, drawing their attention. Meanwhile, in the rear, the stealthy destroyers and marching ants intermittently launched ion orbs and corrosive bile. While not fatal, each strike left a crater on the Leviathan's armor. It's becoming untenable, my king. The onslaught of the disaster is too fierce. The numbers of our bionic army are dwindling rapidly. The operator exclaimed, beads of sweat lining his forehead, as the data before him indicated that they had already lost 1/10 of their forces. It is not the right time yet. We must wait. Activate the mechanism only when the disaster reaches the center of the formation. Remember to promptly withdraw all bionic machines. Understood. As he observed the mechanical legion engaged in battle on the projection, the Water King felt a pang of sorrow. These legions represented a millennium's worth of accumulated resources. Cursed insects. He pounded the console in anger, his knuckles bulging with prominent veins. With a pop, a spark erupted, and a wisp of blue smoke rose from the console. The surrounding spirits were rendered speechless. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and fix it. You've delayed the battle. Do you bear the responsibility? How many of you are there? Innocently used as a punching bag, they were helpless. After all, he was the king. Chapter 198, Scorpion. Rain of Plasma Roar. Scrap metal. Perish. Spines twisted and danced out, piercing through the armor that Yang Feng had shattered. The psionic cube glimmered with white light, and Leviathan abruptly ceased its operation, its form collapsing like a heap of mud. Ding. Obtained 1 fragment of the Heart of Water, current total, 46 fragments. Yang Feng retracted the Heart of Water fragments floating above Leviathan and gazed towards the distant city of Miaoshui. The Water King, standing atop the city wall of Miaoshui, trembled in fear, as if being scrutinized by an ancient monster. He quickly regained his composure, filled with indignation, and shouted, activate the laser matrix. I shall annihilate him. Buzz, command received, initiating retreat. The biotic machines, their eyes ablaze with red light, abruptly halted their assault and began a swift, orderly retreat towards Miaoshui. Something strange is afoot. All swarm units, ascend. Upon witnessing the sudden withdrawal of the biotic machine legion, Yang Feng sensed something amiss. Remembering the system's warning about the abundance of machinery beneath the rocks, he realized the situation was dire. Indeed, just as the biotic machines retreated a short distance, the ground rumbled, followed by the sound of mechanical brakes around them. Xiaoxing, danger! Come quickly! The spines ensnared Xiaoxing and propelled her towards the sea. The ground erupted with several meter-wide holes, filled with roiling magical energy. Sizzle! The entire seabed instantly boiled, transforming into an underwater cauldron. Beams of laser shot up from the depths, piercing the surface of the sea. This scene resembled that of a planetary thruster. Yet unlike the dispersed layout of a planetary thruster, the laser matrix was evenly spaced every 10 meters. The losses of the swarm escalated sharply. Small units like the jump bugs and thorn snakes barely escaped the onslaught, but larger units such as the destroyer cockroaches became mere targets, cleaved into chunks by the lasers. Ding! Losses, 10,000 marching ants, 15,000 destroyers, 100,000 cockroaches, 200,000 jump bugs. As the system statistics emerged, Yang Feng felt a surge of fervor rise within him. Damn it! I refuse to believe that I cannot break you today. Scorpion swarm, heed my command, fire. His mental energy extended, transmitting to the resting scorpion swarm by the sea. Yang Feng hadn't intended to deploy these formidable weapons. They were not particularly agile units. And in the water, they were even slower than a rabbit in deep water. He had initially thought of turtles, but realized they were quite swift in the water. Since I cannot approach, I shall obliterate your matrix into debris. Every two king insects embraced a scorpion, gradually ascending into the sky, and then swiftly darting towards the position of the Yang bee. The spectacle was magnificent. The scorpion, originally a formidable ground-to-air unit, had now transformed into a veritable bomber. It became evident that while games are merely games, and reality stands apart, as long as one's resolve remains steadfast, solutions will always outweigh obstacles. Ultimately, the Yang bee found itself constrained by the limitations of the game's mechanics, stifling its imagination. The scorpions emitted an eerie cry, akin to a raven-esque call, brimming with excitement. Having lingered on the shore, they had spent their days idly watching other insect units engage in battle and vie for contributions. At last, the time had come for them. Charge! Let this group of sprites experience a delightful surge, the Yang bee coldly commanded. The king insects continuously absorbed ethereal energy, converting it into a fungal blanket and feeding it into the scorpion's mouth. The scorpion consumed the fungal blanket, transforming it into spiritual energy, which it incessantly absorbed and transmitted to its tail. A white ethereal energy coalesced along its exoskeleton and blood, gathering in clusters at the tip of its venomous stinger. The scorpion signaled the completion of the charge. Fire! The Yang bee waved its spines. Whoosh! A torrent of ethereal plasma cascaded from above, resembling hailstones raining down. Thud! Thud! Huh! A bunch of useless insects. Under my matrix, all that awaits you is retreat. The Water King laughed heartily, brimming with pride as he beheld the carcasses of the insect horde plummeting from above. The king is formidable. His foresight in establishing the matrix is truly divine. The courtiers around him, witnessing this, lavished him with praises. The Water King, wearing a contented expression, raised his head to quietly survey the multitude of fallen insect bodies. Delightful. Exhilarating. Suddenly, the Water King's expression turned to one of terror as he abandoned the courtiers and dashed towards the city walls. The courtiers, bewildered, wondered what had transpired. Just then, the alarm of soldiers echoed. Run. The Calamity's attack has descended. Flee. Looking up, the ethereal plasma abruptly scattered, splitting from the mother projectile into smaller bullets. Their density so great that even sunlight struggled to penetrate. Boom. Boom. The sound of explosions reverberated within a 10-kilometer radius surrounding Miao Shui City. Everything lay within the bombardment zone. The ethereal plasma surged directly into the laser firing port, traversing the channel and sending the entire matrix into disarray. Help! The shield is about to break. The terrified water sprite civilians were constantly monitoring the battle. It was evident that the magical shield enveloping Miao Shui City flickered ominously as the ethereal plasma struck it, creating ripples upon its surface. It appeared on the brink of collapse, yet they were powerless. Remaining there could cost them their lives, but venturing outside Miao Shui City would surely seal their fate. Fortunately, they sought refuge in an underground shelter, where their only recourse was to pray that the ethereal plasma would not strike them. Cursed calamity. The Water King cowered within his fortress, consumed by impotent rage. Activate the ring of water. The shield must not falter. Indeed. Buzz. 2 rings of water unleashed beams of light, continuously supplying magical energy to the protective barrier. Boom. As the final ethereal plasma detonated, all the sprites exhaled a collective sigh of relief. They had endured, but how do you feel? Turning to his companion, he found him still staring vacantly at the sky. What's the matter? His companion ignored him, slowly extending his hand and muttering, "It's coming again." What is coming again? Panic swiftly spread throughout the shelter. The air was filled with the sounds of chaos and cries of despair, as all the sprites, beloved children of nature, transformed into demons, wreaking havoc. Indeed, another wave of ethereal plasma rained down from above, and this time, it was even more intense. The Water King would not cease until every water sprite was vanquished. If one attempt failed, there would be 2, and if 2 failed, 3. Cursed. Cursed. Quickly position Leviathan above us to shield against these assaults. Hurry. The Water King shouted urgently. Yes, yes. The mindless Leviathan was manipulated by the controller, lifted above the fortress. However, this enraged the water sprites within the shelter. Bastard. Isn't there another one? Why doesn't he protect us? Cowardly king. Look, he stacked both atop each other. How shameless. Huh, and so what? We can only watch helplessly. Chapter 199. Occupation of Miao Shui City. This time, the Scorpion's objective was unmistakable, heading straight for the stronghold of the Water King. The ethereal plasma no longer scattered but directly collided with Leviathan. The Scorpion was undeniably the most formidable unit among the insect race. No matter how robust Leviathan's armor, it could not withstand the Scorpion's onslaught. ZZZ, armor damage 78, shield loss 100. Both Leviathans perished instantly. Not even Yang Feng could eliminate them in an instant. Halt. Charge forth and seize Miaoshui City. Yang Feng signaled with a flick of his spine, halting the Scorpion's attack, and plunged into the sea. The view was obscured by murky waters, limiting even Yang Feng's sight to a few hundred meters. Fortunately, his mental strength was formidable, though his eyes failed him. His mind could perceive with greater clarity. Master, shall we take that individual with us? Kalyana gazed up at the colossal Yang Feng, respectfully inquiring. No need, simply eliminate them. Also, bring the fragments of the Heart of Water. Without needing to specify, Yang Feng understood whom Kalyana referred to. Understood. A piercing scream emanated from the fortress, sending chills through the other sprites. Moments later, Kalyana approached, holding several fragments of the Heart of Water, each several times larger than herself, and presented them to Yang Feng. What was the size of the Heart of Water fragments? Yang Feng was somewhat taken aback, but soon realized that, given his physique, this 100-meter Heart of Water indeed appeared rather diminutive. The moment of excitement, or rather, the moment of the insect heart had arrived. First, he ordered all the swarms to retreat to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. Then, Yang Feng united all the fragments of the Heart of Water. With a resounding boom, azure magical energy surged into the sky, sending a shockwave that knocked Yang Feng several thousand meters away. A gash appeared on his body, stretching from left to right, and it took several minutes of the queen insect's intensive healing for him to fully recover. One could only imagine the extent of the devastation. The fact that someone of Yang Feng's size could be hurled so far and sustain such grievous injuries indicated that the city of Miaoshui below had been struck with the force of a nuclear explosion. The sheer power of the blast left one wondering how the water spirits had managed to separate such a potent entity. Upon surveying the already battered Miaoshui city, the destruction was even more pronounced. At the city center was a large circular pit with a radius exceeding 10 kilometers. What on earth was this? Everything else had been obliterated, yet this particular object remained unscathed. Yang Feng stowed away the Heart of Water and casually scanned the area with his mental energy, discovering a dark antenna standing prominently at the center of the crater. This antenna was not only peculiar, but also appeared completely unharmed by the impact of the Heart of Water. System, do you know what this is? Unknown. Strange. Even the system was at a loss regarding this bizarre object. Let us go down and take a look. The database has no records of it, Gamera remarked casually. Indeed. He summoned Kalyana and Xiao Xing, and together they approached the antenna, towering nearly 500 meters with a radius of just over 10 meters. Its pinnacle was adorned with a brilliantly colored black gemstone. The main material of the antenna was one thing, but the gemstone was truly unforgettable. The stone appeared black, yet it shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, embodying the essence of iridescent black. Ding. Energy concentrated crystal detected. Would you like to absorb it for 10 invasion points? Damn. Forgive my foolishness. Invasion points are the system's currency, while planetary points represent energy. I had momentarily forgotten. For reference, 1 invasion point equals 1 million points, and 1 planetary point equals 100 million energy points. Yang Feng hesitated, sensing that he had encountered this prompt before. Never mind, he thought, dismissing the thought. Master, we have discovered an entrance. Kalyana's voice resonated in Yang Feng's mind. An entrance? Could it be that there is more beneath this antenna? I'll be there shortly. Do not act recklessly in the meantime. Understood. Yang Feng turned and quickly made his way to the entrance Kalyana indicated. It was a tightly sealed opening reinforced with magical steel, emanating what seemed to be a mental energy fluctuation. This sensation stirred memories of a familiar place within him. He poked at the large eye on his abdomen. I sense a familiar aura. Indeed, I too share this sensation, which bears a striking resemblance to the magical eye, albeit with a subtle distinction. Shall I venture in to explore? Yang Feng hesitated for a moment but swiftly acquiesced. Go ahead, but exercise caution. Before Xiaoxing entered, Yang Feng extended his mental prowess, probing deeper into the cave entrance. However, it was not long before his mental force encountered a formidable psychic barrier, rendering his formidable power utterly impotent. The aura was undeniably reminiscent of the magical eye. Upon the cave walls, there were bizarre and grotesque paintings, with one in particular standing out as exceptionally peculiar. A massive wall was adorned with bloodshot eyeballs, while a fleet before it appeared diminutive in comparison. The final depiction illustrated the fleet deploying a peculiar weapon that emitted a blinding light, sealing the wall in place, though they suffered significant losses. Nearly half of their ships ensnared and crushed by the wall. Baslara, is this the name of this civilization? I shall take note of it. At this juncture, Xiaoxing forcefully breached the door constructed from demonic steel, accompanied by several jumping crimson beasts. My lord, the atmosphere here is exceedingly strange. I feel as though I am losing control over the magical energy within me. Is that so? Xiaoxing furrowed her brow. She harnessed spiritual energy rather than magical energy, thus lacking the sensation of the crimson beasts, yet she too sensed a wave of discomfort. This discomfort was psychological, manifesting as fleeting irritability, inexplicable joy, and sudden sorrow. While these emotions were not overwhelmingly intense, they nonetheless caused her unease, and the deeper they ventured, the the more pronounced the effects became. Xiaoxing, stabilize your emotions. I have observed that your mental fluctuations are exceedingly unstable. Understood. Xiaoxing replied impatiently. Yang Feng was taken aback. Her tone seemed somewhat off. If you cannot endure, return immediately. Your safety is of utmost importance. I promise, I shall be cautious. Hiss, something feels amiss with Xiaoxing. Could she be experiencing a split personality akin to my own? I do not believe so. Rather, it seems she is under some form of influence. Jing, sitting beside Yang Feng, mused thoughtfully. Indeed, I feel the same. Feng nodded in agreement. Chapter 200. The Wall of Flesh and Blood. I must assist Xiaoxing. If she continues in this manner, she is likely to encounter peril. To clarify, Yang Feng currently possesses the strongest mental power, while Feng and Jing are secondary personalities, their mental strength inferior to Yang Feng's. Thus, Feng and Jing function similarly to external manifestations, possessing independent thoughts yet remaining unified with Yang Feng, differing only in their approaches. Yang Feng felt an unsettling sensation, as though an event was imminent. How shall I help? Jing, you have never ventured outside, have you? This time, I entrust this task to you. Yang Feng directed his gaze at Jing, then with a wave of his hand, Jing soared through a passageway. Sigh. Jing and he were inherently one. Possessing immense mental strength, with Jing's assistance, he was confident that the matter would be resolved with ease. Suddenly, the crimson beast beside Xiaoxing trembled violently, its crimson eyes transforming into a stark white. Xiaoxing was taken aback as the ethereal blade of energy manifested on her arm, aimed squarely at the crimson beast. The last encounter with the demon eye had the potential to exert control over other beings, and she couldn't dismiss the possibility that the crimson beast might be ensnared by surprise. Do not act hastily. It is I. Jing's mental energy radiated outward, enveloping Xiaoxing and the other crimson beasts. Immediately, Xiaoxing felt a profound sense of relief as the chaotic emotions dissipated in an instant. Feng, it is I. I am here to assist you. I have discerned that your mental energy is exceedingly unstable. Xiaoxing nodded, acknowledging the issue she had just experienced when she had lashed out at Yang Feng. Let us proceed. Under the influence of Jing's mental energy, Xiaoxing and her companions advanced with remarkable swiftness, soon arriving at the first barrier. The formidable creature imprisoned within emanated such potent mental energy that it could sway even her resolve. Indeed, we must exercise caution, Jing nodded, casting a wary glance at the barrier. Yang Feng's mental energy was thwarted by this formidable barrier, indicating its formidable nature. However, the creature's mental energy was capable of penetrating such a robust barrier and still affecting Xiaoxing, which only heightened Jing's vigilance. As they traversed the barrier, it emitted a resounding thud, akin to parting a membrane of water. Damn, what a powerful mental force. Xiaoxing, draw closer, Jing urged. Understood. Jing's mental energy trembled slightly as he braced himself against the overwhelming mental assault. This is, Xiaoxing gasped, staring ahead in astonishment. Evidently, this was the creature in question. Jing's expression tightened, focusing on the colossal being before them. The passage had culminated in an extraordinarily vast space. Even if all the insectoid units were crammed inside, they would scarcely occupy a fraction of this expanse. A massive wall, forged from flesh and blood, was ensnared by countless beams of light. The height of this wall was indeterminate to Jing, but a glance downward revealed a crimson glow. Was it the light of magma? The moment they entered, an array of eyes, large and small, fixated upon them from the wall, exuding an unsettling aura in the darkness. I am still of the insectoid race. Who am I to be intimidated? Jing scoffed, locking gazes with the eyes, his own filled with avarice. Such a substantial mass of flesh must be worth an immense number of planetary points. No, I cannot resort to killing. I am a compassionate being. What shall we do next? This behemoth appears immobile, Xiaoxing remarked as she stepped forward, only to discover a precipice that barred her path. Oh, there seems to be a structure over there. Xiaoxing's eyes brightened as she spotted a shadowy edifice at the opposite end. Let us approach and investigate. A surge of mental energy lifted the group of insects, propelling them toward the structure. As they drew nearer, Jing was struck by the enormity of the building. Countless metallic supports held this vast construct aloft, spanning at least several kilometers in width. Tubes connected to a colossal, transparent vessel. What is this? A magic energy crystal? How many invasion points could such a bounty be worth? Upon closer inspection, Jing discovered that the container was filled with vibrant, multicolored magical crystals. Over there, look! Xiaoxing exclaimed excitedly, pointing toward a structure. Jing turned to see a massive stone slab adorned with murals, reminiscent of the artwork on the cave walls. However, the imagery was comprehensible. This was an energy furnace, constructed by the Bastila civilization to imprison the flesh wall. A feat accomplished at the cost of countless spirit-wood star beasts. How intriguing this civilization is, mirroring my own beliefs. They sought to save this planet by confining the flesh wall, yet they slaughtered many magical creatures in the process. At that time, the spirit-wood star civilization had no means to resist, forced to endure the ravages of the Bastila civilization. Regrettably, the magical energy within these crystals was nearly depleted. They would cease functioning in a few hundred years. What a pity. Enough lamenting, let us head back after our investigation. I have gathered sufficient information about this monster. And for now, it is not a worthy opponent. It is best left here. Yang Feng's voice prompted Jing to leave. There was no alternative, according to the mural's information. These beams would vanish if attacked. Yang Feng was not a match for it either, so it was prudent to leave it be until they could return with greater strength. After all, it could remain contained for several hundred years, and with the rapid evolution of the insect race, dealing with it then would be a mere formality. Fine. I understand, but I've finally emerged from my confines. Can't you let me enjoy this moment? Yang Feng looked at the data before him, utterly exasperated. Ding. Detected. Flesh Wall, Flesh Mountain, Rank 5, Abilities, Demon SI. The multitude of eyes scattered across the Flesh Mountain are not mere decorations. They can emit terrifying, vengeful energy lasers. Anyone struck by these lasers will instantly disintegrate into a mass of flesh, to be consumed by the Flesh Mountain. Gluttony. The Flesh Wall generates creatures connected by a single blood vessel. The remaining health of the Flesh Wall is proportional to the attack and defense of these gluttonous beings, hence it is advisable to eliminate them first. When their health drops below a certain threshold, they will detach from the Flesh Wall and flee. Frenzy. The laser beams emanating from the Flesh Wall's eyes will increase in damage, speed, and frequency as its life diminishes. When its health falls below 30, the central mouth will expel blood leeches. Curse. The Flesh Mountain is not to be touched. If one comes into contact with or crosses the Flesh Wall, they will be instantaneously consumed and become part of it. Chaotic Entity. The Flesh Mountain is a monstrous amalgamation of living beings, accumulating a vast amount of bizarre mental energy that can penetrate the body and invade the mind, disrupting one's mental strength and controlling the brain. Domination. Its formidable mental power allows the Flesh Mountain to easily control any being weaker than itself. Devour. With its gaping maw, it can swallow you whole, integrating you into its being. Introduction. The Flesh Mountain is a monstrous entity born from the depths of hell, a chaotic amalgamation of countless lives. Its spirit is in disarray. Its actions are erratic, and wherever it traverses, carnage ensues. It embodies fear, plague, and destruction. Flaw. It is said that a substance known as holy water can utterly vanquish the Flesh Mountain. Remarkably, such a thing exists on Spiritwood Planet, though it remains a mystery how the civilization known as Basla managed to seal it away. Chapter 201. The Dragon of Basla. Indeed, this colossal being should elevate the Zerg to new heights. I am certain a baser would find this creature intriguing. Huh, what is this? Let us take a look, B. While wandering idly, Jing unexpectedly stumbled upon a vast chamber, seemingly the control room for the entire energy furnace. What is the matter? Yangbi shifted her perspective to that of Jing. As she did, they beheld a holographic projection intently gazing at Jing. It depicted a humanoid being with golden hair and pale skin, adorned with feathers and clad in golden armor. Jing was taken aback. What was this feathered figure saying? The Zerg's translation organ proved ineffective against machines, leaving Jing bewildered as the avian being chattered incomprehensibly, seemingly furious. Yangbi observed the agitated bird-like creature with interest. After a while, noticing Jing's lack of response, the being appeared to realize something and switched to another language. Jing remained unmoved, prompting the creature to continue altering its language. After cycling through at least 1,000 tongues, a familiar phrase resonated in their ears. Hello? Jing was momentarily stunned, surprised to hear a language from Earth. Do you understand this language? What is your relation to the Human Federation? The Human Federation? That name seemed vaguely familiar. One of the 3 titans in StarCraft. The Human Federation is the sworn enemy of the Zerg, Gamera explained. Ah, that is why it sounded so familiar. Jing pondered for a moment and replied, No, I merely recognize this language. Are you a creature of the Basla civilization? Presumptuous. I am. Silence. I have no interest in knowing your name. Although Jing appeared cordial, it did not imply a gentle temperament. You, wretched insect. This planet belongs to the Basla civilization. Huh, did this planet inscribe your name, or what? Just because you claim it as yours does not make it so. I could just as easily claim it for myself, Jing retorted flippantly, embodying the demeanor of a rogue. His insolence drove the bird-like creature into a frenzy. Ah, you insect fool. Upon hearing this, Jing was instantly covered in goosebumps. The creature's insults lacked any bite, sounding more like playful banter. Enough of your nonsense. I can't be bothered to engage with you. If you disagree, declare war. If you arrive too late, this planet will be in ruins. With that, Jing unleashed a torrent of arcane flames, incinerating the entire control panel before turning to depart. Ah, my anger knows no bounds. This wretched fool has provoked me. I shall annihilate you. How dare you challenge the great Bastila? Roar. The golden-haired avian trembled with fury, and in a magnificent explosion of vibrant light, she transformed into a colossal dragon. Her form mirrored that of a western dragon, yet unlike her counterparts. She was adorned with pure, snow-white feathers, resembling a divine messenger of the heavens, radiating a sacred luminescence. Roar. Despicable insect. Fool. I will end your life. Flames of white fury poured from her lips, her eyes ablaze with wrath. With a thunderous crash, the doors burst open, and a cadre of scaled dragonfolk entered. My lord Bastila, are you unharmed? The foremost dragon approached, kneeling on one knee. Humph. Who could dare to harm me here? Bastila replied haughtily. Indeed, it was my folly. I am unaware of what has stirred your anger, he cautiously inquired. Humph, dispatch the fleet. I shall journey to Spiritwood Star. Understood. Spiritwood Star? It is but a Tier 2 planet, known only for its picturesque environment, lacking any notable features. Did the sprites there provoke Lord Bastila? Yet. The water sprites are practically her vassals, frequently offering tribute. They are content with the most rudimentary technology that Bastila grants them. How could they have angered her? As he exited the Grand Hall, a diminutive dragonfolk rushed forth, kneeling beside him. Master, urgent distress signals from Spiritwood Star. Assistance is required. Spiritwood Star? Is it the water sprites? Yes. They are under siege by other civilizations. Moreover, the information was relayed a month ago. Why is this only being reported now? The dragonfolk stammered nervously. Another subordinate Tier 3 civilization has also faced an invasion, and since Spiritwood Star is a Tier 2 civilization, it is your delay in reporting that has incited the anger of Lord Bastila toward the civilization invading Spiritwood Star. Now, she intends to strike. Understood. I shall prepare immediately. As a Tier 5 civilization, to be provoked thus shall not go unpunished. What nonsense. Your insults are utterly inept. It is nauseating. Bastila's disruption of the mood left me disinterested in lingering. I retreated through the mental network back into Yang Feng's body to seek slumber. Can't you converse properly? Having offended this avian, she will surely bring calamity upon our civilization, Yang Feng remarked with irritation. The madman, indifferent, continued to munch on seeds, watching the golden sprite engage with the swarm of insects. Are you afraid? I am not. Neither am I. In fact, I find it quite intriguing. Intriguing? More like you are lusting after another's form. The two identical figures exchanged knowing smiles. Vile. Haha. All right. It seems we've already offended someone. The Zerg have never feared anyone. However, we must act swiftly. Otherwise, when those civilizations arrive, we shall not have a moment to react. Indeed, the blue planet is currently under threat from the Alliance fleet. And it won't be long before they arrive. Preparations must commence without delay. As for Lingmu's star, it is nearly ready. I can handle it along with Della. Yang Feng nodded, then expelled the madness from his mental space, re-entering the body of the Eve's dragon. Chapter 202. Blue 1. This is the information concerning the Zerg. The Black Squid crew member handed the tablet to the captain. Indeed, the details align closely with what Zisha provided. The Zerg primarily consist of terrestrial units. While there are aerial units, they pose minimal threat to our warships. Yes, although our ships possess significant advantages, eradicating the Zerg will necessitate ground combat on the blue planet. As most of the Zerg dwell underground, beyond the reach of our naval assaults. The captain, upon hearing this, closed his eyes in contemplation, his fingers rhythmically tapping the tabletop. We could employ planet-destroying weapons to annihilate the entire blue planet, suggested a crew member. No, the captain firmly rejected the proposal. The blue planet still harbors civilization. Although subjugated by the Zerg, we cannot disregard their existence. The Alliance has explicitly prohibited the use of planet-destroying weapons against lower-tier civilizations. Let us consult with other civilizations regarding this matter. Connect to the Alliance conference. Understood. With a swift motion, a projection emerged, showcasing the commanders of various civilizations. I trust everyone is already acquainted with the general intelligence. The Zerg are exceedingly troublesome, while we maintain aerial superiority on the ground. We find it challenging to contend with their swarms. Zisha's expression was grave. I propose we utilize planet-destroying weapons. After an extensive meeting, it became evident that all civilizations were at a loss regarding how to eliminate the subterranean Zerg. No one wished to take the lead and face certain death. The Nasharians persistently advocated for the use of planet-destroying weapons, yet they were met with opposition from the Orcs and several fourth-tier civilizations. The Nasharians were perplexed, by rights. The fourth-tier civilizations possessing planet-destroying weapons should have supported their cause. Why the rejection? Eventually, unable to fathom the reasoning, they chose to abandon the thought. As was their way of thinking, we are still 10 light years away, requiring another 7 days. During this time, everyone should prepare. This will be an exceptionally arduous war. Zisha was the first to terminate the communication, subsequently connecting to another channel. How goes it, Zisha? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Zisha replied with a slight smile. Of course. Under our threat, several fourth-tier civilizations have refrained from endorsing the use of planet-destroying weapons. Zisha subtly indicated before the Orcs that the Guma tribe possessed fifth-tier planet-destroying weapons. Remnants of ancient advanced technology. Should they agree to employ such weapons against lower-tier civilizations? Setting this precedent would lead to unimaginable consequences should the Guma's arsenal ever be turned against them. However, unbeknownst to them, the Guma clan indeed possesses formidable weapons, albeit lacking the necessary conditions for their deployment, merely intended to instill fear. Yet it is evident that they have been thoroughly intimidated. This is advantageous. The Overlord has commenced preparations, awaiting the foolish ones to step into the trap. Baishan nodded in agreement, stating, I shall lead the fleet directly into the encirclement. A swift extermination shall ensue. They would never fathom that the Zerg battleships are not weak. On the contrary, they are exceptionally powerful. Zisha's tone was ominous, his eyes brimming with a sinister aura. Attention! Attention! The assembly of the Blue 1 heavy magnetic railgun is underway. All personnel, beware of falling objects. On Blue Star. Within the battleship assembly factory, a vessel measuring 10 kilometers in length and 50 kilometers in width, resembling a bat, was in the process of assembling an enormous magnetic railgun. This cannon served as the primary artillery of the Blue 1 ship, featuring a bore diameter exceeding 1 kilometer. Utilizing the forging methods of Devour, the Zerg nest could continuously synthesize a skin metal. This metal is remarkably resilient, with even the Yangbi requiring considerable effort to inflict damage. The Blue 1 vessel was, of course, constructed from a skin metal, rendering it a super battleship. Undoubtedly, the construction of such a warship is an intricate endeavor, employing millions of four-armed apes, taking 2 months merely to establish a rough framework. As a command ship, the Blue 1 must be robust. A slightly lower offensive capability is acceptable. Devour, overseeing the operations, was met with adoration from the nearby four-armed ape designers. Suddenly, the sky darkened, leaving Devour and the designers in astonishment. Strange, it should be clear skies. Why has it suddenly turned gloomy? Looking up, Devour and the designer were struck with terror, kneeling in reverence as they proclaimed, "We welcome the Overlord." Yangbi inquired calmly, "What is the situation?" Devour, paralyzed by fear, struggled to articulate a response, as an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, rendering him immobile. Yangbi retracted the oppressive aura, allowing Devour to slowly straighten his posture. "Report, Overlord. With the assistance of the swarm, we have constructed 5,000 escort ships, 900 cruisers, 200 battlecruisers, and 50 battleships." Yangbi frowned, his voice icy. "Too few. I require a fleet of at least 200,000 warships." The pressure descended once more, nearly causing Devour to collapse. "My subordinates have faltered in their duties, but there are reasons for this. While the swarm can assist us, they can only transport materials and cannot perform intricate tasks. The four-armed ape clan is encountering this knowledge for the first time, resulting in a slow construction pace." Only then did Yangbi ease the pressure, stating calmly, "I need you to complete this within 1 month, otherwise." Yes. We shall accomplish it, and will not disappoint the Overlord." "Very well, be off. Should I catch you slacking again, the consequences shall not be trivial." Once Yangbi departed, Devour collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. The Overlord's presence was truly terrifying. "What is the matter with you?" The nearby four-armed gibbon tumbled to the ground with a thud, frothing at the mouth. "Goodness, are you all right? Doctor! Yang Feng arrived at a heavily guarded location. Looking up ahead, the horizon was obscured by an array of battleships neatly stationed, presenting a truly awe-inspiring sight. The sovereign, Terra, riding on a marching ant, descended to Yang Feng's side. Due to the continuous reproduction of insect units, her abdomen had swollen to several times its original size, making her reliant on the assistance of the marching ant to move freely. Let me assess the combat capabilities of these battleships," Yang Feng said, curling his spine to examine a guard ship closely. Inside, the four-armed gibbon was utterly terrified by Yang Feng's enormous eyes, cowering on the ground, too afraid to move. Terra scoffed, "These ships may be sturdy, but their offensive power is woefully inadequate. They can barely breach the defenses of a Nest Guardian." "Oh, so they haven't even reached level 5 of the second tier? Why is that?" Although Devour was well-versed in forging, he lacked knowledge of weapon design. These weapons were kinetic, possessing limited power. Yang Feng set the guard ship down, declaring, "Let this ship ascend. I shall test its performance." Yes. Soon, the guard ship took to the skies, hovering opposite Yang Feng. "First, let's test its defensive capabilities. Raise their shields." "Understood." A transparent shield materialized, enveloping the entire guard ship. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this shield was precariously sustained by nuclear energy, appearing quite unstable. Meanwhile, the four-armed gibbon inside was trembling, paralyzed with fear. After all, they were facing the sovereign, and a single misstep could spell doom. "Captain, are you truly all right?" "Why yes, I should be fine," came the captain's uncertain reply, his tone laden with apprehension, suggesting anything but assurance. Chapter 203, The Black Mantis, a biomass plasma sphere shot from Yang Feng's mouth. To his dismay, the guard ship's shield was directly pierced, colliding against the armor. With a sizzling sound, biomass splattered, igniting a cascade of sparks. The outcome falls far short of my expectations. Indeed, the efficiency of nuclear energy is significantly inferior to that of psychic energy, Yang Feng pondered deeply. Terra's words resonated with him. Nuclear energy could indeed release sufficient power to sustain the ship's operation. However, in the absence of technology, it was utterly ineffective for defense. Could psychic energy be utilized as a power source for the battleship? Terra paused for a moment before responding. "I've considered that approach, but it remains unactualized. Psychic energy is highly destructive and can only be absorbed and condensed by living organisms. If stored in metal, it becomes obsolete after a period of use." Living organisms? That presents a potential solution. Abassar should possess relevant data on this. Yang Feng suddenly recalled, "By the way, where is Abassar? Is he no longer needed on Gumastar?" "Sovereign, I am here." Abassar rushed toward Yang Feng. "Your timing is impeccable. The Guma tribe appears to resemble living warships, and we might glean insights from their operational methods. Moreover, the previous Zerg indeed possessed a type of living warship, one infected by Zerg viruses. Oh, so there is a solution? Then I leave this matter in your capable hands. Understood. Yang Feng nodded, then turned to the trembling guard ship hovering in the air. The defense has been assessed. Now let us evaluate its offensive capabilities. Let them attack me with full force. Certainly. The message from Tyra reached the guard ship, leaving the communications officer in a state of bewilderment. Captain, is it wise for us to attack the sovereign at the behest of Lord Tyra? Upon hearing this, the captain felt a heavy burden. To refrain from attacking would mean disobeying orders, yet to engage could lead to disaster. Attack. The sovereign's strength cannot be overcome by us. It is merely testing the guard ship's capabilities, the first officer asserted. Understood. Attention all hands. Activate all weaponry, lock onto the sovereign, and fire at will. Understood. The deck of the guard ship began to lower, revealing a series of electromagnetic cannons that rose up, targeting Yang Feng. Ah, how delightful this weapon appears. Yang Feng remarked with irony. The newly arrived Dilru wore a gloomy expression, genuinely disgruntled. He was merely a blacksmith, yet was tasked with constructing warships. Was this not an unreasonable burden? However, Yang Feng was unconcerned with such matters. He required a formidable interstellar fleet. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of metal projectiles soared forth. And astonishingly, there was not the slightest hint of degradation from their friction with the air. Crafted from Yask metal, these projectiles were commendable, though their force was somewhat lacking. Yang Feng observed the incoming grains with indifference, extending several spines to shield himself. Bang bang. The electromagnetic cannon fire struck the spines, generating a shower of sparks and debris. Yang Feng felt a slight tickle from the spines, only to see the projectiles ricochet off, flying into the distance. Too weak, they barely suffice for scratching an itch. And must be improved. If conditions permit, the Scorpion psychic plasma could be installed on the warship. Understood, Dilru replied weakly. Silently he thought, is this not an unfair request? After painstakingly constructing so many warships, now they all require reworking. How arduous this is. Little did he know, as he looked up, he found Yang Feng staring intently at him. In a calm voice, Yang Feng asked, what is it? Do you have an issue with me? If you do, speak your mind. I shall hold no grievance against you. Gulp, what could I possibly say? Ha. He seemed to forget that, as a Zerg, Yang Feng was fully aware of his thoughts and intentions, more adept than mind-reading itself. Well, let us conclude the testing here. I bid farewell to the sovereign. Oh, by the way, Tyra, you have worked hard during this time. We require a significant number of scorpions. Once this period passes, you shall proceed with your evolution. Thank you. Sovereign, this is but my duty. Wait, Sovereign, I have something to discuss. A baser suddenly rushed forward, shouting to ensure Yang Feng could hear him. What is the matter? Yang Feng inquired. With palpable excitement, a baser replied, the genetic analysis of Heikue has been completed. Utilizing this gene, I have created a new unit, the Sacrificer. The Sacrificer possesses abilities akin to Heikue, transferring its internal energy into any Zerg upon death, thereby enhancing their strength. Yang Feng looked curiously at the peculiar Zerg beside a baser. This unit had a triangular head, with sharp bone blades on either side and barbs. A pair of retractable, high-molecular scythe claws coiled at its chest. Its body was slender, lacking a shell, covered only by a thin layer of chitin, contrasting sharply with Heikue's formidable defenses. Additionally, 3 pairs of thin wings fluttered rapidly, allowing it to hover above the ground. Did you design this unit based on a mantis? Yang Feng asked a baser. Mantis? What creature is that? A baser replied. Never mind. Let us call this one Black Mantis. Sacrificer sounds too mundane. Alright then. Black Mantis, 5,000 energy points level 5, tier 2. Psychic unit, 5 armor. Ability, Sacrifice. Upon self-destruction or death, it transfers all psychic energy into another unit, which will dissipate after a limited time. High molecular scythe claws. The claws of the serpent have incorporated the genes of the thunder beast's razor-sharp blades, achieving both sharpness and lightness. Introduction, cannon fodder level unit. They share the same status as jumping bugs, residing at the lowest echelon of the Zerg hierarchy. Well then, if there is nothing else, I must take my leave. I need to set traps in space. Those fleets are approaching quickly. Farewell, Sovereign. In the heart of the Golden Spirit territory on Lingmu Star, the Lujin River flows majestically. This river, renowned throughout Lingmu Star, is not filled with water but rather with countless streams of toxic gold, emanating from the depths of the earth at intensely high temperatures. Surrounding the Lujin River is a resplendent expanse of gold. However, apart from specialists, no spirits dare venture here. Lujin is a concoction of gold and mercury, forming a gold-mercury agent. Under high temperatures, the mercury evaporates, permeating the surrounding air. Once one enters this area, they are destined to become a corpse. In such a perilous place, 2 figures were slowly making their way. Chapter 204. Convergence. Is this the Lujin River? Truly magnificent, exclaimed Jean Ruilla, her eyes sparkling with golden light as she approached the river. Be careful. There are strange fish in the Lujin River, although they are not magical beasts. They do possess magical energy, Hill cautioned, worried for the curious child. I'll be cautious, don't worry, Jean Ruilla replied nonchalantly, unfazed by the prospect of a mere fish. Just as she leaned down to observe the Lujin River closely, a stream of gold mixed with magical energy shot forth from the river. Oh no, Jean Ruilla lacked vigilance, yet instinctively lowered her head. The gilded projectile penetrated the shield designed to block toxic fumes, soaring over her head before crashing into the tightly wrapped trunk encased in gold. What on earth? Jean Ruilla quickly amplified her magical energy, fortifying the shield further. Enough of this nonsense. I've warned you about the monstrous fish, yet you remain skeptical. Sierra covered her forehead once more, exasperated as she gazed at Jean Ruilla. Jean Ruilla offered an awkward smile in return. No more antics, let us proceed. Jean Ruilla grasped Sierra's arm and moved forward. It is rather strange, why is flying prohibited above the Gilded River? Upon ascending, magical energy becomes uncontrollable. I wonder if it affects the calamity. Sierra paused, momentarily taken aback. Jean Ruilla nearly stumbled over her sudden halt. Why did you stop so abruptly? Your earlier words sparked a thought. If the Gilded River indeed influences the calamity, could we perhaps use it as a barrier against its assault? Jean Ruilla replied weakly. That is impossible. To the calamity, this is merely a feast. Allowing them to approach would result in utter consumption. We ought to contemplate how to cross the river instead. There is no way around it. The Gilded River traverses the entirety of the Golden Elf domain. Jean Ruilla stared at the river ahead, devoid of any further thoughts. What use is wealth when one has no life to spend it? According to the data, there are boats upon the Gilded River. If we proceed downstream for another 5 kilometers, we will arrive. Sierra held a map in one hand and a magnifying glass in the other. Then let us hasten. The calamity has breached the Golden Elf's border fortress. It won't be long before it reaches us. Indeed, let us move. Buzzing. Warning. Warning. Encountering unidentified magnetic field interference. System has. Bang. What is happening? What is going on? Kara, startled by the sound, rushed to Kamii's side, her face a mask of panic. Kamii gazed tensely at the smoke billowing from the control panel and spoke gravely. It's over. We are about to crash. What? The scenery outside the porthole was rapidly blurring as the ship plummeted at an alarming speed. Think of something quick. We are doomed. Quiet. I am thinking. Kamii frantically pressed buttons on the smoke-emitting console. Click. A red button emerged at the center of the control panel. What is this button? I don't know. Just press it. Bang. Kamii struck the button decisively. Buzz. A dense surge of magical energy enveloped the entire cockpit. Boom. Sizzle. With a thunderous crash, the ship plummeted to the ground, skidding across the surface for hundreds of meters, creating a deep trench in its wake. Jean Ruilla stood upon the hillside, observing the fallen vessel with curiosity. What in the world just fell? Sierra retrieved a pair of binoculars, scrutinizing the scene before stating, it appears to be a spaceship. Should we investigate? Jean Ruilla turned to Sierra, inquiring. Let us venture forth and take a look. The spaceship is belching black smoke, with a gaping fissure along its midsection, and a plethora of items strewn across the ground. Had it not been for the resilience of the adamantine vessel, it is likely that the damage would have been far more catastrophic. Cough. I nearly met my demise. Cammy, do you even know how to pilot a spaceship? The two brothers, Cammy and his sibling, emerged from the cockpit, their faces still etched with traces of terror. You may claim I am not a competent warrior, but you cannot assert that I lack the ability to navigate a ship. Cammy exclaimed with indignation. All right, I shall refrain from further comment. What shall we do now? I am uncertain. We must retrieve the supplies before they are consumed by the flames. Cammy regained his composure and ventured back into the burning vessel. Oh, the heart of gold. That item may still prove useful. Carla dashed towards the rear compartment of the spaceship. Huh, where's the heart of gold? It was right here. Carla scratched her head in confusion. Hey, what are you pondering? Come help. I'm on my way. If we can't find it, it's no great loss. After all, it wasn't he of paramount importance. Yet, why do I feel an inexplicable emptiness within? The two brothers laboriously extracted a considerable amount of supplies, placing them at a safe distance from the ship, thoroughly exhausted. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged towards them, prompting the brothers to hastily take refuge behind a tree trunk. Who goes there? Cammy asked, his expression tense as he scanned the thicket. Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions. Jinrula emerged from the woods, standing before the two brothers. Who are you? Cammy inquired coldly, raising his sniper rifle. Hey, you rude elf. I have yet to inquire about your identity. Jinrula haughtily retorted. Believe it or not, I am Hilda, the Earth Elf Princess. I happened to pass by and witnessed your ship's descent, hence my curiosity. Earth Elf Princess? Carla scrutinized Hilda, noting her attire, characteristic of the Earth Elf nobility, complete with a crown atop her head. Brother, she truly appears to be the Earth Elf Princess, Carla whispered to Cammy. Skeptically, Cammy lowered his rifle, though it was evident that he remained on high alert. Are you truly a princess? Hilda produced a jade token inscribed with Mountain King, along with her name on the reverse side. Indeed, she is a princess. The title of Mountain King is the most revered among the Earth Elves. Only then did Cammy fully relax, setting aside her royal status, even if she were not a princess. The aura emanating from these two was such that the combined strength of the brothers would scarcely measure up to a fraction of hers. I apologize for my rudeness. I am Cammy, a gold elf, and this is Carla. Observing your disheveled state, it seems you were affected by the magnetic field of the Golden River, leading to your crash. TSK. Jinrula was far less gracious, launching into a round of mockery. The brothers felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. May I inquire about your destination, princess? What brings you to the Golden River? Cammy quickly regained his composure. This is something you should inquire about with her. Hill glanced at Jean Riera, who had persistently refrained from disclosing the reason for her arrival in the realm of the Golden Elves. What concern is it of yours? Jean Riera turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge them. Hill shook her head slightly, feeling somewhat exasperated by Jean Riera's petulance. She then addressed the Cammy brothers, stating, regardless, we are bound for the other side of the Golden River. I wonder if you shall accompany us. Carrot was immediately thrilled, exclaiming, splendid. We too are headed that way. Let us travel together. Chapter 205. The swarm approaches. A low growl resonated, capturing the attention of several elves. Jean Riera instantly recognized it as the roar of the jumping worms. This is dire. Calamity approaches, undoubtedly drawn here by the airship. We must flee. Jean Riera grasped Hill's hand and began to sprint. Cammy and Kara also spotted the emerging jumping worms, shouldering their supplies to follow Jean Riera. Be cautious, Hill warned, as Riera adeptly dodged the incoming bone spikes. Clang, clang, clang. The bone spikes embedded themselves into the trunk of a golden tree. Damn it, we must find shelter. The crossing point is still several kilometers away, and at this pace, the swarm will quickly overtake us. Hurry, there is a vessel ahead. Hill, with keen eyes, spotted a boat anchored by the riverbank as they emerged from the thicket. Odd, how could there be a boat here? Hill muttered to herself. Jean Riera paid no heed to such musings and dragged her toward the boat. What does it matter? We must escape quickly. With a graceful leap, Jean Riera carried Hill onto the vessel. Wait for us. Kara panted, breathless. Jean Riera frowned and shouted, could you move any faster? Encountering you has been quite unfortunate. Whoosh. Bone spikes hurtled from the swarm behind, aimed directly at Kara's head. You shan't succeed. The demon's sword flew from her grasp, transforming into a phantom that intercepted all the bone spikes. Kara cast a grateful glance her way, but Jean Riera paid her no mind. She had grown somewhat accustomed to Jean Riera's temperament. Once the two elves boarded the vessel, Jean Riera retracted the demon's sword and pushed off the riverbank with a powerful kick. The boat sped through the Golden River like an arrow, swiftly reaching the center of the stream. Hiss! The jumping worms stood helplessly on the shore, watching Jean Riera, now over 100 meters away. Chirp! The army ants, marching with purposeful strides, pushed aside the jumping worms. Damn it, it's here. Quickly, erect the magical energy shield. Jean Riera summoned the magical energy within her, forming a protective shield before the boat. Hill was no less diligent, conjuring an even thicker shield in front of her. Although the brothers' magical energy was not as formidable, they too contributed by creating 2 golden magical shields. All 4 elves were acutely aware of the threat posed by this behemoth. It's coming, Jean Riera exclaimed, as the army ant trembled and a plasma orb raced across the river's surface, carving a trench in the Golden River. Chirp! The army ant, feeling exhilarated, raised its forelimbs in celebration, convinced that these few small beings could not withstand its assault. Bang! The foremost 2 metallic energy shields barely lasted a second before being obliterated by a plasma sphere. Undeterred, the mechanical force surged towards the rear red shield. The Kara brothers wore expressions of palpable tension as they beheld the imminent plasma sphere. Jinrula clenched her teeth, struggling to hold on. Crack! The shield began to fracture, the fissures widening relentlessly. I can hardly hold on. The cracks suddenly expanded, shattering with devastating force upon striking the final defense. Hill furrowed his brow, pressing his hands firmly against the shield. Rest assured, it will be fine, he said with some difficulty. Jinrula exhaled deeply, yet her gaze remained fixated on the plasma sphere. Get down, Hill suddenly shouted, pressing Jinrula's head down. Boom! A tremendous explosion rang out, creating a vast circular pit in the center of the gilded river, as golden monstrous fish floated upwards. Meanwhile, the small boat sped swiftly towards the opposite shore. Roar! The army ant, witnessing this, was instantly filled with rage. Howling towards the heavens, it scratched its head, feeling a bit warm, with a hint of a burnt smell. Damn my hair! Jinrula shrieked, realizing her golden locks had curled and singed. You scared me to death. I thought I was done for. Kara patted her chest, completely drenched in sweat. These creatures are relentless. Even after such a distance, they still pursue us. Cammy, as a sniper, maintained a steady mindset, though fear lingered. Yet, they were unaware that even more terrifying events awaited them. The entire Spiritwood planet was now under siege by the insectoid race. With only the Kingdom of Gold elves remaining unconquered, they had no escape left. What are our next plans? Hill suddenly inquired. Jinrula paused, silence enveloping her for a moment before she slowly responded. Originally, this matter was to remain confidential, but now I must divulge it to you. During my advancement in the underground passage, the goddess of life revealed something to me. With a look of astonishment, the charming third elf produced a heart of earth, continuing. This is the heart of earth, crucial to the survival of Spiritwood planet. Once the 5 elemental hearts unite, the entire planet shall be annihilated, becoming a lifeless orb. The goddess informed me that the calamity has already gathered 3 elemental hearts, and I must collect the remaining heart of gold to confront the impending disaster. I do not know its current whereabouts. Kara suddenly froze, staring at Jinrula with a mix of hesitation and revelation. What? You know. Jinrula sensed Kara's unusual demeanor. Kara nodded, then shook her head, saying, if I am not mistaken, I did indeed see the heart of gold aboard the falling spaceship. However, after the crash, it vanished without a trace. I searched everywhere and found nothing. Jinrula's excitement surged momentarily, but she quickly fell silent. Is it truly gone? Jinrula persisted, unwilling to give up. Kara nodded in affirmation. Chapter 206. Selection. In this chapter, the 3 units with the most comments are included in the text. It is acceptable if they are not selected. If deemed appropriate, they may still be incorporated. 1. Blade Mantis. Modeled after the Earth Mantis, this creature possesses 2 razor-sharp blades capable of effortlessly slicing through armor. With astonishing speed, it serves as an anti-armor and anti-infantry unit, though it cannot fly without sufficient energy. This unit is suitable as a branch of the Black Mantis. 2. Firefly. Inspired by the Earth Fly, this entity generates a highly flammable gas akin to methane through numerous internal reactions. During an attack, it increases pressure to elevate temperature, igniting the gas before expelling flames. However, it is prone to explosive failure. While its effectiveness may not surpass that of the fire beetle, such units do exist within the original swarm. 3. Devouring Anomaly. Over-injection of genes has caused its genetic chain to collapse, placing immense strain on its form due to cosmic radiation influenced by quantum entanglement. Initially exhibiting a singular characteristic, the cosmic radiation triggers suppressed gaseous properties to emerge, resulting in atomic-level mutations. It transcends traditional biology, embodying a paradox of life and death, perhaps akin to a zombie. While it can temporarily harness the power of gaseous genes, its genetic chain continuously fractures and deteriorates. Without the consumption of new genes within 3 hours, its physical form will disintegrate and perish, transforming into an unconscious entity of peculiar action. With its physical body deceased, it may no longer be capable of movement. 4. Calculation Bug. This unit merges the genes of the Brain Bug and Leviathan, boasting computational abilities surpassing that of the Brain Bug and the teleportation skills of the Leviathan. It can simultaneously control 25 Eye Guardians and transport 500 million swarm units together. Utilizing its formidable computational power, it can derive mathematical models in real time based on battlefield information, anticipating forthcoming events. Upon its demise, the calculation bug implants its consciousness into the minds of its enemies, initiating a process of rebirth. The host body will transform into a new calculation bug within minutes, though the newly born entity is exceedingly fragile, easily felled by a single bullet. After several hours, its defenses will significantly increase, rendering it resistant to conventional weaponry. 5. Infector. This unit has the capability to transform human corpses or living humanoids into cutters and enhanced cutters. Its method of infection typically involves immobilizing its target with the stinger on its tail, subsequently injecting a virus into the target's brain. It possesses a pair of bat-like wings, allowing for brief flights, though it primarily crawls on the ground. Cutters exhibit varying appearances and combat prowess, yet share a common trait: their arms retract to their chests, and 2 massive blades protrude from their backs. If 1's armor does not possess a hardness exceeding that of titanium, they will be shredded. Cutters must be derived from the infector. Reinforced cutters. Their physical strength is 3-fold that of ordinary cutters, regardless of the former appearance of their target. They assume a singular form. Their arms vanish entirely, while the blades upon their backs are both broad and sharp. User 10463303. I shall refrain from sharing excessively long descriptions, opting instead for brevity, reserving lengthier details for later. Self-destructing mantis. A fusion of explosive insects and mantises, this creature serves as a formidable meat shield, possessing exceptional vitality, and its roar triggers an explosion. However, its mobility is severely limited. Variant branch, Smoke Mantis, that detestable captain of the federal agents. Sonic Flying Mantis, resembling terrestrial mantises. It stands at a height of 3 meters and can reach speeds of up to 55 times the speed of sound. It exhibits remarkable prowess in close combat, though its armor is relatively fragile, and it possesses a degree of intelligence. It can discern friend from foe through infrared perception, ultrasound, and minute vibrations, operating within the joyful enclave of twin siblings. Void Devourer. This creature resembles a fusion of a tiger and a crocodile, adorned with sharp spines and possessing potent venom. It can compress and expel air from its body, existing in 2 distinct forms. Form 1. It compresses air into hundreds of bullet-shaped projectiles, laden with toxins, capable of being fired approximately 30 times in succession. Form 2. It compresses air into a few dozen splatter-shaped projectiles, exhibiting strong cutting capabilities, and can be launched 3 to 5 times. Alien Insect. Born from an unknown transformation during an attack, this creature evolves from a larva. It possesses high agility but low offensive power, boasting defensive capabilities comparable to mantises. Due to its incomplete evolution, it lacks intelligence and cannot stray far from its nest. Crimson Flame Scorpion, modeled after the scorpion. Its venomous stinger can emit flames, easily melting through armor. It also possesses subterranean capabilities, making it a bane to heavily armored units. However, it is slow on the ground. User 256800652. Shadow, an imitation of Earth's chameleon, it can blend into the shadows of its adversaries, serving as a proficient intelligence scout. Blood Reaper, an extreme combat unit composed of cockroaches, venomous snakes, jumping insects, and chameleons. It possesses flight capabilities and exceptional speed, excelling in solo combat, pursuit, harvesting, and assassination. Features: a versatile unit, nearly invincible. Drawback: due to its hybrid nature, its blood is unique, resulting in weak self-healing and treatment abilities, rendering it nearly ineffective. Its capabilities diminish over time, leading to its inevitable demise after 1 month. Mantodon, a creature from an asteroid, it exhibits remarkable resilience. Capable of regenerating even when half of its body is destroyed, including vital organs such as the brain. It can launch fireballs and is named for its resemblance to cockroaches. It was later discovered by an unknown insectoid scientist and presented to its leader. Weaknesses: cannot fly, vulnerable to water and sulfuric acid. Within the parentheses lies the name. Perhaps there are those unfamiliar with the Zerg from StarCraft. Thus, I shall copy and paste the official introduction. Revitalize the glory of the stars. Under the cunning leadership of the Queen of Blades, the Zerg have resolved to spread fear to every corner of the universe, threatening to devour anything that dares to obstruct their path. Upon their initial arrival in the Copperless sector, the Zerg were entirely subservient to the Overmind, the central nexus of perception for all Zerg. The Overmind controlled the behavior of each Zerg through a hierarchical system of perceptual transmission. Although its primary objective was to consume and assimilate higher beings, it discovered valuable yet untapped resources within humanity. By harnessing the formidable human Saracarigan, it evolved a unique organism, the Queen of Blades. When the Protoss destroyed the Overmind during the Zerg invasion of Ire, the Queen of Blades ascended as the new Overmind of the Swarm. The Zerg are a race starkly different from both humanity and the Protoss. They infect other races, transforming them into members of the Zerg. These organisms rapidly and selectively evolve into ruthless killing machines, further solidifying the Zerg's absolute dominance. The Zerg do not employ technology to construct weapons, armor, or spacecraft. Instead, they arm themselves through biological assimilation and deliberate swarm mutations. Even their architecture is derived from living organs within the hive. Victory through numbers. The Zerg can grow at an astonishing pace, swiftly assembling into vast armies. While their individual combat capabilities may not rival those of other races, the endless tide of Zerg leaves only despair in its wake. Fungal carpet. Zerg bases disseminate a fungal carpet, a biochemical substance that nourishes and sustains the Zerg colonies. This carpet heals Zerg units and grants them enhanced mobility. Burrow. All Zerg ground units possess the ability to burrow. Units in this state conceal themselves underground, awaiting the opportune moment to strike their enemies with lethal precision. Some Zerg units can even traverse underground while burrowed. We have bugs. Among the most insidious of Zerg units are the banlings. These burrowing fiends can connect to a vast subterranean network, allowing Zerg units to traverse swiftly within their tunnels. Utterly grotesque. A note from the author: I find that, at my current level, I cannot adequately convey the power and terror of the Zerg, especially from the perspective of a Protoss. Thus, I have opted to illustrate the Zerg's horror through the lens of a civilization's progeny battling against them. This is crucial, as it may alter the entire tone of the narrative, shifting it into a more behind-the-scenes perspective. Chapter 207, The Grand Offensive Roar. Moo. The echoes of thunderous roars reverberated across the Gilded River. The toxic vapors here posed no threat to the Zerg, who moved freely, while the Golden Protoss suffered greatly. The mercury evaporated and mingled with the air, and once they shed their exoskeletons, they would succumb to poisoning in an instant. The Gilded River alone proved insufficient to halt the advance of the Zerg. However, the Protoss, allied with the remaining Earth Protoss, established numerous lines of defense along the river, temporarily stalling the Zerg before the Gilded Waters. Mobilize the Scorpions and fire psionic plasma at the enemy, said Della, her expression impassive. Time is of the essence. In merely half a month, the Alliance fleet shall arrive at Blue Star. The Sovereign has decreed that within this fortnight, Lingmu Star must be thoroughly conquered. Hiss. From above, patches of emptiness suddenly emerged amidst the swarm, as the Scorpions began to slowly ascend from the earth, their menacing stingers glimmering with a chilling light. Commander. A messenger burst into Jean Ruira's tent, exclaiming, "We have detected the catastrophic Scorpions." Jean Ruira swiftly arose from her slumber, her face etched with fatigue. Activate the anti-air towers, and raise the magical energy shield, just in case. Yes. Jean Ruira harnessed her magical power and rapidly made her way to the command center. This place was a colossal tower forged from magical steel, offering a panoramic view of the battlefield. Some might argue that such an extravagant use of magical steel to construct a tower several hundred meters high is wasteful. However, it was a necessity. Satellites would be swiftly destroyed upon launch. Moreover, the surrounding area of the Golden River was rife with chaotic magnetic fields, rendering reconnaissance equipment nearly ineffective. Were it not for the unique abilities of the Earth spirits, which allowed them to sense any catastrophe on the ground, they would be tactically blind. They're coming. Activate the magical anti-air towers. Upon her command, the diamond-shaped crystal towers began to fire. The crystalline tips discharged fine beams of light that struck the ethereal plasma. Upon impact, the plasma would erupt in an instant. Report. All enemy attacks have been neutralized. Anti-air tower energy consumption at 5. Replenish energy. Yes. Jean Riera understood that this wave of assault was merely a probing action. A more formidable onslaught was imminent. She stared vacantly across the Golden River, pondering, yet yielding no response. What was happening? Why had the assault ceased? To her astonishment, the catastrophe had not pressed the attack but instead retreated several kilometers. Report. Commander. An anomalous situation has been detected. Speak. A small number of life signals have been detected in the air. Jean Riera furrowed her brow, gazing at the holographic display before her, her heart swelling with confusion. Suddenly, a realization struck her. An enemy incursion. The entire defensive line's air raid alarms blared, and the anti-air towers sprang into rapid action once more. Why? Why can the catastrophe ascend into the sky unaffected? The aerial units of the spirits could not take flight. Any attempt would lead to uncontrollable shudders of the craft, often resulting in a catastrophic fall. Thus, she had always assumed that neither the spirits nor the insectoids could ascend, hence disregarding aerial reconnaissance. Damn it! Jean Riera clenched her fists and slammed them heavily onto the table, her expression darkening. In the skies, thousands of Yanlongs soared towards the spirit lines at supersonic speeds, silent as specters. Release the hell screech, one drone muttered. SCZ. The 3 apertures on the Yanlong's belly opened, revealing the sharp hell screeches. Caw. The hell screeches emitted a piercing drone as they descended towards the lines below. The spirits below began to tremble in fear, hastily seeking refuge within their shelters. The anti-air towers operated at full capacity, emitting a barrage of beams that detonated the hell screechers. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that above the Golden River, streams of psychic plasma were slicing through the toxic air, heading toward the front lines. The insect swarm triumphed not by sheer numbers alone, but through a multitude of species. Boom. The psychic plasma exploded, scattering plasma everywhere, causing the magical shield to flicker. The shield sustained an attack, depleting 50 of its magical energy. Jean Riera remained unflustered, calmly instructing. Deploy the heavy-duty magical masters to withstand the assault. Yet, could they truly endure? The scorpions within the swarm were multiplying relentlessly, with one wave of attack followed closely by another. The 1,000-legged centipedes surged into the heart of the formation. Dai La raised her gaze slightly, eyeing the precariously trembling shield. Yes. Shi Yun gradually retreated, boarding the king bug alongside several special units, entering the 1,000-legged centipede's interior. Li Ji, we will separate our actions shortly, Shi Yun said. Fixing her gaze on Li Ji. Confused, Li Ji inquired why? Isn't it better to act together? In an instant, Shi Yun erupted in anger, forcefully pinning the slow-to-react Li Ji to the ground with her shield. Why? Why do you even ask? You always steal the kills. My contributions are barely enough for evolution. All right, I concede. Let us split up. My sister, please release me. I'm about to be crushed. Li Ji quickly yielded, adhering to the adage that a gentleman should not quarrel with a lady. Besides, he knew he couldn't win. Hiss. Thousands of 1,000-legged centipedes began to ascend, twisting their bodies toward the elven lines. Following them were numerous eye guardians, serving as transport vessels. Enough of this nonsense. We are almost there. Ilir shook her head, pulling Shi Yun away from Li Ji. Suddenly, Li Ji felt a lightness in his body, nearly losing his balance as the centipedes began their dive. Hold on tight. Dale exclaimed, grasping the tendrils within the centipede's body. Ilir paid no heed to the bickering between Li Ji and Shi Yun, channeling magical energy to firmly anchor herself in place. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed as the 1,000-legged centipedes abruptly halted, followed by the shattering noise akin to glass breaking. The shield was breached. Attack. The inconspicuous Lu Yu transformed into a shadow, instantly dashing forth. Damn it, stealing my contributions. Other special units swiftly followed suit, leaping into the fray. Jean Riera witnessed it all and began issuing commands. Damn calamity. All units. Focus on eradicating the threat within the lines. As they approached the front line, gunfire erupted, and explosions resounded, filling the air with the scent of charred remains. Buzz. A multitude of golden figures suddenly appeared, engaging in battle with the swarm. Shi Yun was directly knocked aside by one of the golden apparitions. What was that? She looked at her shield, which now bore a noticeable dent. Ahead, a towering 5-meter mech stood motionless, coldly observing her. The mech exuded an aura of sharpness, with 2 gleaming blades sheathed at its back and its joints adorned with menacing steel spikes, resembling a hedgehog. Chapter 208, the Tianjin Missile. Your opponent is me. Kara's voice resonated from within the mech. Shiyun let out a disdainful snort, gradually merging her spear and shield. Are you even worthy? With a thunderous tremor, the ground shook as Shiyun charged forward like a tank, her spear raised high, demolishing all obstacles in her path. Inside the mech, Kara's expression shifted as she rolled to the side. Too slow. Shiyun's body leaned forward abruptly, one foot stepping ahead, and her spear swept horizontally, striking the mech with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the mech's chest armor dented inward by 3 inches, sending Kara hurtling backward. Just as Shiyun prepared to follow up her attack, she suddenly leaped backward. As she left the ground, a beam of light shot forth from the side. Jinrula raised her shield, and the beam collided with it, the immense recoil propelling her several meters away. Perhaps not enough, but together, we are formidable. Kara steadied herself on the ground, slowly rising and locking eyes with Shiyun. Shiyun tilted her head, spitting a mouthful of green blood onto the ground, which corroded into a deep pit. Pathetic. With a crack, her spear split into 2 sections. Without further ado, Shiyun began to weave left and right, her speed surging to a new level. To your left, Cammy's voice echoed through the earpiece. What? Kara swiftly drew the blade from her back, slashing to the left. Clang. The blade struck Shiyun's shield, leaving a scratch. This is bad, Kara thought grimly. Shiyun's 2 short spears attacked from above and below, leaving her no capacity for defense. At that moment, Cammy aimed for Shiyun's head and decisively pulled the trigger. Pew! The gun unexpectedly tilted, firing a shot into the air, striking an innocent Wong insect. What? Cammy hastily discarded her weapon and retreated. You run fast. Li Ji smashed the sniper rifle, casting a cold glance at Cammy. You've made the right choice to help me. Shiyun arrogantly huffed, withdrawing her spear from Kara's body. Kara. Cammy gazed sorrowfully at the fallen figure of Kara. Li Ji spread his arms, speaking with measured calmness. Do not grieve. Your turn will come next. Damn it. With a resounding crash, Cammy's mech was smashed into the ground. You talk too much. Shiyun raised her shield, ready to end Cammy's life. Indeed, accidents often occur, and even if one is not the protagonist, being an ally of the main character does not guarantee an easy fate. A massive boulder flew horizontally, whistling through the air toward Shiyun. Why is it that every crucial moment is plagued by interruptions? Despite her reluctance, she had to retreat to evade the oncoming attack. Boom. The boulder exploded with a deafening roar, enveloping the surroundings in a thick cloud of dust. Still wishing to save someone? Don't even think about it. Li Ji's body trembled as he unleashed a surge of magical energy, dispersing the dust completely. Damn it, they were still taken away. Li Ji glanced at the spot where Kame and Kara had just been, now devoid of any trace. Shiyun, filled with rage, struck the nearby fortress, which groaned under the pressure before collapsing with a resounding crash. Forget it, I must assist the others first. Shiyun composed herself and departed ahead. Li Ji, feeling helpless, followed closely behind her. Meanwhile, out of breath, Sierra carried the unconscious Kara and came to the rear of the line. The elves truly were a burden. She retrieved the heart of earth, slowly placing her palm over it. A tremendous amount of magical energy surged into her body, her pale complexion gradually regaining its color due to the excessive use of magic. She then turned her gaze towards the unconscious brothers, shaking her head, before green magical energy manifested in her hand. With a gentle touch, the green energy entered the brothers' bodies. After a moment, Kara emitted a painful groan, suddenly sitting up. Disaster. I will fight you to the end. Sienna's lips twitched as she struck his head with her fist. Fight. You think you can win, you novice? You rush in recklessly. And still need me to save you. Sierra retorted angrily. Kara rubbed his nose, somewhat embarrassed. Huff. Kame's chest suddenly heaved violently, and he straightened up, his eyes filled with terror. He was still overshadowed by the earlier blow from Shiyun and had yet to regain his senses. Only when he saw Kara and Sierra unharmed did he slowly come to his senses. What is the situation? Kame asked anxiously. Sierra frowned. The situation appeared grim. Buzz. A pillar of white light descended from the sky, sweeping across the line, resulting in the deaths of countless elves, turning them to ash. Without Sierra needing to elaborate, Kame understood the situation was dire, to say the least. The insect swarm was relentlessly breaching the line. The golden elves could not hold out much longer, Sierra stated gravely. What? How could this be? He simply could not fathom that in just half a day's time, the golden elves were on the brink of collapse. Just as a few elves contemplated their strategy, a scream pierced the air. Not good. The disaster has crossed the river. The elves quickly climbed the nearby watchtower to gaze at the front lines. Horrific disasters were continuously crawling ashore from the Golden River. What should we do? Kara turned to Sierra. First, let us find little Jean Ruila. It seems she has something to say. My lord, the swarm has breached the line, and the golden elves are powerless to resist. Dyla nodded. However, the swarm has discovered something peculiar. What is it? Dyla inquired, curious about what could prompt the swarm queen to report to her, as she usually handled ordinary matters herself. The beasts, since entering the territory of the golden elves. We have not seen any trace of the beasts. Della reflected for a moment, realizing that what the insect queen had said was indeed true. It was peculiar. Under normal circumstances, when we attacked the elves, the magical beasts would lend their assistance. Why, then, was this not the case? Della pondered for quite some time, but could not discern the reason. Never mind. She decided to set this matter aside for now and focus on the conquest at hand. After the insect queen withdrew, Della still felt an unsettling anxiety in her heart, as if something momentous was about to transpire. Meanwhile, Jinruola spoke gravely. All units begin the retreat. Understood. The commanders had issued their orders. There was no room for dissent. Once all the troops had retreated, the Qianjin missile would be detonated. What? Commander, that is unacceptable. Indeed. Jinruola remained silent, observing the few elves engaged in conversation. Under the chilling gaze directed at them, the elves quickly fell silent. Detonate. Why not detonate? A sudden voice broke into the command room. It was Sierra. Princess. The presence of both the golden and earth elves was palpable. Upon seeing Sierra's arrival, all the earth elves present knelt to the ground. No need for further discussion. We shall proceed as the commander has instructed. Sierra glared at all the elves with palpable anger. In the entire command center, apart from Sierra and Jinruola, not a single elf dared to utter a word. Even the golden elves averted their gazes from Sierra. Enough, this is not their fault. It has been far too long since we have seen war. They still believe we are in an era of peace. The consequences of detonating the Qianjin missile would indeed be severe. Moreover, detonating the Qianjin is not solely for the purpose of repelling the calamity. Sierra tilted her head in confusion towards Jinruola. Not to repel the calamity? Then why are you detonating the Qianjin? The surrounding elves looked at her with curiosity, bewildered. Ziz. Crack. A beam of silvery light descended from the sky, striking the shield of the command tower. The elves felt the command tower tremble, emitting a distressing creak under the burden. Stop dawdling. Retreat first. We can explain later. Only then did the elves realize that they were still within the range of the calamity's assault. It would not be long before the disaster reached the command tower. Faced with the threat to their lives, none of the elves dared to impede Jinruola's actions. They all hurried towards the underground escape route. Princess, you must go ahead. I will remain to detonate the Qianjin missile, Jinruola said, looking at Sierra. No, that is far too dangerous. Sierra adamantly refused to leave, insisting on staying to assist Jinruola. Reluctantly, Jinruola acquiesced to Sierra's determination. You, a princess, insist on remaining with a mere foot soldier like me, not fearing the ridicule of other elves? Jinruola said weakly. Enough. You are recognized by the goddess of life. Do not think me foolish. In truth, being with you is the safest choice. Siena's eyes sparkled with cunning, as though she believed she understood everything. All right, you are right as always. Jinruola sighed in exasperation. They have all retreated. What shall we do next? The command tower was eerily silent, interrupted only by the occasional distant roar of calamity and the anguished cries of the elves. Peering through the window, it became evident that the entire front line had succumbed to the encroaching disaster, with a dense throng of calamities surging relentlessly towards the command tower. It was time to depart. Jean Riera grasped Hill's shoulder firmly before decisively pressing the button to detonate the golden missile. Crash! The window shattered, and Jean Riera along with Hill began to sprint, pursued by the swarming insects behind them. Boom! Thunder! Hiss! The swarm was instantly captivated by the colossal mushroom cloud rising from the heart of the Gilded River. All the insectoid units raised their heads towards the direction of the explosion. A massive beam of light soared into the sky, stretching over 20 kilometers. What is this? Dyla gazed skyward, the height of the beam surpassing that of the Tree of Life, reaching directly into outer space. The insects in space were inadvertently affected, disintegrating into fine powder that drifted through the void. My lord, should we retreat a bit? No need. We are far from the explosion. It cannot harm us. Understood. Dyla closed her eyes, receiving information from the insectoids surrounding the beam. They were still alive. The beam had not inflicted damage upon their units. Suddenly, Dyla's expression shifted. Not good. All units withdraw immediately. She opened her eyes wide, gazing into the sky. A colossal golden sword, forged from concentrated magical energy, slowly emerged above the Tree of Life. Furthermore, the Gilded River began to churn violently, as countless insects were swept into its depths, their fates uncertain. The Gilded River began to glow, a rich surge of golden magical energy emanating from it, flowing into the giant sword. Under Dyla's command, the swarm began to distance itself from the colossal blade. However, the sword was expanding rapidly, and the crowded insects were hindered, finding it exceedingly difficult to escape its encompassing reach. Abandon the units within the attack range. Prioritize the evacuation of those on the periphery. A frantic voice echoed within Dyla's mind. Yes. In the air, Feng silently observed the enormous magical sword, turmoil brewing within. This shouldn't be. Why are the weapons of the golden elves so much more powerful than those of other elves? At that moment, Feng noticed something unusual. At the junction of the sword's hilt and blade, a tiny brown light flickered. Under the brilliance of the giant sword, it shone with its own radiance, undiminished. System. Scan that light point. Understood. Scanning complete. Earth heart detected. Feng was momentarily taken aback, surprised. Earth heart. This is the last remaining elemental heart. Yang Feng has already acquired the other elemental hearts. Only the earth heart remains. He also realized why the weapons of the golden elves wielded such formidable power. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. They are interdependent, with earth giving birth to gold. How intriguing. After observing for a while, Feng turned and flew backwards as the giant sword began to expand towards him. Buzz. The colossal sword emitted a mournful wail, as if time itself had momentarily come to a standstill. For hundreds of kilometers, its presence enveloped the surroundings, the razor-sharp blade glinting with a chilling radiance. With a thunderous crash, the massive sword plunged, and upon its tip's contact with the ground, a wave of sound erupted, followed swiftly by a surge of golden magical energy. The entire spiritwood star trembled as a vast fissure began to form, centered around the gilded river, stretching for thousands of kilometers without ceasing. Molten rock beneath the surface broke free from the crust, surging into the upper mantle and emerging at the surface. The swarm instantaneously lost 2 billion units, an exceedingly grievous toll. Had it not been for the guardians and aerial units like the centipedes evacuating some of the forces, the losses would have been even more catastrophic. Damn it, he muttered, his mouth spewing expletives, though such words scarcely conveyed the depth of his fury. The entire spiritwood star boasted a total of 100 billion units of the insect race, with 50 billion being worker bees and auxiliary units like spine crawlers. In other words, this singular blow had eradicated over 40% of their combat units, the majority of which were ground forces, while the aerial units, owing to their mobility, had long since retreated. Overall, the losses were grievous, requiring a considerable amount of time for recovery. Pursue them. Annihilate these vermin. He roared in wrath. The aerial units swiftly regrouped, soaring towards the fleeing elves. Closing his eyes, he sought to calm himself before heading in the direction of the colossal sword, hoping to find what he sought. His thoughts were consumed by the Earth's heart. Though fury coursed through him, he understood the gravity of the situation. The Earth's heart was far more critical than anything else. If discovered, it would herald the end of Spiritwood Star. System, can you locate the whereabouts of the Earth's heart? He scanned the fissure with his mental energy over 1,000 kilometers, yet still found no trace. It was moving within the mantle 100 kilometers ahead, and it was in constant motion. Moving? Why would an inanimate object be in motion? Confusion clouded his mind. But he promptly set off towards the Earth's heart. Chapter 210. The Heart of Destruction. Deep within the ocean, 5 figures were quietly meditating and cultivating. Suddenly, a tremor jolted them from their reverie. The waters roiled, and rocks tumbled from the surrounding walls as if a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 12 had struck the ocean floor. The 5 exchanged startled glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. What is the consciousness of the planet trying to achieve? The water spirit, also known as the Elegant Lady, exclaimed in anger. They were already aware of the cause of this disturbance. The explosion of the Qianjin had inflicted terrifying wounds upon the entirety of Spiritwood Star. Without millennia of restoration, colonization would be impossible. This was not merely an explosion. The magma within the mantle was erupting, triggering tectonic movements, and more. The resultant chain reaction could render Spiritwood Star a wasteland, uninhabitable for any form of life. The specific disasters caused have been detailed in other novels about natural calamities, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. The elder at the forefront rarely exhibited a grave expression. There is still a way to remedy this, Earth Spirit. You must retrieve the heart of the earth, he instructed a poised young woman. Understood, she replied succinctly, and in the blink of an eye, the Earth Spirit vanished from sight. Oh, what is the necessity of this? It is merely a civilization. At worst, you could create another, the elder mused. Though the others understood, he was conversing with the planetary consciousness. Since you refuse to assist, I shall resolve this myself. As long as the core remains intact, I shall endure. However, should you wish to colonize, a chilling voice resonated around them, that of the planetary consciousness. I could assist you, but it comes at a cost. State your terms, the planetary consciousness replied flatly. Meanwhile, Feng had caught up with the moving Earth Star. A figure clad in a tight black leather suit darted among the rubble. Yang Feng's mental prowess could barely latch onto her. Suddenly, the woman halted, gazing quietly at Feng in the air. Caution. The target is a level 2, tier 3 organism. The system's alert echoed, heightening Feng's vigilance. Presently, he was merely an evolved Yanlong, boasting a level 8, tier 2 strength. Though he might appear formidable, had Yang Feng possessed such power, perhaps he could have bested the woman before him. Yet, as a mere Zerg unit, a true confrontation would surely spell his doom. Yang Feng, we are in deep trouble. When faced with uncertainty, one calls for an elder brother. Feng remained in the air, silently confronting the woman, hesitant to act rashly. Such formidable mental energy. At least level 5, the Earth Spirit contemplated. The sudden surge of power had startled him, initially believing he was under the scrutiny of a powerful entity. To his surprise, upon looking up, he saw it was merely an ordinary disaster. I expected a worthy adversary. A soil spike materialized out of thin air, hovering before him. Aimed directly at Feng. Whoosh. Warning. Warning. Damn it, system, be silent. Feng panicked momentarily, accelerating his speed to evade the Earth Spirit's assault. The soil spike whizzed past, showing no signs of slowing, ultimately crashing into the withered trunk of the Tree of Life, piercing through the other side. The force behind it could undoubtedly be fatal if it struck me, Feng gulped nervously. However, I am no pushover. A flurry of shimmering energy erupted around Feng, coalescing into a colossal, transparent hand spanning over 1,000 meters. Die! The hand descended from above, akin to the Buddha's palm, aiming to crush the earth spirit below. Not good, the earth spirit thought, burrowing into the ground. Boom! The hand struck the earth, creating a deep crater in the shape of 5 fingers. Where has he gone? As the dust settled, Feng found no trace of the earth spirit. Searching for me. A chilling female voice suddenly echoed behind. A sense of impending doom gripped young Feng as alarm bells rang in his mind. How dare you? A spine shot through the air, aimed at the earth spirit, emitting a thunderous crack. The earth spirit hastily withdrew, retreating backward. Crack! The spine struck the ground, carving a massive trench. Had it missed? Yang Feng gazed at the unscathed earth spirit, somewhat surprised. The earth spirit regarded this colossal creature with a hint of trepidation. It didn't miss. Your speed was simply too sluggish. Yang Feng chuckled, his enormous maw gaping wide, revealing a ring of serrated teeth as he laughed heartily. Is that so? You are not the first creature to mock me, and I hold you in high regard. However, you shall meet the same fate as those who have mocked me before. Oh, I don't believe it, the earth spirit retorted arrogantly. Yang Feng said nothing further. His spine slowly raised, targeting the earth spirit. It began to unfurl, resembling the gaping maw of a lamprey, as a sphere of psychic energy gradually formed. Believe it or not, you must perish. Yang Feng bellowed with a hint of madness. A vast psychic presence enveloped a radius of over 100 kilometers, with every grain of earth and every tree under his watchful gaze. A beam of psychic light tore through the air, hurtling towards the earth spirit. Consolidate earth and stone. The earth spirit swiftly raised her hand, fingers splayed wide. A large mass of brown rock materialized before her, shimmering with an eerie black glow, appearing extraordinarily resilient. Just as she thought she could withstand the beam, her heart began to race. She hurled the stone aside and darted to the side. The psychic beam silently pierced through the rock, vanishing into the ground below. Perish. A torrent of spines converged upon the earth spirit's direction, seizing the moment while the earth spirit was still unprepared. Thousands of spines unleashed beams of energy like a barrage of laser guns. The earth spirit had no time to chant incantations, forced to evade repeatedly, fleeing in the opposite direction of Yang Feng's intentions. Observing the earth spirit weaving through the psychic beams, Yang Feng grew impatient. Biomass plasma surge. A green plasma sphere, as large as his head, materialized and surged towards the earth spirit. A flicker of panic crossed the earth spirit's eyes as she glanced at the heart of earth in her grasp. Gritting her teeth, she hurled it forward, simultaneously infusing it with a surge of magical energy. With a resonant sound, the heart of earth transformed into an immense, translucent brown wall. In that instant, the earth spirit took her leave right under Yang Feng's nose. Damn it, she escaped. Yang Feng muttered in frustration. However, gazing at the floating heart of earth, a rush of exhilaration surged within him. He grasped the levitating heart of earth, trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, I have finally awakened all the elemental hearts. The spiritwood star is mine. Ha ha ha. Overwhelmed with joy, Yang Feng clutched the heart of earth, laughing uncontrollably, appearing almost foolish. Yet, deep within, he was elated. Congratulations, host. You have gathered all elemental hearts. Shall you synthesize? Yes, Yang Feng replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Please select a synthesis direction. Before Yang Feng appeared an option. On the left, a green heart of creation. On the right, a black-red heart of destruction. Without further elaboration, they simply lay before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Feng chose the heart of destruction. As the synthesis commenced, a warning echoed. Please keep your distance. Chapter 211. The Eunuch. Heart of destruction, a special item. Function, destruction, capable of annihilating all entities on Spiritwood Star. With the heart of destruction in hand, you reign supreme on Spiritwood Star. Elemental heart, mastery over metal, wood, water, fire and earth. Ah, how splendid. I have finally achieved it. Yang Feng's face radiated ecstasy, as a brutal malice began to burgeon within him. His eyes turned a deep crimson. With a gentle flick of his spine, a chasm over 10 kilometers deep yawned open in the ground, unfathomable. Will you devour the heart of destruction and commence evolution? However, Yang Feng appeared oblivious, as his mental and spiritual energies surged forth, radiating outward. Wherever the spiritual energy spread, desolate sands enveloped the land. The frenzied form gradually dissipated, merging into Yang Feng's being. Kill! Hiss! The swarm erupted into chaos, akin to an enraged hive, their scarlet eyes consuming the very earth. It's over. The host has lost control. System, think of something. Gamala cried out anxiously within the crimson mental realm, shaking incessantly. Ding! The system responded coldly, devoid of solutions. Panic surged through Gamala. Although she anticipated Yang Feng's eventual fury, she never imagined it would occur at this moment. The Emperor Leviathan is, in fact, the most formidable unit within the swarm, far surpassing the Blade Queen from eons past. Yet, its immense power instilled fear in the swarm's dominion, for it is untamed, brutal, terrifying, and possesses its own consciousness, beyond the Dominion's control. Such a powerful being cannot simply be commanded. One must suppress the chaotic emotions within its vessel. The consequences of losing control are dire. It's over. Gamala crouched, observing the unraveling mental realm. System, think of something. Otherwise, we are all doomed. Above Spiritwood Star, a colossal black sphere emerged, resembling a black hole, consuming everything around it, growing larger and larger. Roar! A tunneling worm burst forth from the ground, crashing down violently, its gaping maw unleashing a horde of grotesque insectoid units. The fleeing elves stood paralyzed by the sight before them. Quick! Open fire! Yet, it was futile. Tunneling worms continued to erupt from the earth, and the swarm multiplied exponentially. The number of elves dwindled drastically, their limbs torn asunder by the ravenous creatures. Water spirit, something has gone awry. The earth spirit fell, clutching its injured hand. The surrounding four were startled, rushing to its side. Earth spirit, how are you? What has transpired? Calamity has befallen us. We have acquired the heart of the earth. What? The eunuch's reflection. Honestly, I once proclaimed that this book would never be abandoned. Absolutely not. This work is my inaugural literary endeavor, and it has brought me much joy and introduced me to a circle of fellow readers and friends. Yet now, I find myself reneging on my promise. I shall not conceal the truth. The primary reason is financial. My earnings from this book amount to a mere 600 yuan each month. Frankly, this paltry sum scarcely covers my cigarette expenses, and my household is pressing me for support. Moreover, as an illiterate, I have created such an expansive worldview. It is, to be candid, quite embarrassing. If circumstances permit, I will continue to write this unfinished tale, not now, but I shall certainly see it through. There are countless thoughts I wish to express, yet my illiteracy hinders my ability to articulate them. Alas, in any case, I sincerely apologize to everyone. Thank you all for your enduring support. Chapter 212, Assimilation of Jinrula. Activating the quantum chip, they initiated the spatial tunnel. Upon hearing this, the elder swiftly materialized before his seat. With a gesture in the void, a rectangular object resembling a door emerged. Ding! The quantum chip has been activated, and the spatial tunnel is being opened, targeting Element Star. Let us depart. This planet is beyond salvage, and remaining here serves no purpose. The other four nodded in agreement. They could sense the aura of destruction encroaching. If they delayed any further, escape would become impossible. They stepped into the inky blackness of the spatial tunnel. As they entered, the tunnel collapsed instantaneously, leaving behind only a square pit. A colossal figure loomed ominously above the remaining elves, instilling a sense of oppression, terror, and helplessness. Their eyes were vacant, standing in a daze as they witnessed their kin perishing at the jaws of the swarm. We have been defeated. Jinrula, drained of strength, leaned against the divine sword, seated upon the ground, her eyes filled with resentment. Why? Why must you invade our homeland? You wretched, despicable insects. Yet, she could only rage impotently, devoid of the strength to continue resisting. Like her fellow elves, she could only watch as her kin fell victim to the onslaught of the swarm. For this is the cosmos, dark and merciless. Dyla slowly descended from the sky, gazing down upon her. The elves are far too kind, or perhaps simply immature. They are akin to lambs nurtured under the protection of their parents, unaware of the terror posed by wolves, only familiar with the allure of tender grass. However, when that protective shield vanishes, they become a delectable prize for predators. You dwell within your own confined space, oblivious to the horrors of the universe. How do you differ from the lamb? Technological progress has long stagnated. As you remain ensconced in your fantasies, believing that you alone in the cosmos are sentient beings, that you are divine. Yet, when the Zerg, the most terrifying predators in the universe, strike, you come to realize just how feeble you truly are. You are correct. Jinrula dared not meet her gaze, bowing her head and responding, we are indeed small and ignorant. However, I find solace in my transformation into the Zerg. I have become the most feared predator in the cosmos, no longer burdened by the dread of becoming the next meal for other civilizations. For it is the Zerg that reigns supreme as the most ruthless of hunters. Now, you are presented with two choices: to join the Zerg and become a hunter of the entire universe, or to face annihilation alongside this soon-to-be extinct civilization. Psycho-energy intertwined with demonic power surged forth from her being, overwhelming Jinrula. She felt a wave of asphyxiation. Had it not been for the divine sword, she would have collapsed to the ground. I will join, but can you grant me one request? She implored. Her body bore the scars of battle, her face smeared with soot and ash, presenting a disheveled appearance akin to that of a beggar. She surveyed her surroundings, gazing at the dazed elves, her lips curling into a bitter smile. Could you spare them? Consider it a final testament to the vanished Spiritwood Star. Delara crossed her arms, her brow furrowed in contemplation for a moment before responding. That can be arranged. It was not out of sympathy nor a lingering attachment to the elven race, but rather her belief that with Jinrula's combat prowess, she would undoubtedly ascend to a prominent position within the Zerg hierarchy. As a fellow kin, it was only fitting to accommodate such a modest request. Moreover, She understood well that the reproductive capacity of the elven race, with only a few hundred remaining, could not hope to rejuvenate their lineage without millennia, if not longer, of time. This posed no threat to the Zerg. In such an expanse of time, the Zerg might have already conquered the entire universe. Chapter 213, Soul Body. Devour. The host soul was in a state of extreme turmoil, teetering on the brink of collapse. 10, 20, 50, 99. Below, Xiaoxing had already sensed Yang Feng's distress and was hastening towards him. Feng, what is the matter? She inquired anxiously. Observing Yang Feng's frantic convulsions, countless deployment sacs erupted from his body, and a swarm of explosive mosquitoes emerged, encircling him. From a distance, it appeared as a vast, ominous black cloud. At that moment, the system was astonished to discover that under Xiaoxing's influence, Yang Feng exhibited a glimmer of stability. Host collapse at 98. Quickly, do not let Xiaoxing cease. Continue to call out to him, as this greatly aids in stabilizing the host's soul. Gamera had never witnessed the system in such a state of urgency, yet it was understandable. Yang Feng was on the verge of death. He swiftly withdrew from Yang Feng's mental realm and floated before Xiaoxing. Yang Feng is losing control of Leviathan's body, now in a state of frenzy. If this continues, his soul will perish. What should we do now? Please, tell me. Xiaoxing's anxious demeanor was unmistakable. I have discovered that you can stabilize Yang Feng's soul. Continue to call out to him. Perhaps you can help him regain control over Leviathan. Understood. Xiaoxing plunged into the swarm of explosive mosquitoes, positioning herself above Yang Feng. She extended her hand and placed it on his head, calling out while releasing her mental energy. If she could delve into the depths of Yang Feng's psyche, she might just succeed in bringing him back to stability. At this moment, Yang Feng found himself enveloped in a shadowy realm. All around him swirled chaotic remnants of spiritual energy, remnants of Leviathan's soul scattered throughout its corporeal form. Although, through the passage of countless eons, Leviathan's essence had nearly dissipated, the lingering spiritual force remained far beyond Yang Feng's capacity to withstand. A throbbing pain coursed through his head. He had not anticipated such a predicament. Growing increasingly agitated, he realized that if this continued, he would surely be consumed by the remnants of Leviathan's soul. He needed to think quickly. The tumultuous spiritual energy drew nearer, yet, as it approached him, it was repelled by an invisible barrier, only to return and strike relentlessly against it. However, cracks had begun to appear, and it would not be long before the spirits would breach his defenses. This barrier was constructed from Yang Feng's own spiritual energy as a means of protection. Yet, it was being depleted without replenishment, and his soul body was growing increasingly frail. Replenishment. He pondered whether it might be feasible. Merely defending was a futile endeavor. He would eventually succumb to exhaustion. It would be wiser to attempt to devour these disordered spirits. Observing the chaotic energy that wreaked havoc, his confidence surged. Why not? It would exhaust him in the end. It was better to try. In the moment a wave of spiritual energy collided with the barrier, Yang Feng decisively withdrew that segment of the shield, allowing the spiritual force to surge in unimpeded. Come to me. He grasped a sphere of spiritual energy, roughly the size of a baseball, and without hesitation, he thrust it into his mouth. Gulp. The sensation was extraordinary. His soul body was semi-transparent, and when he glanced at his abdomen, he found the sphere of spiritual energy colliding within, causing his form to flicker. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he questioned whether he might truly perish here. Be still. Having entered my belly, do you still wish to escape? He concentrated the last remnants of his spiritual power and pressed it upon the spirit. Before long, the tumultuous energy quieted, suspending itself at his chest. With a determined heart, Yang Feng shattered it with a surge of soul power. A sharp crack echoed, and an exquisite sensation of comfort enveloped him, prompting an involuntary exclamation of pleasure. Ah, delightful. After a moment, the euphoria faded, and he slowly opened his eyes, meticulously surveying his form. Not only had his soul body fully healed, but it had also strengthened by approximately tenfold. Just how formidable was Leviathan? One must consider that such a sphere of spiritual energy was but one of thousands. Should he consume them all, he would gain complete dominion over this body, ensuring that the violent episodes would never return. Onward. There was nothing left to fear. He had become somewhat addicted to the sensation of spiritual enhancement, a feeling far surpassing anything the physical realm could offer. Chapter 214, The Uncanny. 97, 96. The host's soul was gradually stabilizing. Wait, how peculiar. The system's perplexed voice ignited Camilla's curiosity. How is it? Is everything all right? For now, yes, everything seems fine. The host's soul has stabilized, which intrigues me, as not only has it stabilized, but it is also continuously strengthening. The system was baffled. Such a scenario was not thoroughly documented in its database. After all, while it understood the concept of a soul, its comprehension was rather superficial. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Yang Feng's crimson eyes began to return to normal. The agitated swarm ceased their combat, commencing to clear the battlefield under the command of various advanced units of their kind. Suddenly, a shrill sound pierced the air, as tendrils of spiritual energy burst forth from Yang Feng's being, forming a dense cocoon around him. At that moment, the mental energy of Xiaoxing, having just entered Yang Feng's body, was immediately repelled by the spiritual force. She wore a look of desperation, eager to rush in, but fortunately, Camila intervened just in time to stop her, reassuring her that the issue had been resolved. Above them, the star of destruction gradually diminished in size, passing through the cocoon and entering within. Thus, the events on Spiritwood Star reached a temporary conclusion. War has always been brutal. The entire Spiritwood Star resembled a marred marble, riddled with unfathomable cracks, with only a few thousand elves remaining, most of whom were wounded and ailing. As for their future, that was not a concern for the insectoid race. At the pinnacle, the jumping worm howled joyously, celebrating this rare victory. They were about to activate the migration device, targeting the Blue Star system. The Alliance fleet was fully prepared for battle, their weapons primed for action, eagerly anticipating a heavy blow to the diminutive insects. However, at that moment, Blue Star was not as they had envisioned. A faint hissing call soon faded away. The entire surface of Blue Star was cloaked in a blanket of fungi, presenting a dark expanse interspersed with violet hues, enveloped in an eerie silence that sent shivers down the spine. All traces of the insectoid race seemed to have vanished. Suddenly, ripples disrupted the tranquil void of space as a fleet of angular warships materialized through the migration. They deployed energy shields and dispatched scouts to assess the surroundings. Upon their arrival, they immediately assumed combat readiness, with multicolored energy shields prominently displayed across the cosmos. Strange, why are there no insectoids attacking us? Pondered the orc commander. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Aren't insectoids supposed to be mindless creatures? Purple Shah, this appears to differ from what you described. To which Purple Shah replied with a hint of nonchalance. Perhaps. The insectoids are not an ordinary race. They may have undergone sudden evolution. There is no need for excessive worry. With our numerous warships present, can we really fear such a minor insectoid faction? The orc leader nodded in agreement. As Purple Shah ended the communication, a smile that was more grotesque than sorrow began to form at the corners of his lips. Mindless? You may find yourself disillusioned. The Zerg are far more formidable than you could ever imagine. These civilizations on the fringes of the universe are exceedingly naive. Report. This is the Warwolf Destroyer. No anomalies detected. A series of reports failed to ease the orc chieftain's unease. Instead, they amplified his sense of foreboding. Observing the Blue Star from a distance, he dared not act recklessly. Chapter 215, A Direct Assault. Report. No life forms detected on the surface of the Blue Star. However, numerous life signals have been identified underground, suspected to belong to the Zerg. Could it be that my suspicions were unfounded? The orc chieftain found himself ensnared in profound self-doubt, a sensation akin to striking a fist into cotton. He had always pondered whether this might be a Zerg conspiracy, yet all evidence indicated that his thoughts were misguided. Reluctantly, he commanded the advance towards the Blue Star. Dissenting voices within the alliance had begun to emerge, questioning his leadership abilities. Out of respect for his status as an orc, they refrained from causing a stir, but for how long could that last? Zisha received the directive to head towards the Blue Star, but deliberately reduced speed, intentionally placing himself at the rear of the fleet. Unbeknownst to anyone, their only desire was to deliver a thorough beating to the Zerg before returning home. Beneath the Blue Star, an intricate network of underground tunnels lay in wait, teeming with Zerg units on high alert. My Lord Terra, the enemy has entered the encirclement. Hiss. Hold your positions and continue to wait. Understood. The Alliance fleet was incredibly powerful. Any premature assault would result in catastrophic losses for the swarm. Knowing that they would not employ planet-destroying weapons, it was prudent to remain passive and await their demise. The dormant units in space remained undetectable by simple instruments, appearing lifeless. These units were Terra's contingency plan. Should the Alliance fleet act out of desperation and activate planet-destroying weapons, these units would strike them unawares. Very well. We are about to reach our destination. Does anyone have suggestions? The orc commander spoke first, introducing the meeting's central theme. The commander of the Black Squid Star arrogantly declared, the insects are hiding underground. According to the data provided by Zisha, all Zerg units originate from their hatcheries, which are typically concealed deep underground. While our battleship weapons can easily crush the Zerg, the resource expenditure is excessive and poses no threat to the primary nest hidden below. Therefore, I propose dispatching ground forces to delve underground, obliterating the hatcheries, and then encircling the remaining Zerg units. Zishan nodded, stating, just as I had envisioned, given the current situation, we have no alternative but to deploy ground forces. On the surface he maintained composure, yet internally he was brimming with excitement. Go forth. While I do not comprehend why Lord Terra has not executed the planned encirclement, I would gladly witness these creatures descend into the depths to offer themselves as sacrifices. At this moment, his thoughts coincided miraculously with those of Terra. I have no objections, as long as we can conclude the battle swiftly. I am amenable to any course of action, the commander of the Nasha tribe remarked somewhat foolishly. The orc commander exclaimed with enthusiasm, stating directly, in that case, how about your Nasha tribe leading the charge? The thought process of the Nasha people was indeed peculiar. After a moment's contemplation, their commander nodded emphatically, no problem. Leave it to us. Observing the Nasha commander, who appeared to embody a sense of mission, Zisha found himself at a loss for words. Such blatant absurdity could only be embraced by them. They willingly agreed to become cannon fodder. Any creature with rational thought would never acquiesce to such a fate. However, it was of no concern to him. Once they entered the underground, it was merely a matter of death, whether sooner or later made no difference. At that moment, all the commander's screens simultaneously flashed with a blinding red light. Warning! Warning! Anomalous energy attack detected, followed by a violent tremor. The foremost warship erupted in a dazzling blaze before shattering with a thunderous explosion. Damn it! It's the Zerg. Activate the energy shields. Waves of crackling psionic plasma shot forth from Blue Star, colliding with the unshielded warships. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of escort ships detonated, transforming into debris adrift in the void of space. Engage the missile defense system. The Orc commander remained unperturbed, calmly issuing a series of commands. Soon, small unmanned drones surged forth from the Orc fleet, racing towards the oncoming tide of psionic plasma. Suddenly, barrels extended from beneath these drones, unleashing beams of peculiar lasers. The plasma struck by the lasers dissipated into the cosmos, leaving no trace behind. Terra observed all of this with keen eyes and promptly commanded all scorpions to return to the underground passage. Damn it! These insects! I will not let you escape. The commanders aboard their vessels seethed with impotent fury. In merely a fleeting encounter, they had lost hundreds of escort ships. Who could remain calm under such circumstances? Curse you, Zisha! Why was there no mention of such Zerg units in your reports? The commander of the black cephalopods berated through the video feed. Are you an imbecile? I already informed you that those records are from eons ago. The Zerg are a race adept in genetic technology. Who knows what they might evolve into? Perceiving that the situation was dire, the Orc commander swiftly intervened. Hey, enough with the shouting, let us all calm down. This is not Zisha's fault. We underestimated the Zerg. However, this serves as a warning. We must exercise utmost caution in our future dealings with them. We can no longer afford to be careless. Chapter 216, The Golden Fleet. Report. A surface site has been discovered, suspected to be a city from the civilization that existed prior to the Zerg's arrival. The Orc commander nodded in acknowledgement. Display the footage. The screen flickered, and an image materialized before all the commanders. The shattered edifice symbolizes the former prosperity of this place. The uneven ground, marked by the scars of battle, attests to the fierce conflicts that once raged here. Commander, the life detector indicates a lack of any vital signs in the vicinity, and there is no trace of the insectoid presence either. Excellent. We shall establish our front line here, centering our efforts until we eradicate all insectoids. I have already dispatched a message to the Alliance Center, and reinforcements will arrive shortly. Deprived of the power of their warships, they remain merely fragile command organisms. In contrast, the insectoids are hunters, monstrous creatures. Even clad in armor or mechs, they are still no match for the insectoids on their home turf. The best strategy is to exploit our numbers and continuously encircle the swarms. Splendid. The Orc commander indeed possesses foresight. I have no objections. Agreed. This is currently the most effective approach. The commanders of various civilizations nodded in unison, endorsing his plan. Very well, let us advance. All escort ships shall enter the atmosphere of Blue Star, deploying all ground forces to establish a defensive line. Yes, sir. At that moment, Zisha was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of elation. To her surprise, these individuals had summoned reinforcements. The more, the better. Given the current swarms, these warships are merely trifles. Hardly substantial enough to be considered, thinner than toothpicks. They are well aware that the swarms are insatiable and have thoughtfully provided a post-meal dessert. Below, Terra, who was receiving information from various insectoid units, suddenly paused. Slowly opening her eyes, she caught sight of Xiaoxing, who had just transmitted a message. My lord. Xiaoxing indicated that there was no need for formalities and gently inquired, what is the situation? Have the fish entered the net? They have entered the net. I plan to start with the smaller ones and gradually reel them in. Xiaoxing furrowed her brow and said, isn't that too troublesome? We could directly crush them. Terra, hesitant to argue, replied softly. I considered the existence of the star-destroying weapon and feared they might act desperately, causing significant losses to the swarms. Thus, I took the liberty to alter the plan. I beg for your forgiveness. Xiaoxing remained silent, contemplating. Well, you are not entirely wrong, merely too cautious. Indeed, the star-destroying weapon poses a substantial threat. Should they act out of desperation, the swarms could suffer grave losses. If we can minimize risks, it is certainly beneficial. Let us proceed according to your plan. I am merely here to observe. You and Dyla may deliberate amongst yourselves. Yes, my lord. Xiaoxing vanished again, arriving at Spiritwood Star. A massive insect cocoon loomed above the Golden River, its brilliance unable to penetrate the pitch-black shell. It resembled a black hole, capable of absorbing even sunlight. Alas, 7 days had passed without a single sign of activity. She remained unaware of how the bees were faring. Xiaoxing gently leaped to the top of the cocoon. Only he could approach the chrysalis. Any other entity that dared to draw near would instantly be reduced to jerky, and even the flora would be swiftly turned to ash. Alas, here we go again. I must procure sustenance for the bees. Having arrived at the targeted star system, we are currently scanning for signs of life. At the edge of the dark zone, An enormous, seemingly endless golden fleet suddenly materialized. Chapter 217. Mudo Governor. We have reached the periphery of the Dark Zone. Ahead lies an unknown star system, and we do not possess accurate coordinates. Here, the term governor refers to a position rather than an organization. No, we do. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. He sensed an aura of divinity in the ether. In the vast expanse of the universe, it was like a beacon, guiding them forth. The hair at the back of his head began to float gently, as if plugged into the operational panel before him. Coordinates were being received, the target confirmed, and a transition was anticipated in 1 AL year. 3 years equate to 1 AL year. Received. The governor slowly closed his eyes. We are merely the vanguard. As long as we establish a crystal tower over there, our forces can be continuously transmitted. This is the Wolf Squadron. I am Captain Mudo. We have entered the wormway and await instructions. A 2-meter-tall werewolf led his small squad cautiously through the tunnels excavated by the worms. Occasional sounds echoed from the tunnel's end, keeping them in a perpetual state of heightened alert. It was as if a creature from the dark ahead could leap forth at any moment. Headquarters acknowledges. Wolf Squadron, you have entered the outermost layer of the worm species. Your mission is to scout and clear the worms within the tunnel. Wolf Squadron received. Mudo tightened his grip on his weapon. The exoskeletal armor he donned offered no sense of security, instead imparting a feeling of confinement. Move, continue forward. After advancing for a while, Mudo suddenly halted. Stop. Do you hear that? Is there a sound? They collectively held their breath, straining to listen. Tick, tick, tick. Is that the sound of water? Mudo raised his weapon and cautiously edged forward. Should he remove his visor, he would find the air thick with a metallic scent, sharp and nauseating. Ahead lay a fork in the path, and the sound of water emanated from the left. He glanced at his comrades and nodded. A squad member pressed against the wall, proceeding towards the left passage. Follow him. Mudo trailed closely behind. Tick, tick. The sound intensified, as if it were just ahead. The foremost squad member extracted a signal stick from between the exoskeletal plates, activated it, and flung it forward. The entire tunnel was instantly illuminated, revealing the source of the water sound. Oh no, we are ambushed. What they mistook for water was, in fact, a corpse, grotesquely suspended upside down. A dark squid-like creature hung suspended like pork from a rack, its throat slit, blood oozing incessantly, while larvae wriggled their way into the gaping wound. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted forth, shattering the signal rod into fragments. The passage was once more engulfed in darkness. Quick, illuminate the area, shouted Mudo, his voice laced with urgency. No sooner had he spoken than a team member emitted a chilling scream. Ah, my leg. It hurts. Ah. Mudo flicked on the light, turning to his comrade, only to find his leg had vanished, severed by some vile insectoid creature. Damn it. Fight while we retreat. Gunfire erupted within the corridor. The orc wielded a weapon reminiscent of a gun, yet its ammunition differed vastly. It appeared to be fashioned from bone, its white barrel igniting with a ghostly blue flame upon impact. The intense heat seared through the armored hide of the creature, leaving gaping wounds from which flesh and blood gushed uncontrollably. Chapter 218. A shift in plans. With a thud, the creature collapsed, silenced. However, Mudo dared not linger. The sound of numerous footsteps approached, drawing nearer. He hoisted the injured soldier and sprinted towards the exit. A defiant roar echoed behind them, soon fading into silence. Phew. We are safe, Mudo sighed in relief. They had escaped the clutches of the insectoid menace. This place was secure. Captain, I can't go on. The pain is unbearable. Mudo paused, glancing at the wounded soldier. Green, foul-smelling liquid seeped from the severed limb, the veins now a deep purple, and his eyes glimmered with an eerie violet light. Medic, what are you waiting for? Hurry. Ah, Captain, it hurts. Save me, I don't want to die. Just as the medic produced a vial, the soldier fell silent. In the blink of an eye, he resembled a puddle of sludge, gradually dissolving into the ground. Such was the potency of the insectoid virus. No living being could withstand its assault. Damn it. Mudo clenched his fists and struck the wall with a resounding thud. Headquarters. Headquarters. This is the Wolf Pack Squad. We are under attack by the insectoids and have been forced to retreat. Despite the sorrow that welled within him, he steeled himself to report to command. Headquarters acknowledges. Wolf Pack Squad, immediately evacuate the passage and regroup with other squads. Over. Wolf Pack Squad acknowledges. Under the weight of despair, the Wolf Pack Squad trudged towards the exit, their spirits utterly crushed. Yet, they were the most fortunate of all. Throughout the corridors, the stench of blood permeated the air. Countless insectoid units thrived in the passage, elusive and swift. Each appearance claimed the life of yet another soldier. Silent and stealthy, the stinging serpent lies in wait beneath the earth. Every unit of the swarm embodies a lethal harbinger of death. At the very heart of the subterranean hive, Terra, with eyes closed, absorbs the battle information, a hint of disdain gracing her features. The combat prowess of these creatures proves to be even weaker than anticipated. Perhaps the Overlord strategy is indeed the most astute. Under the onslaught of the swarm, these foes are hardly formidable. The Alliance's ground forces, like a crumbling edifice, swiftly disintegrate under successive blows, being driven out of the burrow. Damn it. Zisha, Is this what you call a frail swarm? Not only is the intelligence incomplete, but their combat capabilities are of an entirely different caliber than you described. Even the typically composed Orc commander finds his mind clouded by fury. I have long asserted that the Swarm is an exceptionally formidable race, proficient in combat and evolution. You underestimated them, and now you wish to cast the blame upon me? Zisha retorted without hesitation. The Orc commander's visage darkens rapidly, a tinge of purplish red mingling with his green skin. As tensions escalate between the two, a peacemaker soon steps forward. Both of you, let us remain calm. We should first deliberate on our forthcoming strategic plan. The ground is still teeming with warriors from various civilizations, poised to be attacked by the Swarm. They do not wish for the quarrels of these two to result in the needless demise of their soldiers. The Orc commander scoffs, choosing silence and sulking in his chair. Zisha, however, merely smirks and promptly disconnects the communication channel. Hey, you can linger here and await your demise. I shall take my leave. He commands all warships to advance at full speed towards the Blue Star base, allowing this group of fools to await their doom. Indeed, the plan has shifted. Terra resolves to act decisively, preparing to obliterate the Alliance with thunderous might. Chapter 219. Swift annihilation. While the various civilizations were engaged in discussion, a thunderous crash of a door seized their attention. The Orc commander's aide rushed into the video feed in a flurry. Is there no decorum? The Orc commander erupted, venting all his anger towards Zisha upon his aide. The aide, however, paid little heed to decorum, exclaiming breathlessly, "Commander, it's bad. The Guma fleet has suddenly set sail towards the Blue Star." What? The commander barked. Quickly, retrieve the current position of the Guma warships. Swiftly, with a flurry of actions, the location of Zisha's fleet materialized before all civilizations. At that moment, they were nearing the Blue Star's atmosphere, on the cusp of entry. They understood that it was too late. Even if they deployed their warships to intercept now, it would only result in futility. Damn Zisha, what is he plotting? Before they could delve deeper into Zisha's intentions, the alarm bells of all civilizations' warships blared deafeningly. Warning! Warning! A multitude of unidentified biological warships is approaching. Warning! In the vast expanse of space, a multitude of asteroids suddenly detonated, unleashing a horde of grotesque and terrifying Zerg warships. With their eyes glowing red, they surged toward the Alliance fleet. It was the Zerg. That scoundrel, Purple Shah, has betrayed us. As the overwhelming Zerg fleet loomed, all civilizations trembled, struggling to fathom how they might escape from such a relentless sea of insects. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, and the crew on the warship understood their fate was sealed. In mere moments, a single disintegration beam caused a significant number of Guardian ships to erupt, leaving no opportunity to activate their energy shields. Damn it! Counterattack! Quick, counterattack! From the flagship, a swarm of drones surged forth, their sleek forms resembling sharp blades, piercing directly into the bodies of the Guardians. No matter how large the Guardians were, they could not withstand such a multitude of drones. With a mournful cry, the Guardians were torn to shreds by the relentless onslaught of drones. However, from their remains emerged even more Zerg units. A multitude of flying dragons, accompanied by some corruptors, engaged in a fierce entanglement with the drones. In an instant, these relatively sizable drones faced dire peril, playfully toyed with and sliced apart by the agile dragons, transforming into brilliant fireworks. What? Before they could even savor a fleeting moment of joy, they were struck down once more, suffering devastating losses. The numerical representation of the drones was plummeting dramatically. In just this brief moment, they had already lost over half of their drones. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they would need to select a suitable resting place. No, I cannot perish here. Yes, I must relay the events occurring here. It is not that I fear death. The Orc commander felt a foul liquid seeping from beneath his feet. Initiate the jump. Retreat. The surrounding orcs had lost their will to fight under the onslaught of the Zerg. If it weren't for their extensive training and indoctrination, they would have activated the jump to escape this place long ago. Jump initiation failed. Special energy interference detected, unable to initiate the jump. Try again. What are you hesitating for? The blinding light of explosions drew ever closer, signifying that the outer warships were dwindling in number, and soon it would be their turn. The Orc commander felt an increasing chill, his body trembling uncontrollably. Jump initiation failed. Jump initiation failed. Time slipped away, second by second, accompanied by the violent shuddering of the warship. The Orc commander realized his end was near. A massive eye gradually appeared through the viewport, gazing upon them. Chapter 220. The Angelic Race. In the silent void of the cosmos, flashes of light flickered like resplendent fireworks, adding a splash of color to the inky darkness of space. The battle concluded swiftly, ending in a devastating defeat for the Alliance, while the Zerg reaped a bountiful harvest of sustenance. With Yangfeng undergoing evolution and the Zerg lacking a dominant leader, they temporarily settled into a state of tranquility, recuperating from the conflict. On the periphery of the Alliance, on a green planet with a diameter of 10,000, a new chapter awaited. A host of ethereal beings, akin to angels, are engaged in an enigmatic ceremony. Before a towering tree that ascends into the heavens, these celestial beings flutter gracefully, while radiant beams of light cascade from the tree's crown. Within this luminous glow, something seems to flicker into visibility. Below, a leader gently extends their arms, as invisible forces cradle the entity enveloped in light. As the ritual concludes, gratitude is expressed for the blessings of the Creator. The brilliance dissipates, revealing the true form of the concealed beings, infants swaddled in soft fabric, their delicate forms adorned with pristine wings. The angels beneath the platform eagerly ascend into the air, their faces lighting up with smiles. At last, new companions have arrived. These little ones are irresistibly charming. Just as their joy peaks, a sharp cry pierces the air, capturing the attention of all the angels. Leader, look! This child has 3 pairs of wings. The expression of the leader, standing on the platform, shifts dramatically. In an instant, they vanish from their spot and appear beside the astonished angel. 6 wings, indeed, 6 wings. What was destined has finally come to pass. Unwrapping the fabric swaddling the infant, they reveal 3 flawless pairs of wings adorning a rosy back. A decade has passed, 10 whole years. Michael has transformed from a cherubic infant into a youthful maiden. Of course, angels possess no gender, yet, outwardly, she resembles a human girl. Her golden locks cascade down to her waist, while her pristine skin is adorned with golden metal upon her white armor. The 3 pairs of wings on her back flutter rhythmically, lifting her gracefully into the sky. She approaches the magnificent tree, the sole structure that serves as her abode, surrounded by an absence of other angels. None but she are deemed worthy to dwell here. Phew! I am utterly exhausted. Day after day of training. What purpose does it serve? Are there any creatures on this planet that can truly challenge us? It is both tiresome and tedious. She buries her head into her pillow, lamenting. Michael, how can you harbor such thoughts? How did you sneak in again? Such mischief. Leader, this is not right. The leader behind her shakes their head in resignation, feeling powerless against Michael's antics. After all, this is the future archangel, the supreme leader of the angelic race. How could a mere 2-winged angel dare to reprimand her? Sigh. Michael, it is time to reveal the truth to you. Michael, concealed beneath her pillow, furrows her brow and slowly rises. The leader settles into a nearby chair and begins to speak softly. Do you know your true identity? Of course. I am the 6-winged angel, the future leader. I am aware of this. I merely complain, so please refrain from lecturing me with that rhetoric. She assumes the leader intends to impart the same old teachings, which she has grown weary of hearing. Talk of becoming the future guardian, bearing great responsibilities, and the necessity of diligence, and so forth. Unexpectedly, the leader slowly shook his head and said, Do you comprehend why you were birthed in this humble detection station rather than our celestial motherland? Michael, perplexed, shook his head in response. Does it matter? The leader nodded affirmatively. Indeed, although all sacred trees share a common origin from the mother star, it is remarkable that only here, after millennia, has a 6-winged angel emerged, namely, you. Michael was taken aback, setting aside his playful demeanor, and focused intently on the leader. The scriptures recount that eons ago, a cataclysmic battle erupted, affecting a substantial portion of the cosmos, during which a 6-winged angel named Lucifer was born. This conflict was a war against the insectoid species, annihilating countless star systems and devouring innumerable beings. Lucifer fell in that war, assimilated by the insect overlords, transforming into a fallen angel. Do you grasp the gravity of this? It is only when a calamity of equal threat to the insectoids returns that you, the 6-winged angel, are brought into existence. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing the entire planet to tremble slightly. What is happening? Michael swiftly rose, preparing to step outside to investigate. However, the leader intercepted him. The time has come. You must remain here and not depart. Why? Before he could finish his sentence, the leader vanished from sight. Outside, the leader gazed resolutely at the house, surrounded by layers of protection. Eons ago, I vanquished countless foes and played a part in saving the universe. I had thought I would never have the chance to strike again, awaiting the return to the sacred tree in silence. Yet here I stand, presented with another opportunity. The sacred tree radiated a brilliance surpassing that of the sun before gradually diminishing in size. Its colossal branches and leaves descended like swords, landing upon the ground. A flash of light transformed the verdant foliage into resplendent blades, akin to the veins of a pulse morphing into sword blades. The branches slowly arched, forming powerful bows. All the angels, with unwavering expressions, soared toward the leader, gathering behind him. Angels, take your positions. Countless angels stood resolutely behind the leader. The energy from the sacred tree flowed through the trunk, converging within Michael's abode. The sacred tree continued to shrink, gradually lifting from the ground. A resonant sound echoed through the sky, and the light dissipated. The trunk morphed into a sword, while the roots entwined and solidified into a hilt. A formidable weapon gradually took shape, its blade ablaze with fierce flames, emanating immense power. Michael, with closed eyes, began to rise from the ground, approaching the fiery sword. Chapter 2:21 Awakening. The undead on the planet of Lingmu, once a verdant realm, had transformed into an ocean of insectoids. Endless fungal blankets and tumors spread across the entire globe, their purple hues writhing like a virus, dissuading any reckless movements. Numerous hatcheries stood like towering edifices upon the surface, as the insect queen diligently nourished the larvae within her. As the delicate larvae emerged from their cocoons, they awaited the day they would transform into units of the swarm. In the heart of the once battleground, the cocoon of the queen bee stood majestically, surrounded by elite units of the swarm. Xiaoxing, Abathur, Sarah, and Della, among others, had also cocooned themselves, patiently awaiting the queen's awakening. The day the queen stirred would herald the swarm's resurgence. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierced the silence of this dormant realm. The cocoon of the queen began to manifest a series of fissures. A heartbeat-like red glow pulsed from within, illuminating the dark. With another crack, the cracks widened, resembling a spider's web. This sound signaled the onset of a chain reaction. The surrounding cocoons began to tremble in anticipation. With a sudden burst, Xiaoxing was the first to emerge from her cocoon, disregarding the viscous residue that clung to her. She hurried to the side of the queen's cocoon, her face alight with excitement as she gazed longingly at it. "Queen, are you finally awakening?" The entire spirit would star buzzed like a startled hive, with swarms of insects growing restless and exhilarated. With a chorus of cracking sounds, Abathur, Della, and other leaders followed suit, awakening one after another. They silently gathered beside Xiaoxing, waiting with an unspoken thrill in their eyes. At last, under their eager gazes, the enormous cocoon erupted like a volcano, shattering into countless pieces. From this great cocoon, a cascade of precious fluids, invaluable to the swarm, rained down. A thunderous roar, intertwined with psychic energy, resonated throughout the spirit-wood star. The swarm, in a frenzy of excitement, released a triumphant cry in unison with the queen's awakening. "I have returned. This accursed desolation star nearly claimed my life. However, I have finally resolved my physical issues. Such trouble shall never plague me again. What a relief." Suddenly, he felt a gentle nudge against him. As his enormous vertical eye slowly turned, he beheld Xiaoxing, tears glistening in her eyes, pressed closely against his forehead. "Queen." After a long moment, the queen finally understood what had transpired during her slumber. She had not anticipated so much had occurred. It had indeed been a trying time for them all. The queen's psychic essence flowed outward, enveloping Xiaoxing in a soft embrace, causing the already tearful Xiaoxing to weep even more profusely. How long had it been since she had felt the warmth of the queen's embrace? But first, she needed to check her status panel. She was curious if this evolution had granted her any new skills. Queen Bee, Emperor Leviathan, Tier 6, Length, 100 kilometers, Height, 40 kilometers. Abilities, Corrosive Plasma Surge, Annihilation Plasma. The Spinal Spike of Destruction, I won't inflate the word count, has not only evolved these two skills, but also possesses unmarked capabilities. For instance, the psychic energy within harbors a far more potent force of annihilation, surpassing even the disintegration ray in its grotesque efficiency. It has the ability to decompose matter into atoms, erasing everything fundamentally. Of course, while its power is formidable, the quantity is minuscule. The slight enhancement it offers over the disintegration ray is hardly significant. Overall, it's satisfactory. Yet why have I lost all my planetary points and invasion points? The invasion points required for evolution were insufficient, and you owe the system an additional 10 invasion points. As for the planetary points, they were absorbed due to your evolution, almost causing the system to collapse. Gamala remarked indifferently. This was truly perilous. Not only was Yangfeng on the brink of disintegration, but the system itself was nearly swept away. Had it not been for the remaining planetary points, it would have met its demise long ago. Sigh. Let it be. Surviving this calamity must surely bring blessings. After all, it's merely a matter of points and energy. He could always earn them back. Yangfeng felt helpless. What could he do? As long as the system was not against him, he would manage. Moreover, he still depended on the system. If it collapsed, so would he. Reflecting on this, he felt a strange sense of relief and was about to lead his subordinates on a patrol when Gamala's voice echoed once more. Don't be too quick to rejoice. The system has detected 3 fleets approaching your location. Be prepared. What? Ding. Main quest issued. Dominate the universe. The universe is not the end, but the beginning. Reward. Ding. Task 1 issued. Hunter or prey. The Zerg's ancient adversary, the Star Spirits, has discovered the swarm's trace. They have dispatched a golden fleet to eradicate the host and annihilate them. Reward. Ascension technology for Zerg units. Complete Abathur form. Ding. Task 2 issued. So many flies. Those bothersome lower civilizations have discovered the fleet's destruction and are once again arriving with planet-destroying weapons to exterminate the swarm. Eliminate them. Reward. 100 planetary points. 10 invasion points. Planetary points represent energy, while invasion points denote score. I seem to have written it incorrectly earlier, mistakenly believing planetary points were scores. Ding. Task 3 issued. Batera. Due to your provocation of the Batera civilization, Tier 5, their leader, Batera, is leading a fleet towards Spiritwood Star. Destruction reward. 1 heart of the planet. Assimilation reward. 10 invasion points. Mother Zagara. Hiss, I understand the first 2, but what on earth is this third task? The Batera civilization? Did I offend them? I can't recall. Yangfeng frowned. racking his brain to remember if he had indeed displeased this civilization. You've forgotten. Beneath the water sprite empire lies a meat mountain, and at that time, Jing offended her. Oh right, how could I have overlooked that? Truly, fortune does not come alone, and misfortune does not come singly. This is a deluge of troubles. Yang Feng now felt quite distressed and lost his motivation for the patrol. How long until the Golden Fleet and Batera arrive? 1 year. 8 years overdue for arrival. The swarm's signals were obscured by the system during your evolution, causing a temporary halt in their advance. Only moments ago did they resume, now targeting you directly. Time is indeed of the essence. On the ground, all units await Yang Feng's command, their eyes alight with fervor akin to flames. The moment for our counterattack has arrived. In the dark expanse, a golden point of light lay in quiet anticipation. Suddenly, the engines ignited, signaling a new departure. Commander, we have detected the Zerg signals once more. Engage the jump engines and set course for the target. A sparkle of excitement ignited in the commander's eyes. To eradicate the Zerg, what a monumental achievement that would be. A feat worthy of glory. With such a triumph, he could ascend to command the entire Golden Fleet. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this endeavor would lead to irrevocable consequences. At the far reaches of the universe, a galaxy exudes the stench of death, instinctively repelling all who draw near. This is the realm of the undead, the world of the departed. In the depths, a colossal creature formed of countless bones rises slowly, its eyes ablaze with the fires of lost souls. Zerg, my comrades, you have finally returned. My children, it is time to act, to let this universe once again succumb to the inferno of the undead. In the starry void, the immense skeleton trembles slowly, connecting 2 galaxies across an unfathomable distance. Countless undead beings awaken, their soul fires flickering to life. Chapter 222, The Offensive. Nazhar Galaxy. Yang Feng's revival was akin to a bomb dropped into tranquil waters, sending ripples across Blue Star and Spiritwood Star. A multitude of Zerg warships began to surface, ascending into the skies. Countless Zerg entered in orderly fashion, commencing their assault on the Alliance, which had already descended into chaos. Damn it, the Guma are traitors. Why has the Alliance only now realized this, thanks to the machinations of Zisha? The commanders of various civilizations had long been ensnared by the Zerg, reduced to mere puppets disseminating erroneous information. This led the Alliance to believe that their fleet was engaged in fierce combat with the Zerg. Zisha had consistently propagated the notion that the Zerg were no ordinary species, and that the difficulties of extermination were to be expected over time. Only when Yang Feng awakened did he cease to hide the truth. After a prolonged silence from the fleet, the Alliance finally sensed something amiss and dispatched reconnaissance ships towards Blue Star. Naturally, they were obliterated before reaching their destination by an unidentified entity. However, the fragmented images relayed back left them drenched in cold sweat, as if just emerging from a shower. Massive Zerg warships emerged from Blue Star, poised for battle, awaiting Yang Feng's command to strike. Damn it all. All civilizations immediately entered a state of heightened alert, mobilizing their fleets in preparation for the impending threat. However, the directives from the Alliance seemed to vanish without a trace, stirring no ripples in the calm. With all civilizations facing imminent peril, unable to secure their own safety, how could they possibly muster fleets, resulting in a crisis of insufficient forces at the rear? The devastation from the fleet dispatched to combat the insectoid species had already inflicted heavy losses. These fools. Do they not grasp the principle that the loss of lips leads to the cold of teeth? The orc leader's green visage turned a comical shade of purple. He took a deep breath and resolved to contact both the demon and human civilizations. The last time they merely spectated without deploying their fleets. It would be intriguing to see their response this time. The orc leader understood that rather than lamenting, it was far more prudent to take decisive action. Relying solely on the orc forces would be woefully inadequate. Unity was essential for any chance of survival. The insectoid horde was now unstoppable, beyond merely stalling their advance. Alternative strategies were imperative. With a thunderous roar, Yang Feng signaled the commencement of the assault. The insectoids activated a wormhole, targeting the Nazhar star system. The swarm split into 2 factions, with the Blue Planet's insects, led by Dyla, beginning their invasion from the nearest Black Squid Star system, while Yang Feng guided the swarm from Spiritwood Star toward the heart of the Alliance, the Nazhar civilization. A colossal wormhole, large enough to accommodate a third of Spiritwood Star, gradually emerged. All the insects surged forth into it, advancing toward their objective. The insectoids' transdimensional travel capabilities were, of course, far beyond what these minor mid-tier civilizations could compare to. As soon as they entered, they found themselves in the star system of the Nazhar civilization. Boom, boom, roar. The first star of the Mad Sands, located on the periphery of the Nazhar star system, served as the outpost for the Nazhar civilization. The atmosphere crackled with lethal intent, as countless weapons were primed for action. Suddenly, a vast wormhole materialized in the sky, plunging half a planet into darkness. Countless insectoid warships surged forth. Roar. They unleashed disintegration beams, dismantling the heavy ground artillery units. All insectoid units shared intelligence instantaneously, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the ground's strategic deployments. Under the command of the brain insect, countless disintegration beams fell like a torrential downpour. Engage the swarm. Fire. Fire. At the Nazhar Ground Command Center. Commander May had barely finished speaking when she was enveloped by the disintegration beams. The entire command center, under the onslaught of the beams, crumbled like stones in a pulverizer, shattering into countless fragments. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of aerial fighters ascended, attempting to halt the advance of the swarm. Yet soon, despair overtook them. They deployed flying dragons and airdropped pods, swiftly annihilating the local forces. The cold, mechanical voice of the brain insect echoed once more in the minds of every insectoid unit. Chirp, chirp. The piercing cry of the flying dragons resonated in the hearts of every Nazhar inhabitant. Whoosh, boom. Witnessing their comrades reduced to ashes in an instant, Nazhar Lunan gritted his teeth and charged toward the swarm of flying dragons. Damn the insectoids, perish. Boom. As he approached the brink of death, he perceived the anthropomorphic mockery in the eyes of the dragon. After a swirl of smoke, the pursuing dragon emerged unscathed and soared towards its next target. Along its path, it left no stone unturned, devouring everything in its wake, while remnants fell from the sky like scattered debris. Meanwhile, the vanguard of the Sandstorm II had descended into utter chaos. The rapidity of events surpassed their wildest imaginations. Under the relentless onslaught of the Zerg, Sandstorm I had lost half of its defenses in a mere encounter, with a significant portion of its territory now under Zerg control. Activate the weather control system. I shall unleash a tempest upon the entire first star system. Let these insects perish. No sooner had he spoken than he beheld a scene that left him utterly speechless. A beam of darkness, as thick as ink, shot forth from the wormhole, striking Sandstorm I with unwavering precision. In that instant, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. It's over, he gasped, unable to close his mouth. A gaping hole, penetrating the very core of the planet, appeared before him, revealing crimson magma flowing languidly within. The entire planet teetered on the edge of obliteration, poised to explode at any moment. The power is even greater than I had imagined. What now? I had hoped to utilize this as a stronghold against the Nasha civilization. The architect of this calamity, Yang Feng, also furrowed his brow in concern. Fear not, Sovereign. The fungal blanket can envelop the entire planet, preventing it from detonating. Moreover, this gaping wound will facilitate the absorption of core resources by the fungal blanket. Yang Feng finally relaxed, stating, indeed, the Nasha civilization's resistance appears weaker than I anticipated. I trust it will not be long before we claim it. Leader, shall we provide support? Asked Michael, who had ascended as the new leader. During this time, the angelic race had been fervently preparing for battle. At last, they received a distress signal from Nasha Star. This is the Nasha civilization, beset by the formidable Zerg. We implore all civilizations to extend their aid in repelling the Zerg. Michael found himself profoundly unsettled. The very mention of the Zerg struck a deep chord within him. Once again, the Zerg have returned. Sighed the former leader, Emiya. The Zerg's resurgence threatened to annihilate countless civilizations. Go. We must intervene. The Nasha civilization lies at the heart of all civilizations, and the surrounding black squid star system is also under Zerg assault. Should the Nasha civilization fall, all civilizations will find themselves besieged from all sides. Michael clenched the sword of crimson flame, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, revealing his agitation and anxiety. Chapter 223. The Eye of Destruction set forth. Let justice prevail upon this world. Let the divine light illuminate all living beings. Let all civilizations once again bear witness to the might of our angelic civilization. A warship gradually materialized before the eyes of the assembled angels, as if conjured from thin air. This formidable battleship, named Guardian, encircles a colossal ring, at the center of which lies a gigantic sphere, an encapsulated planet radiating energy rivaling that of a star. Dense energy conduits intertwine upon the ring, culminating in the construction of this immense war vessel. A resonant hum fills the air as a lengthy staircase unfurls from the ship, allowing the celestial beings to ascend into its interior. Michael hovers silently in the air, observing the angels as they enter. Emiya approaches his side, expressing her concern. Leader, are you feeling anxious? There is no need for worry. We are destined for victory in this battle. Michael offers a wry smile, responding, no, I am not anxious. I was born to eradicate the insectoid race. It is my duty. My concern lies with these angels. This journey may be perilous. Emiya remains silent. Yet her own worries mirror his. These children have grown under her watchful gaze. Millennia ago, a handful of angels arrived to guard this realm, now swelling to millions. Each one nurtured from the sacred tree. Let us proceed, Michael asserts, gripping the sword of blazing flame as he ascends the staircase. Ah, those wretches. The leader of the Nazhar civilization seethes with fury, relentlessly pounding on the table before him. The surrounding ministers dare not utter a word, bowing their heads in trepidation. How could they stand idly by as their civilization withstands the onslaught of the insectoids without offering support? The annihilation of their civilization surely brings them no delight. Such contempt. Soon, however, he regains his composure. For every moment wasted, countless lives are lost. If they squander more time, their fate will be sealed. Leader, perhaps we should retreat. The farther, the better. Since they show no compassion, we need not show any loyalty. We can always conquer a lesser civilization and rise again. The leader, upon hearing this, fixes a fiery gaze upon him, his anger ablaze. Yet, he soon turns away, lost in contemplation. Perhaps this is the most prudent course of action. The current Nazhar civilization cannot withstand the insectoid assault. Rather than face unnecessary casualties, it would be wise to withdraw and leave the chaos for those fools to deal with. Alas, perhaps this is fate. Prepare for evacuation. His entire being feels as though it has been stripped of its essence, becoming significantly diminished. Yes. Meanwhile, the Nazhar battleships engaged in fierce combat suddenly receive a high command order to retreat. They exhale a collective sigh of relief, turning on their heels without a moment's hesitation, fleeing in haste. The airborne insectoid units, however, will not allow this escape unchallenged. A swarm of centipedes seizes the opportunity, instantly breaching their defenses and ensnaring the ships. Razor-sharp appendages pierce through the hulls, dismantling their kinetic capabilities. The young bees in space swiftly take note of this development, unleashing their devastating stingers which swiftly pierce several battleships attempting to flee. They are retreating? A wise choice indeed. But to flee right beneath my very eyes seems rather dishonorable. All Destroyer Guardians, heed my command and activate the Eye of Destruction. The Destroyer Guardian, an upgraded form of the Eye of Destruction, has lost its transportation capabilities yet harbors immense destructive power within. However, its numbers are limited to a mere 100. As the upgrade must be personally executed by Yang Feng, thus precluding mass production. A formidable psychic force instantaneously enveloped Nazhar Star, revealing a multitude of spacecraft emerging from its surface. The synchronized coordinates initiated the activation of the Eye of Destruction. The brainworm, receiving Yang Feng's psychic energy, gradually aimed towards Nazhar Star. Threads of annihilative power, tearing through the fabric of space, coalesced within the vertical pupil on the forehead of the Destroyer Guardian. Warning! Warning! Space has been locked. Warning! Warning! The warships that had just withdrawn from the battlefield were suddenly engulfed by alarm signals. The faces of the Nazhar people turning pale with terror as they gazed towards Yang Feng's direction. Of course, at such a distance, it was impossible for them to perceive clearly. Yet, the aura of death emanated unmistakably from that direction. They felt as if the Grim Reaper was raising his scythe high, poised to strike. Humph! The Eye of Destruction prepared as Yang Feng arched his abdomen, revealing the destructive eye on his back. Fire! 100 beams of annihilating light, absorbing even light itself, traversed across tens of thousands of light years, reaching Nazhar Star. Flee! Emergency jump. A small fraction of the spacecraft swiftly reacted, utilizing superior jump engines to escape the spatial blockade. However, most ships, unlike the warships and that small number of vessels, were equipped solely with civilian engines and could not escape. They could only watch helplessly as the world-ending rays of destruction hurtled towards them. They collapsed to the ground, gazing through the portholes at the abyss of darkness penetrating their souls. Silence, an unsettling stillness. As the annihilating rays swept by, it was as if nothing had transpired. Everything lay in hushed quietude, no light, no sound. The ships remained intact, save for their extinguished engines, as if nothing had occurred. The four-armed apes, arriving at the scene, looked on in bewilderment. What transpired here? Why did it feel so eerily strange? At that moment, an even more bizarre phenomenon unfolded. As the spacecraft of the four-armed apes approached, these vessels, along with the surrounding asteroids and meteors, vanished without a trace, like a mirage. Oh my heavens! Observing this surreal spectacle, Yang Feng seemed to have anticipated such an outcome. His colossal mouth split open, revealing an unnerving sight. The annihilating rays could sever the bonds between atoms. While it appeared that everything remained unchanged, in reality, it had been reduced to mere particles. A slight disturbance could cause it to disintegrate instantaneously. Generally, it is prudent to refrain from utilizing such power. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, and this time, it wasted a significant amount of resources. Yet, it remains uncertain whether these ethereal entities could be consumed. Commander, the Nazhar civilization has been conquered, with only a mere 1,000th managing to escape. The downfall of the Nazhar civilization rapidly spread to the ears of other civilizations. Useless. I always knew that the Nazhar civilization was of no worth. Pay no heed to them. We must focus on our own affairs. What is the status of the Human Alliance and the Demon Clan? Chief, the Human Alliance has agreed to our proposal for an alliance. But the Demon Clan has been evasive. What is the matter? Upon seeing his peculiar expression, the chief exclaimed in anger. The Demon Clan not only rejected our request, but also insulted us, calling us fools. With that, the Orc chief rose in fury, slamming his hands upon the table. The table, unable to withstand the force, shattered into pieces. I consider them the true fools. He shouted. Do they still believe themselves to be the ancient races of yore? Under the weight of the swarm, their demise is inevitable.